A Father's Sins, a Pride and Prejudice variation, The Misadventures of Darcy and Elizabeth, written by J. Dawn King, narrated by Stevie Zimmerman. No AI training. Without in any way limiting the author's, publisher's, or narrator's exclusive rights under copyright, any use of this audiobook to train generative artificial intelligence, AI, technologies, to generate text or voice is expressly prohibited. The narrator reserves all rights to license use of this work for generative AI training and development of machine learning models of any type. Prologue. November the 11th, 1805. Hatchard's Bookshop, Piccadilly. 21-year-old Fitzwilliam Darcy perused the tall shelves, looking for an intriguing title to add to his growing personal library. The selections appeared endless. Hatchard's, one of the more established booksellers in London, had shelves upon shelves filled with first editions and copies of modern and ancient language manuscripts. Stacks were carefully arranged and displayed on tables to draw the reader's attention. Carefully studying the gold-stamped spines on the leather volumes, he became aware of a melodic voice repeating the words, "They are not to be found. They are not to be found. They are not to be found," with a variation once in a while of, "No, they are not to be found." "Wonder what the lady's looking for," the young man thought. It was rather an odd section of the store to find a female, and her voice sounded quite youthful. Unable to stifle his curiosity, he walked to the end of the aisle and peeked around the corner. He was correct. She was young, possibly in her 13th or 14th year. Slight of stature, with long, wavy chocolate-brown hair, she was extended up on her toes, with her arms outstretched, and her small fingertips trying to reach the top shelf. "Miss, may I be of some assistance?" She was so focused on her search, his deep baritone voice startled her, and she nearly toppled over. With her hand to her chest, she dropped her heels back to the ground and glanced at the handsome gentleman. Tall, with dark wavy hair and dark eyes, he was smiling slightly as he stepped closer. She returned his smile with a delightful twinkle in her hazel eyes. "Unless you can miraculously extend my height or shorten the shelves, I'm unsure how you may be of help, sir." Delighted with her countenance and her wit, Darcy did something completely outside his character. He proceeded to converse with a complete stranger. Her clothing proclaimed her not of the first circle, but certainly a young, gently born miss, even though not of his sphere. He had finished his first season, which his peers referred to as the marriage mart, and had become used to ladies of every age, including those far too young to be out, and their mothers, preening and prancing around him trying to attract his attention. This girl did nothing of the sort. "I'm terribly sorry, miss, that I'm unable to do either of those tasks." He paused and put his finger to the side of his cheek, as if in deep thought. "However, if you would tell me which volume you are so diligently searching for, I would be pleased to help you in your search." "Thank you, kind sir." Removing a small scrap of paper from her reticule, she read off the journals of 4 explorers: George Vancouver and his discovery of the North Pacific Ocean, the voyages of Captain James Cook, and Meriwether Lewis and William Clark of the American expedition. "Do you know where I might find any of these books?" "Yes, miss, I do know of these writings." Again he paused as if in thought. "Sir, are you uncertain as to how to tell me their location?" She raised one eyebrow and smiled again. Looking closer at the man, she found him to have such a pleasant face, relaxed and contented. He looked down at her, and his smile grew. For someone so young, her eyes sparkled with life and joy. "The first books you asked for, the Journals of Vancouver, I have read myself. They are located—" Reaching up, he easily found the 3 volumes from the top shelf, just an arm length from where he was standing. "Here." Before he handed them to her, he turned back to the young girl to get her attention. "Nonetheless, I am saddened to tell you that the journals of Captain Cook and those of the American adventurers have not yet been published. I, too, am anticipating their arrival. I do believe that Mr. Lewis and Mr. Clark have yet to finish their expedition, so it might be a length of time before we're able to read of their activities." He bowed slightly. "I am sorry to disappoint." "Please do not be concerned." The young lady reached for the 3 books that were in his hands. "I so enjoy learning of different parts of the world, and have a longing to travel to all the remote places I read about. My father teases that I would rather have geography books and old maps than ribbons. He knows me well." She still held out her hands, but he refused to place the volumes there. Instead, he turned and walked up to the shop assistant and set the books on the counter. When the owner saw the man standing at the counter, he quickly pushed the assistant to the side and inquired of Mr. Darcy how he might help him. "Please wrap these up for the young miss." Without thought as to the propriety of the situation, he proceeded with the transaction as he would with his 9-year-old sister Georgiana. "Sir," interjected the girl, quickly glancing toward the door to see if her uncle's maid, who accompanied her to the store, noticed the exchange. "I'm prepared to settle my own account." Turning to the proprietor, she directed, "Before they are wrapped, if I may, I would be most pleased to record my name and today's date on the inside, as I want all to know that they belong to me." Her brilliant smile moved the man to action. While the man obtained quill and ink, Darcy remained at her side. Carefully and methodically, she wrote in a lovely swell, "Elizabeth Ann Bennet, November 11 in the year 1805. As the owner, after waiting for the ink to dry, wrapped and tied the books, the 2 young people stood in silence, he thinking, "Her name is Elizabeth Bennet," and she thinking, "He is Mr. Darcy." 1 year to the day later, November the 11th, 1806, Longbourn, Hertfordshire. Thomas Bennet stood and shook with rage. "Pack your things and go." His face purple with heightened emotion, he pointed his index finger to his once beloved daughter Elizabeth and shouted, "I have never been as disappointed in another human soul in my entire life as I am with you, Elizabeth Ann." He turned to leave his young son's room. Glancing back from the doorway, his pain and grief poured out of him as he shouted once more at her, "You have stolen my future, my dreams and my family from me, and I never want to see your face again." The grief Elizabeth felt as she watched her father storm away was almost more than she could endure. Head bowed, tears ran down her cheeks, dropping into a puddle on her lap. Turning to her dear little brother, his lifeless body still on the bed, she gathered him to her 15-year-old breast to snuggle one last time. She had done all she knew to do for the fever, the pain and the pustules infecting her brother and 3 younger sisters. With no apothecary to lend the maid, the nursing had fallen to her. Elizabeth's older sister Jane had not the emotional fortitude to tend her siblings. Her mother had taken to her bed with a case of nerves at the first sign of the outbreak. The smallpox had devastated the small village of Longbourn and the surrounding area. While in London, visiting their uncle and Aunt Gardner, the 2 oldest Bennet siblings had been inoculated with the vaccine, developed over 10 years before by Dr. Edward Jenner. But the single pox scar left on Elizabeth's right temple persuaded Mrs. Bennet to not allow her youngest 3 daughters, Mary, Kitty and Lydia, and her only son and heir, Thomas James Bennet, to receive the needed medicine. Mrs. Bennet would do anything to not have her most precious offspring marred by such scarring. Satirical cartoons, depicting people turning into animals after receiving the vaccine, fed her fears. How senseless that had been. Her husband, always longing for peace, to the exclusion of all rational thought, went along with the constantly expressed opinions of his wife. Her father's blame for something that Elizabeth was unable to control added to the agony in her heart for her beloved little brother. To lose little Thomas, her dear sisters, and many of her friends and acquaintances in such a short period was a devastating blow. Then to have her father unfairly place the blame on her young shoulders was a weight she did not think she was able to bear. Descending the stairs to the hallway, Elizabeth noticed her sister Jane hovering in the doorway of the front parlour. Tears streamed down Jane's face as she wordlessly transmitted the pain and anguish for all they were losing that day. The orders from their father had been clear. Not a word to Elizabeth, no acknowledgement that she existed. Elizabeth gathered her small valise containing her meagre possessions, and turned to the door. Hill, the Bennets' long-time butler, took the valise from Elizabeth's small hands. He handed her a sealed letter, and then reached into his pockets to retrieve a few shillings that always jingled there. Pressing them into Elizabeth's hands, he sighed deeply. "I only wish it were more, miss." His beloved Elizabeth glanced up and gave him a tearful smile. "It should see you to your uncle's house in Cheapside," he continued. "May God be with you." Reaching back, Elizabeth removed the garnet necklace that had been a gift from her father. She dropped it into Hill's hands. With a final sob, Elizabeth Ann Bennet walked away from her home, not looking back. November the 11th, 1806, later that same day. Pemberley Chapel, Derbyshire. The young man stood in front of the family crypt in the chapel, his head hanging in silent grief. His 10-year-old sister crying silently beside him. It had been unexpected, their father's death. The pain of their loss was sharpened by the whispers from their neighbours in the chapel, from the servants who wandered through the hallways and rooms of their home, and from the distant Darcy family that came at the first news of distress. Who will be the new master of Pemberley? Running his long fingers over the name engraved on the tomb next to the newly opened vault, he read aloud, "Anne Fitzwilliam Darcy." Before the week was out, the name, George Adam Darcy, would be carved next to his neighbour. Truly they were now closer in death than Fitzwilliam Darcy had ever seen them in life. "Come, dear Georgie, let us return." His little sister remained unmoved. He bent and lifted her, holding her close, carrying her to the carriage that waited outside the chapel. He did not see the craftsmen waiting to finish their job, nor did he see the other mourners gathered in clumps, their own eyes trained on Mr. Darcy's second son. But he heard the whispers. Who will be the new master of Pemberley? Chapter 1. 5 years later, November the 10th, 1811, Officers' Quarters, Meryton, Hertfordshire. The two handsome young gentlemen mounted their waiting horses outside the officers' dining hall. "Darcy, I just do not understand how you can be uncomfortable in such excellent company. The officers were pleasant, the food was tolerable, and the stories were entertaining." Charles Bingley shook his head at his friend. They turned their horses and headed to Bingley's leased estate, Netherfield Park. "I had no prior acquaintance with any of the men, Bingley." Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy was a private man, taciturn by nature, who did not make friends easily. They were an odd combination, Bingley with his ready smile and pleasant outlook, and Darcy with his brooding stare and rigid posture. Darcy's manner did not invite approach. The fortnight they had been in Hertfordshire, Bingley had accepted all manner of invitations, card parties, public assemblies, dinners and musical evenings, where little talent was displayed. It had been a frustration to the ever unsocial Darcy. Bingley was delighted with the country society. "Well, no matter," Bingley grinned. "We've had pleasant company at home. Miss Jane Bennet was to have tea with my sisters, and I long for a report of her visit." He had a dreamy look on his face. "She is an angel, Darcy, an absolute angel." The following morning, Gracechurch Street, London. Breakfast in the Gardiner household was a family affair. 2 times each day, the family would gather for a meal, and conversation which centred on the news, plans for the day, and hopes for the future. Elizabeth loved her 2 cousins fiercely, and viewed her beloved aunt and uncle as the best examples of reasonable, thinking, gentle people. Her uncle, Mr. Edward Gardiner, had a large import-export business, with warehouses in the Cheapside district of London. They were convenient to his home. His wife, Madeline, was kind, intelligent, deeply in love with her husband, and a true partner in every sense in the marriage. Having lived with the family for the past 5 years, since her abrupt removal from the home she had grown up in, she delighted to see how her 12-year-old cousin Michael and his 10-year-old sister Marie were involved in these family discussions. Young opinions were sought after, listened to, and reviewed with the weight usually given to learned adults. It was an atmosphere rich in love and intelligence, and Elizabeth thrived along with her cousins. 4 of those 5 years had been spent in travel, expanding business contacts in the international markets. It was a half a year's journey along established trade routes to reach India, a country of diverse cultures, rich in gemstones, spices, silk, cotton, indigo dye, tea and other items demanded by the wealthy matrons and peers of British society. The return trip, after a stay of just over a year, included stops in other areas abounding in resources, ports on the African coast that supplemented the spices already contracted for in the Indian cities of Calcutta, Bombay and Madras, stops in the Mediterranean for fine wines, glassware, delicate fabrics, leather goods and metals, and a final stop in Portugal for the most desired port wines and lacework. Business had been brisk, and the adventure, the different climates and cultures, the variety of peoples, thrilled young Elizabeth as she broadened the scope of her known world. Visiting Verona, she could not help but imagine herself as Shakespeare's Juliet Capulet on a medieval balcony in a lovely courtyard awaiting her lover Romeo. In Venice, she was on constant lookout for Shylock, the Jewish moneylender in Merchant of Venice, and in Rome, while touring the ruins of the ancient Holy Roman Empire, she imagined happening upon members of the Roman Senate, or one of the Caesars wearing a toga, or a cardinal in their clothes of state. In Athens, while her uncle visited warehouses, she and her cousins and aunt toured the ancient buildings and temples that housed the gods and goddesses that had so enraptured her when she had listened to her father read Homer's Odyssey and other classics in their original languages so many years ago. Finally, in Egypt, she imagined Queen Cleopatra and her consort, Mark Antony, resting on a barge as they floated the River Nile, just as the whole Gardner family had opportunity to do. The ancient pyramids were impressive in their grandeur, and the only regret Elizabeth had was that she could not share these wondrous experiences with her father. As this thought filtered through her mind, Elizabeth forced it back into the obscure recesses where it belonged. The continued animosity of her father no longer weighed as heavily on her heart as it had 5 years previously. An irregular correspondence with her old friend and neighbour, Charlotte Lucas, warned her that the same attitude prevailed over Longbourn as it had 5 years previously. During the lengthy travels, Elizabeth took opportunity, especially in India, where they had long felt the ravages of smallpox, to learn as much as possible about treatment and prevention of many diseases. She kept a journal, not only of the places she saw and the people she met, but also included step-by-step preparations for many preventatives and treatments, available with the wider variety of herbs, plants and organics native to the areas she visited. Not gifted or trained in drawing or painting, she endeavoured to search out other young ladies skilled in those arts to illustrate these journals. At her uncle's suggestion, she also collected vials and samples to carry back to England for any future use. It was a comprehensive collection, and very much treasured by the entire family. Elizabeth also included in the journal recipes and instructions for the many different foods they had sampled. It had been a wonderful journey. It had taken the 3 months they had been back in England to determine a proper location for the many remembrances they'd brought back, and to establish a routine that the Gardners would cling to for the rest of their married life. The movement and sounds of the ship, the creaking of the wooden hull, the snapping of the sails, the calls of crew members from one to another, were now just a pleasant memory. Hearing English spoken was no longer a longed-for novelty, but was now expected. The sights and smells of London, even those upon their arrival in the sweltering August temperatures, were welcome to the weary travellers. After breaking her fast with the rest of the family, Elizabeth settled into the large overstuffed chair in her aunt's smallest sitting room to finish a needlework project. Thinking of the changes that the past years had brought stimulated her thinking as to what the future might hold. She set her embroidery down on her lap, pondering other journeys that would be pleasurable. The Americas, the South Pacific, or the Orient. Elizabeth was well aware that her uncle and aunt had allowed her many freedoms, not typical of a girl her age. In just over 7 months, she would reach her majority, and have the decision as to what her future would be. She had diligently saved any spending allowance given her by her uncle, being frugal in her purchases. Her uncle then invested her meagre funds, until she had some savings, which she kept in a drawer by her bedside. Elizabeth was just tying off a thread when a footman entered.
"An express for you, miss. The rider's waiting for a reply."
An express letter? For me? She had never received any post by express. Charlotte was her only correspondent. For someone to go to this expense, it had to be either the best of news or the worst of news. Before she could lay claim to the missive, the butler, Mr. Harrison, walked up behind the footman.
"Miss Elizabeth, another express rider has just arrived, and he has another letter for you."
This was clearly too much. "Please, Mr. Harrison, send for my aunt and uncle. I fear this news." Mr. Harrison and the footman retreated immediately. While she waited for the gardeners, she thought back to Charlotte's last letter. There had been much news from the area of Meryton. She had written that after years of vacancy, Netherfield Park had been let at last by a young single man from the north, who had family members and close friends in residence with him for the past fortnight. According to Charlotte, the young man was handsome, friendly, rich, and enthusiastically pursuing 23-year-old Jane Bennet. A Mr. Charles Bingley, she noted. In other news, Charlotte's younger brother, Mr. Robert Lucas, had just returned from his studies in Cambridge, and would be taking over the responsibilities of stewardship of Lucas Lodge from his father, Sir William Lucas, and the militia was coming to Meryton. Elizabeth considered how pleased her mother must be with these circumstances. Single gentlemen in the neighbourhood would be viewed as a gift from God to all mothers with unmarried daughters. Charlotte had also mentioned that the heir to Elizabeth's former home, Mr. William Collins, was due for a lengthy visit to Longbourn. Mrs. Bennet had told Lady Lucas, Charlotte's mother, that they were not looking forward to the visit, as she felt he was there to determine Mr. Bennet's health, and project when and if he might inherit soon. It must certainly be a distasteful prospect. Elizabeth did not recall if Charlotte mentioned when her father's cousin was due to arrive. Her aunt and uncle entered the room together. Both showed deep concern on their faces. Mr. Gardiner took the 2 letters from the butler and examined the addresses on the outside, before suggesting that the 2 ladies be seated. Anxiety, suspense, and trepidation radiated from Elizabeth's eyes, as her gaze focused entirely on her uncle. Unnoticed was the retreat of the servants, the voices of the cousins from the library, the firelight flickering in the fireplace in the wall by the window, and the branches of the tree outside the window tapping against the glass in the wind. "Uncle?"
"Yes, Lizzie?"
He glanced down at the letters again.
"It appears that one originated from Netherfield Park, and the other is from your father."
Both he and his wife looked to see Elizabeth's reaction to this stunning news. Longbourn. It had been 5 long years since she had had any contact with her family. Elizabeth always asked of the family when she wrote to Charlotte, but the replies were always the same, brief and vague. They were enough to let Elizabeth know that the circumstances and attitudes were unchanged. Therefore the news could not be good. The residents of Netherfield Park were unknown to her, and she could not begin to wonder who or what that missive might contain. How and why did they contact her, and by express? Strong emotions roiled in Elizabeth's mind and heart, making her breathing shallow, and causing the blood to rush from her face. "Please, uncle, please read the post from Netherfield Park. I'm all curiosity." November the 11th, 1811, Netherfield Park, Hertfordshire. Dear Miss Elizabeth Bennet, please pardon this lapse in propriety for writing when we have not been properly introduced. I am Miss Georgiana Darcy. My brother and I are guests of Mr. Charles Bingley and his 2 sisters, Mrs. Louisa Hurst and Miss Caroline Bingley. Yesterday your sister, Miss Jane Bennet, was invited to tea. Shortly after her arrival she became ill, and I am sorry to tell you that her condition has worsened. We applied to Longbourn for assistance, but received a return note that Miss Bennet would need to remain here at Netherfield Park. As you may be aware, there is no apothecary or surgeon available in the area. Throughout the night your sister called for you. My brother, Fitzwilliam Darcy, happened upon Miss Charlotte Lucas this morning as he rode to Meryton, seeking medical help, and she gave him your directions. My brother and I, along with Mr. Bingley, feel that Miss Bennet will not improve without you by her side. Please accept this plea from strangers as an expression of sincere concern for your sister's health. If you require assistance in travel, please advise the express rider, as he is to wait for a response, and is authorised to assist you in any way you require. Mr. Bingley has offered lodging here at Netherfield Park for as long as you need. Please come soon. Yours respectfully, Miss Georgiana Darcy. Elizabeth had not realised she had been holding her breath the whole time her uncle read. "Oh, poor Jane," she thought, as she slowly released the air from her lungs. Her sharp mind quickly assumed that her father's express must contain the same news. "I must go immediately." She rose at the same time as her aunt, and they quickly climbed the stairs to the family quarters to pack the few items she would need to travel to Hertfordshire. Mr. Gardiner ordered the carriage to be brought around, and offered the post-rider sustenance in the kitchen while they waited. As he stood in the hallway, listening to the increased activity, he mindlessly broke the seal on the remaining letter. The note from Thomas Bennet was brief and abrupt. It was a summons to Longbourn. After 5 long years, this was entirely unexpected, and would come as a shock to Elizabeth. He walked back to the sitting-room as he heard his wife and niece descend the staircase. Taking a seat, he waited, listening to Madeline's final instructions, and smiling slightly at the close bond between the two women. This was going to be hard on both of them, and it was hard on him. He loved his niece as if she were one of his own. In the years they had travelled together, Elizabeth had proved to be the best of companions to the whole Gardiner family. She enthusiastically accepted each adventure, and gloried in meeting new people and seeing new things. She enjoyed learning, both by reading and study, and by experiencing whatever life had to offer. It had taken many months after first arriving in London for her to let go of the resentment she had of her parents, and recapture the joy of life that was her character. At times, melancholy set in. The autumn and beginning of the winter months were particularly hard, as it was at this time of the year that the Bennet family had suffered the loss of 4 children, in particular the heir. Mr. Gardiner shook his head as he looked unseeingly at the floor. How Thomas Bennet could possibly blame his own favourite daughter for deaths that he himself had done nothing to prevent was far beyond the thinking of his brother-in-law. It had taken years for Elizabeth to face some hard truths about her father. Her love no longer blinded her to his utter selfishness, and his lack of concern for even his closest family members. He had been a poor master of Longbourn estate until he had a son. The entail was then broken, and he had then resolved to invest his time and effort to establish an inheritance worthy of the new heir. His habitual self-indulgent, self-involved lifestyle was gone, as he closely reviewed account books and discussed crops, saw to needed repairs, and tried to rebuild relations with the tenants that worked to support Longbourn. All of his efforts ended when little Thomas James succumbed to the plague. It truly was not his nature to accept responsibility for his own failure. He needed someone to blame, and that someone was the only person who had worked tirelessly to try to bring some comfort to those ailing. It had taken years to release the weight of that blame from her slender shoulders, a blame that never should have been there in the first place. Madeline and Elizabeth entered the room as the butler announced the carriage was waiting, and the post-rider was ready to leave.
"One moment, please." Mr. Gardiner looked at the 2 women. "I need to have a word with my wife and niece."
Mr. Harrison backed out of the room and closed the door.
"Please sit for a moment."
As they sat together on the settee, Mr. Gardiner closely observed Elizabeth as he held up her father's note.
"Lizzie, you need to hear this. I don't believe any of us thought that it might be any different from Miss Darcy's letter. Yet why he would want you to nurse your only surviving sister, after the blame he carries for you in the loss of your siblings, should have prompted us to believe differently."
He paused to see if Elizabeth caught his meaning. Observing her close attention, he volunteered to read its contents aloud.
"November 11th, 1811. Longbourn. Miss Elizabeth Ann Bennet. It has come to my attention from speaking with Miss Lucas that you are at this time unwed. My cousin, the heir to Longbourn, is in residence, and desires to marry into the family, so as not to inconvenience your mother by turning her out of her home upon my eventual passing. Therefore I have arranged for your betrothal, and demand you return to Longbourn immediately to be wed. The first of the banns will be read Sunday next, and the wedding will take place in 4 weeks. It is the least you can do for the harm you've caused this family. Mr. Thomas Bennet.
Silence filled the room. The hush seemed to last indefinitely. "Uncle, can my father do this to me? Does he still have authority? What am I to do?" The questions fired rapidly from Elizabeth. Her mind was swirling with the need to know immediately where she stood. When she had left Longbourn all those years ago, she had assumed the letter that had been handed her by Hill was written by her father to her uncle, assigning him all rights and authority over her. He stated clearly, she thought, that she was no longer considered his offspring. Elizabeth was now just 20 years old, and would not reach her majority for almost another year. "Uncle?" she said into the quiet. Anger poured from Mr. Gardiner. He wondered to himself how his intelligent, educated brother-in-law could possibly continue to blame Elizabeth for a poor decision he had made to not have his other children protected from harm. Thomas Bennet's failure to accept responsibility and to pass the blame on to another reflected poorly on the Bennet name. His passing the blame on to a beloved favourite daughter was unconscionable.
"I do not know, Lizzie. I shall have to contact our solicitor, Mr. Haggerston, to find out if Bennet has the right to sign a marriage contract in your behalf, and whether you are legally obligated to follow through with this wedding. I shall write for an appointment immediately, and send the answers Mr. Haggerston provides to you at Netherfield Park. Do you have all you need for your travels?"
Thinking of the apothecary case with the herbs and tinctures, mixed and ready for use, her 2 journals, one with the notes from her study of the healing arts, and the other she kept of their ocean voyages, the few precious volumes she had collected that Jane might find intriguing to read while she recovered, if she recovered, and her personal items, she felt she was as ready as could be. Her uncle and aunt looked at the small valise, and realised their niece had no idea as to staying in Hertfordshire for any longer than necessary, and nodded to one another in understanding. She would be back in London with them soon. Mr. Gardiner took a small purse with coins from his pocket, and pressed it into Elizabeth's hands.
"Just in case, dear. Just in case."
Climbing into the carriage, Elizabeth watched her beloved relatives as long as possible, and wondered what changes in her life this return to Hertfordshire might bring. As the carriage wound through the neighbourhoods, leading from her home to an unanticipated and unexpected destination, she pondered the differences in her thoughts and emotions from now to what they had been 5 years ago. She had left Hertfordshire a young, naive, trusting girl, and was returning as a woman of the world, older, knowledgeable of so many different things that she never could have learned in her home county, and experienced in being part of a loving, welcoming family. She was not the same person as before, so it was only reasonable to assume that her family and neighbours had changed as well. Setting aside the pain of the summons from her father, and her deep concern for the health of her sister, she determined that she would find some morsel of education or enjoyment from this experience, and anticipated meeting the residents and guests of Netherfield Park. Possibly she may have opportunity to again see her beloved friend Charlotte. Elizabeth pondered on Miss Georgiana Darcy, and her brother, Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy. Their last name conjured up an image of the pleasant young man she had briefly conversed with in the bookstore all of those years ago. She wondered if he was family to the brother or sister staying in Hertfordshire. Elizabeth settled back into the cushions of the carriage, and thought about what possibilities her future might hold. Chapter 2. Netherfield Park, Hertfordshire. The express rider stayed with the carriage until they reached the small village of Meryton. He signalled to the coachman that he would ride ahead to Netherfield Park and inform them of their imminent arrival. There was a man waiting under the front portico. He was a tall, slim, red-headed gentleman, about 22 years old, with a look of anticipation about him. Well-dressed, with kind eyes, he hurried ahead of the footman, opened the door to the carriage for Elizabeth, and helped her down. A quick glance at the surrounding acres and home revealed a much larger estate than Longbourn. It had been well cared for, and was quite elegant in appearance. The gentleman humbly bowed and greeted her.
Miss Elizabeth, my name is Charles Bingley, and I am pleased to welcome you to Netherfield Park. We've been in anxious expectation of your arrival. Would you like to freshen from your travels before I take you to Miss Bennet?"
"Thank you, sir. I would like nothing more than to see Jane, if you please." Elizabeth could not help but be pleased at the kindness emanating from this man. Elizabeth was aware that proper rules of society dictated that the owner of such an estate, who was possibly superior in position, usually awaited guests in the drawing-room, having servants bring any guests to him. His greeting her out front either indicated that he was humbly unconcerned about his position, or that her sister had taken a definite turn for the worse. Dread filled her heart, as she hoped it was the former, and not the latter. Elizabeth offered sincere appreciation for his hospitality, and asked to be directed to her sister. A footman moved to open the door, and the two entered the hallway. Pleased at seeing a familiar, welcoming face, Elizabeth's smile reached from her mouth to her eyes. "Oh, Mrs. Nicholls!" Elizabeth moved to the elderly housekeeper, and gently grasped her bony arthritic hands. "What a pleasure to see you are still at Netherfield Park. Possibly after I see to my sister, we might have opportunity to catch up, if it is not an inconvenience." Mrs. Nicholls had been employed at Netherfield Park for just over 25 years. She was a small woman, who was fierce in her determination to see all things tidy and cared for in her establishment. Though it had been some time over the years, she had had much contact with Miss Elizabeth Bennet. The owners of the estate, when in residence, had brought their children. One daughter was the same age, and had the same adventurous spirit as Elizabeth, so the two girls often would find it necessary to sneak up the back stairs, and find a kindred soul in Mrs. Nicholls, trusting her to keep their secrets, and salvage their muddy and torn clothes and boots. With both girls gone from the neighbourhood, the sun seemed not to shine as bright, and the joy seemed to be missing for the kind-hearted woman. "I would like nothing more." She gave Elizabeth's hands a squeeze, as she looked upon her with affection. The affection was returned. "Miss Lizzie, I've just come from upstairs saying to your sister, I think it best to let Miss Bennet rest." The news was welcome, and the feeling of relief was intense. Memories of far more pleasant days at Netherfield Park flitted quickly through Elizabeth's mind. She turned to the stairwell, assuming Jane was in one of the guest rooms, when she spotted a gentleman and a young lady standing in the doorway to the drawing-room, off to the left of the stairs. The girl stood just behind the gentleman. She had long, straight blonde hair, and the clearest blue eyes that reflected genuine anxiety, nervousness, and timidity. The gentleman was tall, with broad shoulders, dark wavy hair, and dark eyes. Another memory tapped at her brain, seeking its way to the surface. He was looking closely at her, as if he had a memory too. He took a step towards her, as if to see her more closely. Behind the pair, inside the drawing-room, were two elegantly dressed women. Good manners dictated that Elizabeth take the time to receive introductions and give thanks to her hostess, whichever woman that might be. Yet her underlying concern for a sister that she had not seen in 5 years commanded her immediate attention. But it was best that Jane rest. Regardless of her roiling emotions, Elizabeth looked back to her host. "Please, may I have an introduction to Miss Darcy?" Mr. Bingley stepped forward and offered introductions. "Please allow me to introduce you to one of my closest friends, Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy, and his sister, Miss Georgiana Darcy of Pemberley Estates in Derbyshire. Mr. Darcy and Miss Darcy, I would like you to meet Miss Bennet's sister, Miss Elizabeth Bennet, lately of London." Elizabeth offered a deeper curtsy to the young girl. "Miss Darcy, it is a great pleasure to meet you. Words cannot express my gratitude for your letter. My family in London and I are deeply concerned for my sister Jane. Can you tell me, please, how is she?" Miss Darcy stepped out from behind her brother as they crossed the hall and came closer. "I'm pleased to say that we agree with Mrs. Nicholls. There has been improvement since I wrote this morning. Your sister is not as warm as she had been last night, and she's been able to take small amounts of food and drink. Miss Bennet slept poorly last night, and cried for you often, as I mentioned in my letter. When she arrived at Netherfield Park yesterday for tea, she'd been caught in a downpour. She was soaked through, and exhibited symptoms of a chill almost immediately." Elizabeth felt immediate relief that the report was better than she had imagined. Jane had never had a strong constitution, and the potential for harm was great from even the slightest illness. Miss Darcy continued, "I take this opportunity to apologise for the impropriety in contacting you when we had not been introduced."
"Actually, Georgie, we've already met."
Darcy had walked closer as his friend made the introduction. Extending his hand, he lightly touched Elizabeth's gloved right hand, bowing low over it. He straightened and looked into her eyes. Yes, here was the young lady from the bookstore, with the chocolate-brown hair just peeking out from her bonnet, and the sparkling hazel eyes, rimmed with dark, thick lashes, that he had kept in the part of his mind reserved for the most pleasant of memories. She now had deep wisdom reflected in those eyes, and he pondered what her life had been the past 6 years. His own life had changed so greatly that he wondered if she possibly recognised him from their brief encounter at Hatchard's booksellers. Darcy was unaware that he still held her hand in his grasp until she started to pull away. He knew the accepted rules of society required that he let her go, but his heart indicated that he not. His heart rarely made demands on him. In fact, it was possible that this was the first time in years that his heart felt more than a flutter. It had been 5 years to the day, November the 11th, since he buried his father, and responsibility came crashing down on his shoulders. At that thought, he turned to his sister, and letting go of Miss Elizabeth's tiny hand, held out his hand to Georgiana.
"Miss Elizabeth Bennet is an old acquaintance, Georgie."
Elizabeth smiled slightly at his phrasing. She noted how tightly Miss Darcy had gripped his hand. Both ladies dropped a curtsy in greeting. "Miss Darcy, I look forward to furthering acquaintance with you as well as with my old friend Mr. Darcy." She saw Miss Darcy glance at her brother to see how he would respond. "Oh, Miss Elizabeth," Miss Darcy quickly replied, "I don't think my brother intended to imply you are old." Again she glanced at Darcy. "I'm certain he did not." Miss Bingley also had walked into the hallway and was paying unusually close attention to the conversation. Her discomfort with the interest shown by the Darcys was evident in her agitated state. In a loud whisper to her sister, she said, "Why he would choose to remember someone like her is truly beyond acceptable conduct. Why, she is nothing memorable at all." Both women failed to hide their giggles at this rude remark. "Please be at ease, Miss Darcy." Elizabeth, who could not help but hear the Bingley sisters' comments, and assumed that Miss Darcy had heard it as well, lightly touched Georgiana's arm to draw the girl's eyes back to her own. "I'm certain your brother meant nothing of the kind." Determined to put Miss Darcy's emotions to rest, she continued, "From our first contact with one another 6 years ago, your brother gave proof that he could accept a challenge and a tease. Do not distress yourself, please. We shall all be good friends, I believe. Now, if I could be introduced to the ladies that have just joined us." Mr. Bingley turned toward the others, who had wandered into the entryway, and introduced his next older sister, Miss Caroline Bingley, who was serving as his hostess for his stay in the country. Elizabeth curtsied. Miss Bingley was of average height, with a slim, elegant figure. Sharing her brother's pale complexion, her hair glistened in a deeper shade of auburn, and was fashioned in the latest style, well adorned with decorative feathers. Her dress was made of the finest orange silk, a colour that rather shocked the eye against the backdrop of her hair and skin. Miss Bingley's eyes were sharp, and her narrow nose was slightly elevated over firmly pursed lips. She looked decidedly unhappy about the newest arrival to the estate. Miss Bingley's pride of place and stature was evident as she tilted her head in mock acknowledgment. "Pleased, I am sure." Mr. Bingley then turned to the last occupant of the entry, and introduced his eldest sister, Mrs. Louisa Hurst. Mrs. Hurst was an older, slightly rounder version of the younger Miss Bingley. Like her sister, she barely lowered her head to indicate she had heard her brother's introduction. Elizabeth dropped an elegant curtsy, and quickly determined to discover the source of the lady's pride and haughtiness while she was in residence. Be that as it may, for now, she felt prudence dictated that she freshen herself before seeing to her sister. "Mr. Bingley, Mrs. Hurst, Miss Bingley, Mr. Darcy, Miss Darcy, I am pleased to make your acquaintance." Turning to Mr. Bingley, Elizabeth asked, "Now that the need to tend to my sister is not immediate, May I accept your offer of respite to care for my needs?"
"Oh, certainly, Miss Elizabeth."
He looked to his housekeeper.
"Mrs. Nichols, please show Miss Elizabeth to the guest room you've prepared."
To Elizabeth he bowed again.
"If you are in need of assistance in any way, for yourself or your sister, please do not hesitate to make your request known."
Again she caught the upset look on the face of Miss Bingley, as Mrs. Nichols moved to respond immediately. Not understanding why she fell under such censure, Elizabeth decided that any possible affront to her hostess was not the way to start a visit that may extend in length, depending on the progress of Jane's recovery. So she turned to Miss Bingley. "I again thank you for your kind hospitality. If I may be excused."
"You may, Miss Elizabeth."
Miss Bingley's reply was curt at best, and rudely given at the least.
"Your valise and case have already been taken to your room. Please follow me, miss."
After a quick curtsy to those in the hallway, Elizabeth followed Mrs. Nichols up the stairwell to the room next to Jane's. Just before Elizabeth entered the room, Mrs. Nichols turned to her, putting a hand to her arm to stop her.
"I feel I should give you a word of warning. I do know it is not proper for me to speak so of my betters, and especially the sister of the gentleman leasing this estate, but you need to watch yourself with Miss Bingley. She has set her eyes firmly on Mr. Darcy, and no matter your course of conduct, which I've always known to be impeccable, she will view you as competition. I doubt that she plays fair."
Elizabeth was quite surprised at the housekeeper's words. She had been pleased to see Mr. Darcy again, and gratified to meet his sister. She had thought Mr. Darcy a handsome man when they first met 6 years ago, and he had kept his form and fashion, and not let himself go with the despotic lifestyle that many from his age and station of life had done after leaving university. Overindulgence was almost expected amongst the rich and idle, that she observed on the streets and parks of London. Pondering briefly at her response to Mr. and Miss Darcy, a smirk drew one side of her mouth, and she raised one eyebrow. "Thank you, Mrs. Nichols. It is better to know there is a possibility of battle, so I can be fully armed. We shall see." She went into the bedchamber. The room was beautifully appointed, decorated in vibrant reds and golden yellows. There was a long, narrow bed with a nightstand, where a candle could be placed to read at night. A door to the right of the room led into a dressing room, where Elizabeth found a maid unpacking her clothes. The maid immediately curtsied.
"Pardon me, miss, I'm almost finished. Is there anything I can bring you? Perhaps some hot tea or something to eat, miss?"
A refreshing cup of tea sounded wonderful to Elizabeth. Before the girl could leave the room, Elizabeth asked for her name.
"Sarah, miss. I'll just be a moment."
The maid disappeared through the only other doorway in the room, which led to the servants' stairway to the kitchen. Her room did not connect with Jane's. After enjoying the repast, Elizabeth headed down the hallway to her sister's bedchamber. Turning the handle to the door, she opened it to a sight she had missed for so long. Seeing her sister resting in the large bed, Elizabeth's eyes filled with tears. "Oh, my sweet, sweet Jane, what are we to do?" Forgetting all else, Elizabeth hurried to the bedside and looked down at the pale face of the angel lying against the white bedclothes. So pallid, but yet still so beautiful. Elizabeth touched Jane's brow and felt the warmth of her skin. She grabbed the cloth resting in a bowl of water beside the bed, and after wringing it out, wiped down Jane's face. The tears continued to stream down Elizabeth's face as she touched her beloved sister. It had been so long since she had been this close to the best friend she ever had. "Oh, Jane," she sighed repeatedly. "Sweet, sweet Jane, how happy I am to be near you again," Elizabeth whispered. At the first touch of the cloth on her face, Jane started to wake. When she heard Elizabeth's whisper, she felt that she must be dreaming. Finally, Jane became fully aware, and was ecstatic at seeing her younger sister in the flesh. Elizabeth's heart squeezed with joy and delight as she begged her sister not to speak until she had some water. Elizabeth and the maid, Sarah, helped Jane to sit, while she sipped the cooling liquid. "You are more beautiful than when I left you, dear Jane. Please tell me how you fare." Jane continued to sip at the water, gazing at her sister with eyes brimming with love.
"Lizzie,"
she spoke softly,
"you came."
Once Sarah moved the water glass, Elizabeth gathered her older sister to her, and they both wept. Tears of joy, tears of sadness, tears for all the years that they had been apart. Elizabeth rocked her sister and held her like she would never let go. "Get some rest now, sweet sister. Get some rest." Elizabeth laid her back on her pillows and watched Jane's eyes close, the long, thick, dark lashes they shared like shadows on her pale face. "I love her with all my heart," she thought to herself. Elizabeth and Sarah tended her through the rest of the day and night. Several times they woke her sister to give her some of the powders she had brought in her apothecary case. The medicine, which seemed to help with fever and pain, had helped others in the past. Each time Jane complained of the taste, but drank it down. After Miss Elizabeth was escorted upstairs to her sister, Darcy headed to the rarely used library to reflect on this chance meeting. He sat in one of the chairs, close to the roaring fireplace. Picking up a book on a side table, he weighed it in his hands, not paying attention to the title or content. Bennet was not an uncommon name, and neither was the Christian name Elizabeth. It had been a pleasant surprise to find that it was the same person from the bookstore. Thinking over the time that had passed since he first spoke with her in Hatchard's, he wondered how her life had been impacted by the passage of years. In his mind, on occasion, when he had thought of her as he picked up a book on geography or travel, she had remained unchanged, still the young girl from the bookstore. How pleased he was to officially be introduced to her as a young woman. He had wondered, when his sister had inquired as to the correctness of writing to Miss Jane Bennet's sister, if it was the same young woman. At the few social gatherings that he had attended in Meryton, he had been impressed with Miss Jane Bennet, who was tall, slim, fair-haired, blue-eyed, and elegantly calm. However, her quiet nature was so similar to Darcy's, and her place in society so far removed from theirs, that he quickly passed up the opportunity to know her better. Bingley did not have that concern, and after being acquainted with her for a mere 2 hours, proclaimed her his angel. The young girl, Miss Elizabeth Bennet from his memory, resembled her older sister not in the slightest. Darcy's time had been filled with adapting to his role as master of Pemberley and guardian to his young sister. Like his father before him, he had determined to fulfil his duties with diligence, dignity and pride, to be a successful and caring landowner. Under Darcy's guidance, the coffers of Pemberley had increased dramatically, and the reputation of the Darcy name had finally returned to the height it had been over the generations previous to his father. Unlike his father, he remained moral, constantly aware of how the smallest indiscretion could taint the family reputation. This self-restraint moved him to remove himself from certain associations, especially in the presence of vice, be it of a sexual nature, or gambling, or any other dissolute behaviours. His wealth and stature made him the target of women of all ages, single or married. Their grasping, clinging stratagems were an affront to his normally shy nature. He knew, for example, that Caroline Bingley would never have looked at him twice if he did not own one of the largest estates in all of England, other smaller properties, a house in town, and fine carriages and horseflesh. Over the years that he had known her, she had made clear her desire to be the next mistress of Pemberley. That would not happen. Darcy, in his heart, longed for a companion, one who understood the pressures he was under, one who could be a sister and companion to Georgiana, and one who would bring back the joy and laughter that had been missing from his life since his mother died. He was lonely. He thought of the twinkle in Miss Elizabeth's eyes when she teased him in the entryway, and how she endeavoured to immediately put Georgiana at ease. Her politeness and dignity in the face of Miss Bingley's intolerance indicated that her manners were far superior to those of her hostess. Darcy was pleased at the thought that he would finally get to know Miss Elizabeth Bennet. While he clearly understood what was proper, and that convention would not allow opportunity for private conversation with a single woman, he vowed to take every opportunity to learn all he could about her and her circumstances. He could not help the smile that grew as he meditated on her fine eyes, her intelligence, and her wit. The next morning found Jane weak, but much improved. Sarah helped her to bathe, while Elizabeth went to her own room to bathe and change. She rejoined Jane and helped feed her small amounts of broth and a dry piece of toast. The two sisters gazed upon one another and smiled. "Rest now, Jane, and I will go downstairs to let poor Mr. Bingley know that you are recovering. He has sent message after message throughout the night. I do believe the man is in love with you, Jane." Elizabeth smiled at the pleasant thought of having Mr. Bingley for a brother-in-law. "Elizabeth, I missed you," said Jane. "I missed you too, dear sister, and I noticed how your sentiment changed the subject. I will desist for the moment, but be prepared to tell me about your Mr. Bingley when I return." Elizabeth smoothed the covers over her sister and left the room with a smile. Chapter 3. Netherfield Park, Hertfordshire. Downstairs, the table at the breakfast room had an available seat between Miss Darcy and Mr. Hurst. It was Elizabeth's first opportunity to meet the gentleman married to Mrs. Hurst. He was so intent on breaking his fast that he did not look up from his plate when she sat down at his side. Mr. Darcy and Mr. Bingley both stood at her entrance. Elizabeth hoped the Darcys and Mr. Bingley would participate in conversation, as Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst had not acknowledged her presence at the table. "Miss Elizabeth, how is your sister this morning?" Mr. Bingley was all concern. He leaned forward in her direction, as if he was afraid to miss a word. Elizabeth's esteem rose for this gentleman. "I'm pleased to say that she is much improved. Her fever is gone, and she's resting easily." The comments from Mr. Bingley's sisters were perfunctory at best. Mr. and Miss Darcy both expressed their sincere pleasure at the news. Mr. Bingley appeared to bounce in his seat at the good news from upstairs. "It may be a day or so before she's well enough to return to Longbourn. I do hope you do not mind if we trespass on your hospitality a bit longer."
"Oh, not at all," Mr. Bingley immediately supplied. "She's welcome to stay and be ill as long as she would like."
Elizabeth lowered her eyes to her lap to hide the small grin at Mr. Bingley's proclamation. He truly does love her, she thought. She looked over to see the same small smile on Miss Darcy's face. Ah, she is another kindred soul. After the meal ended, Elizabeth excused herself to go upstairs to check on her sister. Elizabeth released Sarah from her vigil, so she and Jane could visit in private. There was much to be said, explained, and understood. Jane, too, was anxious to know about Elizabeth. "Lizzie," Jane hesitantly started the conversation. "Why were you gone so long?" Elizabeth looked at her, puzzled. "I don't understand what you're asking, Jane. You know why. You were there and heard Father. Did you think I would be welcome at Longbourn?" Jane looked down at her hands, twisting on her lap. I thought that you would have apologised to Papa long ago, and we could have been together all these years. I guess that I do not understand why you never did." Jane would not look up, so she failed to see the incredulous look on her sister's face. "Jane? Me apologise?" It was almost hard for Elizabeth to take a breath. She was so stunned by this unexpected turn. "Whatever did I have to apologise for, Jane?" She did not mean for her voice to sound so severe, but it was hard to grasp this thinking. She looked again at her sister and wondered if she really knew her any more. "Lizzie, you do not know what it was like after you left." Jane paused to gather her thoughts. Finally, she looked up at her sister. "Longbourn was so empty and quiet. Mamma stayed in bed for many months after you left, and Papa buried himself in his library. Hill and Mrs. Hill cared for the house and tenants as best they could, without proper direction. It has been a very trying time." She paused again, while Elizabeth waited in stunned silence. "Charlotte whispered to me that you've been travelling the world, one exciting adventure after another. I do love you, and am happy to see you, but your life seemed to have been all about what brought you pleasure. Did you just decide to forget about us when you left? We needed you at home, Lizzie." Elizabeth was exceedingly surprised at the force of Jane's last statement. Before she replied, she gave serious thought to not only the things Jane had said, but also the way they were said. Twice she said, "after you left," as if the leaving had been voluntary on her part. It certainly had not been her choice. She grieved the loss of her siblings deeply, and berated herself for a long time that she had not known more about how to treat smallpox. The things she had learned, especially while in India, indicated that there truly was not more that could have been done. She had tried. She had tried her best, and done all she could to help them. She and Mrs. Hill struggled through those 14 days of agony, only to have the ending so bleak. Apologise? Apologise to her father for what? For not insisting that they be vaccinated. She had insisted, and he had chosen not to listen. For not nursing them to her fullest. She had given all there was to give of herself. Why? Why would Jane think the error was hers? Shaking her head back and forth, she struggled to understand. Jane. Elizabeth pinned her sister with a look. Please, remember that it was not my choice to leave Longbourn. I was disowned and cast off by a father who claimed that he loved me. I have nothing to apologise for. If you concluded from hearing of my travels from Charlotte that my life was filled with gaiety and joy, you would be most incorrect. I used those travels as opportunity to study treatments and to learn better methods of care for those who are ill. I learned to mix the formula for the tonic that reduces fever and possible infection, and other formulas for the reduction of pain. Yes, I did visit many places, and saw many things that I had only ever read about, but I also cared for my cousins, and kept myself under good regulation at all times, so that I brought no reason for aunt and uncle to cast me off as well. She walked closer to the bed. Jane, my life has been filled with uncertainty for the past 5 years. I suffer constantly the loss of Mary, Kitty, Lydia, and young Tom. It was 5 years ago yesterday, November the 11th, that I received a blow from which I will never recover. How can you suggest that I owe an apology? Elizabeth turned and paced back and forth, from the door to the bed. She had never spoken so harshly to her eldest sister. She was appalled at herself for doing so, and appalled at Jane for needing to be spoken to that way. Turning back to the bed, she was surprised to see that her tender Jane had no tears. Jane, the only words I have received from father since I left was a summons that was delivered only yesterday. There was no softening on his part, only a demand that I return to marry his cousin, a Mr. Collins, so that I again can make life easier for him. He said that I owe it to him to marry. Why? Why, Jane? Why would he want me to marry this man? Why not you? Why would he think that I would owe him? Do you know? Jane did not speak right away. This was a different Elizabeth from the one she knew. The Elizabeth of old would have happily followed her father into fire if needed. She had been the one to care for the day-to-day decisions of the household, and to see to the needs of the tenants. Even at only 5 and 10 years, Elizabeth accepted that no task was too unimportant for the well-being of the family and Longbourn. She had loved Longbourn so much that she would have done anything for its maintenance and growth. Lizzie, you were tired from your journey yesterday. I am sure that when you meet Mr. Collins, and think upon the fact that one day you will be the mistress of Longbourn, that you will find great joy in the arrangement. It is what father trained you to be, which is why he never educated me for that purpose. You love Longbourn. It is your home, your place. With you there, our situation can return to what it was. Elizabeth stared at her in wonder. Does she truly believe that? Shaking her head, she turned and walked to the window. A heavy fog sat over the grounds, and there was little to delight or distract her in the view. She had never realised, until this very moment, how alike Jane and her father were. Both just wanted peace, and neither wanted responsibility. The thought made her feel beyond her years, as if a giant millstone settled on her slight shoulders. Jane. She turned back to her sister. Rest now, and we will speak of this no more. The relief Jane felt was evident in her expression. After thanking Elizabeth, she closed her eyes and soon slept. When Elizabeth heard her steady breathing, she crept out of the room, longing to be left alone, to meditate on the things she had learned. It was not to be. It was almost as if Miss Bingley had been hovering at the door, eavesdropping. She straightened as Elizabeth exited. What she hoped to gain by her efforts to listen in on a private conversation was a perplexity to Elizabeth. "Excuse me, may I be of some assistance to you, Miss Bingley?" The question went unanswered as Miss Bingley spun on her heels and headed down the hall to the main floor below. How curious, Elizabeth thought, heading to her room. It wasn't until later, after checking on her sister, when Elizabeth entered the drawing-room before dinner, that she discerned Miss Bingley's motives. Mrs. Nicholls had been correct. Miss Bingley had her arm through Mr. Darcy's, and was holding on as if an unseen force threatened to pull her away. When Mr. Darcy noticed Elizabeth's entrance, he carefully extracted Miss Bingley's hand from his arm and walked to greet Elizabeth. It was then that the truth was known. Miss Bingley glared daggers at Elizabeth. Hatred poured off of her in waves. Mr. Darcy was unaware of the animosity as he greeted Elizabeth with a bow. "Miss Elizabeth, how pleased we are to see you this evening. I hope your sister is improving in health." Elizabeth looked up at him with a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Darcy. She is much improved. The rest has benefited her greatly." Before they could walk across the room to stand with Miss Darcy, Mr. Bingley inquired if Miss Bennet was truly improved. His concern was genuine and warmed Elizabeth's heart. Nonetheless, the thought briefly occurred to her that Jane's affections may not be as engaged as Mr. Bingley's. Again, she wondered why Jane was not betrothed to the unknown Mr. Collins. Possibly it was that her mother's purpose was to have Jane attached to Mr. Bingley, with his large home and fortune. Her sending Jane to Netherfield Park on horseback in the rain appeared to support this conclusion. Emotions were swirling like whirlwinds at Netherfield Park, and Elizabeth was weary. Of one thing Elizabeth was certain. If she had noticed the change the last 5 years had brought in Jane, and Jane herself noticed the change in Elizabeth, she also noticed the change in Mr. Darcy. Gone was the carefree young man she conversed with in London all those years ago. He, too, seemed to be bearing a weighty burden on his shoulders. His sister, probably no more than 5 and 10 years of age, also appeared to have a great reticence about her. She looked like she needed a friend, and Elizabeth determined to be that very person. Just as they reached Miss Darcy, Mr. Burton, the elderly butler, stepped into the drawing-room and announced to Miss Bingley that dinner was served. Before Miss Bingley reached Darcy's side, the gentleman offered an arm to Elizabeth and to his sister. Mr. Bingley escorted his sister, and Mr. Hurst, who had been dozing on a settee in front of the fireplace, escorted his wife. In the dining-room, Mr. Darcy seated his sister on his right, and Elizabeth to his left. This guaranteed pleasant dinner conversation. He was looking forward to improving his acquaintance with Miss Elizabeth. The discussion between the three, Elizabeth and the Darcy siblings, centred on the places Elizabeth visited in her travels, and the books the three of them had read and were currently reading. Elizabeth mentioned to Mr. Darcy that she had brought with her to Netherfield Park the volumes she had purchased at Hatchard's all those years ago. She hoped to read them to Jane as she continued to improve in health. It was a pleasant few hours of light-hearted discussion. After dinner concluded, Elizabeth returned upstairs to see to the progress of her sister. Miss Darcy accompanied Elizabeth, both to provide company and to avoid the fawning from Miss Bingley. Elizabeth had asked if she wanted to extend her greetings to Jane, and Miss Darcy was pleased to do so. Yet when Elizabeth opened the door, they found Jane sleeping soundly. Miss Darcy then invited Elizabeth to her private sitting-room to get to know each other better, and Elizabeth was pleased to accept. It wasn't long after they settled on 2 overstuffed chairs that were moved close together in front of the fireplace that Miss Darcy asked Elizabeth to use Christian names. Groundwork was being laid for a solid friendship. Then, strangely enough, there was silence, as if Georgiana did not know where to start the conversation. Elizabeth could sense that something troubled her new friend, so she offered, "Georgiana, you appear to be unsettled. Might it be that it could be a relief to share with a friend your concerns? Please believe me that you may tell me anything with impunity. I'm here to listen to whatever you feel the need to express." At first, she thought that Georgiana would hold on to her troubles, but then she started to talk. "In July of this year, my brother removed me from school and set up house for me along with my new companion, Mrs. Young, at the seashore. It was the first time I had been on my own, and William trusted I would be able to enjoy my time by the sea,
I had been ill, and the family surgeon believed that the salty air would be of benefit to my lungs.
She paused in her narration, looking at her tightly gripped hands in her lap.
It wasn't long before we were joined in Ramsgate by my oldest brother, Mr. George Wickham.
Georgiana's face became red, her breathing became shallow, and she looked like she was going to cry.
George was my father's favourite. When I was much younger, he would spend time playing with me, and was so much fun.
She paused at the pleasant memories. A small smile played at her lips. Elizabeth waited patiently.
I guess I should go back to the beginning, Georgiana continued. Before my father and mother married, my father lived the life of most gentlemen of the temps. He fell in love with a woman who was unsuitable as the mistress of Pemberley. They had a child together, and the woman died in childbirth. Grandfather Darcy was angry with my father for his indiscretion. The child was taken to our steward, Mr. Wickham, whose wife had been unable to have a child. They were so happy to have George to care for, and my father was very pleased to have him close. About that time, my other grandfather, the Earl of Smithton, arranged a marriage between my parents. In the marriage settlement, it was agreed that the firstborn son from that marriage would be the heir of Pemberley and all other Darcy estates and assets. The Darcys needed my mother's dowry, and wanted the position of having the daughter of an earl in the family, so readily agreed to that arrangement. For many years, George remained apart from Pemberley. Oh, I understand that my father was delighted with his firstborn, and spent much time with the Wickhams and with George. When my mother died at my birth, that situation changed. George was then 4 and 10, and William was 2 years younger. I grew up with the attention of both brothers, as by then George was firmly established at Pemberley. They both attended school together, and both would spoil me when they came home during holidays. I dearly loved both of my brothers. For all that, the older they got, the more I began to notice tension between them. Or maybe, she pondered, the older I got, I was able to notice the difficulties between them. George was cruel to William, but only when my father was not aware. I never was witness to William retaliating.
Again, she hesitated, as if not knowing where to go at this point.
William has always been studious, responsible and kind. George liked to go from one adventure to another. One time I was going to my father's study to talk to him, when I overheard George asking for money to cover some gambling debts. My father gave him the money willingly. I do know that I should not have listened, but the conversation was complete before I could retreat from the room. William would never gamble. Then, when I was 9 years old, my maid, who was a pretty girl, was sent away because there was some trouble with George. I did not know the reason until much, much later.
She was crying now.
Mrs. Reynolds, our housekeeper, told the mother of my maid that George had forced her.
Elizabeth handed her her handkerchief, which she twisted and twisted in agitation.
Elizabeth, I know that it was improper for me to listen to the conversation between my father and George, and between Mrs. Reynolds and my maid's mother. However, I lately deeply appreciated this information. From that time on, William took care to keep me away from George. I did not understand because I was so young, and I was angry with William for a long period of time. When I was 10 years of age, my father died unexpectedly. In fact, it was 5 years yesterday since it happened.
Elizabeth was stunned. 5 years on November the 11th was the same date of the death of her dearest siblings. Certainly a day of great loss for both families. Georgiana's words cut into her thoughts.
After Ramsgate, I clearly saw the bad in my older brother.
Now the tears streamed down her cheeks into her lap.
Apparently George owed a large amount of money to some unsavoury men. My older brother knew that my father had settled a large dowry of £30,000 upon me when I marry. George arranged, with help from my companion Mrs. Young, for me to be in a compromising situation with the evil man he owed. The plan was that we would be forced to marry, and William would have to sign over my dowry as a settlement of that debt. They also planned that, in marriage, they would be able to access additional funds from William for my continued care.
Georgiana stopped speaking and looked Elizabeth directly in the eye.
William came to Ramsgate unexpectedly and was able to discern the plot, and stop the events from happening. There was a terrible argument, whereupon Mrs. Young left my employment, and George was chased away by William. What has happened to either of them I am unaware. I've not seen George since Ramsgate." "Oh, Georgiana, dear." Elizabeth reached over and held her hand. "I'm so very sorry that this happened to you. You were so young, and knew not to doubt your older brother's sincerity. Surely you can see that you have no blame." "That's what William has said. But I see the burden he carries, and I feel I've only added to it unnecessarily. If only I had been wiser." She looked up at Elizabeth, pleading in her eyes. "Georgiana, I do not understand why you would feel that way. Do you think that Mr. Darcy expected, or even wanted you to know those things about your brother?" "He did not." "Then I do not understand why you would regret your actions or opinions towards him. Would not it have disappointed Mr. Darcy more, had you in fact been aware of the wicked intentions planned for you?" In a small voice, Georgiana whispered, "Yes, I just do not want to disappoint William." "Has he told you that he's disappointed in you?" "Not at all," she quickly replied. "You silly girl." Elizabeth tapped the back of her hand to get her to raise her eyes to her. "Is not this the very means of getting wisdom? It has been said that experience is the best teacher. Have you considered what you have learned from this experience? You have certainly learned who you can and cannot trust. You've also learned the sad fact that there is true evil in the world, and that not everyone, including family members, has your best interests in their hearts. This means you are learning to be discerning and wise. Is not this a good thing to learn at so young an age?" "I guess so, Elizabeth." Georgiana hesitated. "I've never spoken of this before. I am so happy to know you, and to be your friend, Elizabeth." "And I am happy too." Elizabeth decided to lighten the mood. "Now, please, tell me something about yourself. How do you spend your leisure time? What activities do you personally enjoy?" The conversation went on for many hours, and, at Elizabeth excusing herself to check on her sister, the two arranged to meet in the early morning for a walk about the grounds. It had been a good night. Elizabeth was delighted and relieved to see Jane's improvement. Her sister desired to return to Longbourn the next day. Elizabeth felt that Jane would benefit from resting a few more days at Netherfield Park, but her sister was insistent. The next morning, after a long walk and talk with Georgiana, Jane again told Elizabeth that she would like to return to Longbourn. At breakfast, Mr. Bingley made every effort to reason with Jane and Elizabeth that they needed to stay longer.
Being outside, exposed to the air, may be dangerous to her lungs. The jostling of the carriage over the rough lane might be dangerous to her lungs. The lack of bright, warm sunshine might be dangerous to her lungs. It was a valiant effort, but Jane was determined to see her parents. Elizabeth observed with puzzlement Jane's reaction to Mr. Bingley. It seemed that the pull of her parents far outweighed the pull of a possible suitor. Bags were packed, and the carriage was called for. In the entry hallway, the Bingleys and Darcys gathered to extend their farewells. Miss Bingley and the Hursts barely acknowledged the two sisters. While Mr. Bingley issued his sincere regrets to Jane, the Darcys took Elizabeth aside and asked if they could call on her on the morrow to see if Miss Bennet was still improving, and to further their acquaintance. "Georgiana," Elizabeth said, "I have a journal that you may be interested in reading. Actually, your brother helped me find it in the bookstore 6 years ago. In fact, when I looked at the volumes after we visited last night, I was surprised to find that the very date we had been discussing in your room happens to be the same date I met your brother. I had noted it in the front plate of the book at the time of purchase. So you see, November the 11th is not such a bad day after all, since it is also the day we met. Do you not agree?" "Oh, yes, Elizabeth." They hugged tightly and confirmed that they both looked forward to seeing each other the next day. "Until tomorrow, Miss Elizabeth."
Darcy bowed, while Elizabeth curtsied, and the sisters left on the 3-mile journey from Netherfield Park to Longbourn. Their travel passed in silence, Jane contemplating the upcoming confrontation, hoping that all would be well, and the passage of time would bring peace to her family. Elizabeth dreading what was to come. When they came into view of Longbourn, Elizabeth was appalled at the outward condition of the home and grounds. Neglect was apparent, and the sight brought no comfort to her, only agony. As the carriage came to a halt, she looked at the front entry, to see only Hill and her father standing by the door. Hill had a smile of welcome on his wrinkled face. Her father was angry and impatient. This would not be a good meeting, and Elizabeth braced herself for what was to come. Chapter 4. Netherfield Park, Hertfordshire. After the carriage left for Longbourn, Darcy asked Georgiana to accompany him to Bingley's study for a private conversation. Miss Bingley had started abusing both Bennet's sisters the moment they had crossed the threshold to return home, and Darcy wanted his sister removed from that vicious attitude. He examined Georgiana as she walked down the hall and into the room to stand before the window. The view out the window was unspectacular, but allowed for a partial glimpse of the roadway leading away from Netherfield Park. It seemed she was watching the carriage as it moved toward Longbourn.
"You are troubled, Georgie?"
Georgiana turned toward him as he walked up beside her, to get a last glimpse of his own. As Darcy watched the carriage, she noted that William looked troubled as well.
"Did you not want her to go?"
It had surprised her to see William so joyous at seeing Elizabeth. It was not his nature to smile easily, yet that was what she had seen several times over the past 2 days, and she clearly understood those smiles were not for Miss Bingley.
"I did not want Miss Elizabeth to go, Georgiana."
He smiled down at her.
"I think that she would be a wonderful friend to you, and for the amount of time you've spent in each other's company, I think you feel the same. Tell me, please, what were your impressions of her?"
It had puzzled Darcy that he was so instantly comfortable with Elizabeth. He recognised that she made the effort to draw others out, and to include them in pleasant conversation, both things that he realised were sources of constant struggle for him. As Bingley had mentioned only 2 days before, he was often perceived as stern and taciturn, which left the impression of pride and arrogance. Darcy had much to be proud of. He had one of the largest estates in all of England, and he managed it well. Pemberley had prospered during the 5 years that he had been master. A Cambridge education, supplemented by extensive reading, a tight circle of close friends, and the respect and admiration of his acquaintances for outstanding integrity in business and moral issues elevated Darcy above many, if not most, of his peers. He knew that Georgiana suffered from the same shyness that afflicted him. If she could feel comfortable in Elizabeth's presence as well, he could only encourage the friendship to grow by continuing association. "Oh, William, I could not help but be impressed with her wisdom and her kindness. I told her everything. I'm afraid that I poured out my heart to her. She treated it with the tenderness of one whom I had known for many years, instead of a new acquaintance. Elizabeth helped me to see how I may learn from my experiences with George, and how it could benefit me in the future. She never condemned me, not even remotely. I only wish that I could provide her the same relief, as this day must prove to be her most difficult."
"Whatever do you mean, sister?"
"William, Elizabeth is now proceeding to a meeting with a father she has not seen in 5 years. This morning, as we walked, she briefly told me that on the same day we lost our own good father, she lost her dear little brother to the plague. Her 3 younger sisters died from that same illness as well. Even though she was but 5 and 10 years of age, with no real training in medicine, her father placed the blame on her for their death, and immediately banished her from her home. Due to the kindness of one of the servants, she was able to make her way to her relatives in London. Her uncle is in trade. He has an import-export business that required him and his family to travel the globe. They took Elizabeth with them, and she used this opportunity to study and learn all she was able in the arts of healing and caring for those who were ill. It then did not surprise me how quickly she was able to reduce Miss Bennet's fever and help her on the road to recovery. William," Georgiana's eyes pleaded with her brother, "Elizabeth assisted me greatly, so much so that I was able to sleep through the night last night, at peace for the first time since Ramsgate. I long to assist her, and would ask that if something comes to mind, that you would share it with me. I believe now that she is the one who needs a friend."
Darcy was touched by his sister's depth of feeling. With their position in society, it was often the case that people sought their friendship for what they might receive from a closer relationship. The Bingley sisters were of that sort. So was his half-brother George. He thought of his first meeting with Miss Elizabeth, and a mental picture of a happy young girl with smiling eyes immediately entered his mind. That something so dire could happen to someone so innocent was unconscionable. The thought had crossed his mind 6 years ago, that the young miss would possibly make a fine friend to his little sister. How correct his instincts had been. Now he pondered the changes that one poor decision could make on the lives of others. They had that in common, they did. One poor decision on the part of her father sentenced her to remain away from an apparently beloved sister and her home. One poor decision on the part of his own father had burdened him with a despot for a brother, who cared not for his father's estate, only the wealth and prestige it provided.
Georgie,
he came to a decision.
Though disguise of any sort is abhorrent to me, I believe that we're obligated to pay a call on the Miss Bennets during visiting hours today, to inquire as to the process Miss Elizabeth used in caring for her sister. We cannot possibly know when we might have need of such vital information. Do you not agree?
Yes, William. A bright smile lit Georgiana's face. It is vital indeed.
Let us inform Bingley. It would not surprise me at all if he would desire to accompany us to Longbourn.
The two left the study to prepare for making a call that very afternoon. Mr. Bingley had felt pain in his heart as he watched the carriage containing Miss Jane Bennet and her sister leaving Netherfield Park. It had disturbed him that Jane had not wanted to extend her stay in his household. He considered it a fine testimony, however, that she was so concerned about the health and welfare of her parents. Darcy teased, on those rare occasions when Darcy's humour surfaced, that Charles Bingley falls in and out of love as often as he walks in and out of a room. While there was a certain element of truth contained in that tease, Bingley had never experienced the deep stirrings that he felt when he was in Miss Bennet's company. Bingley had been reared by ambitious parents who wanted their children to rise above their roots in trade. School had been a torment to him, as those of elevated rank reminded him daily where his roots should stay firmly planted. It wasn't until Darcy stepped in and defended him from titled bullies that he found his way clear to stand up for himself. Darcy was several years older, several inches taller, had the strength in his arms and legs of one who worked the land along with his tenants, and brooked no arguments with young hooligans, no matter their parentage. The Bennets were landed gentry, which would be a step up for Charles Bingley. He could not imagine a more fitting partner for his future than Miss Jane Bennet. Therefore he was quick to agree to a visit to Longbourn, running upstairs to ready himself. Longbourn, Hertfordshire. After a brief glance at her father, Elizabeth chose to focus on Hill. This man had saved her from certain harm. His care for her throughout her early years, and gift of coin when she left, had guaranteed her safety on her journey to London. Her small smile was for him only. Mr. Hill had loved Elizabeth as if she were his own. It was to him and his wife that Miss Lizzie would come when her scrapes needed cleaning and bandaging, when her tears needed wiping from her rosy cheeks, and when she needed a sympathetic ear. From an early age, Elizabeth had marched to a much different tune than her sisters. Mrs. Bennet favoured the eldest daughter, Jane, because of her gentle beauty, showering her with constant praise. She also favoured her youngest two daughters, Kitty and Lydia, because they so closely replicated her own self-indulgent personality. Elizabeth was scorned by her mother, while the middle sister, Mary, was ignored. When the heir came along, Mrs. Bennet diverted her attention fully to young Thomas. This caused uproar in the household, as Kitty and Lydia vied for the renewed attention of their parents, which they never received. Jane, in an effort to keep peace at Longbourn, pampered her two youngest sisters, which was only a temporary respite from the tumult. Mary withdrew more and more into her books and her musings. Elizabeth, who young Thomas favoured the most, was constantly criticised by her mother for involving her little brother in adventures that his mother felt were unacceptable to a young gentleman. Mr. and Mrs. Hill understood Elizabeth's love of the countryside, and knew it to be a refuge for the young miss, keeping her away from the constant fault-finding of her mother. The affection that the Hills felt for Miss Lizzie was lovingly returned. As she and Jane walked up to the doorway, she looked her father directly in the eye, and determined that she would not submissively look away first. She was not 5 and 10 years of age any more. She had done things and seen places that he had only read about. She was not returning to her home riddled with guilt over wrongdoing. It had been his error, and his alone.
"Come to my study, now,"
her father demanded. She raised one brow. He had not even the courtesy to call her by name or extend a polite welcome. This did not bode well for any future encounters, and certainly not the one that would immediately take place. Hill moved to the carriage to remove their luggage, and Jane went into the house. Elizabeth could hear her mother's shrill voice, asking Jane if she had yet secured the affections and attentions of Mr. Bingley. Elizabeth continued to focus her gaze on her father. Finally, after what seemed like many minutes had passed, her father turned into the house and walked directly to his study. Elizabeth sighed heavily and followed. It was a small victory for her that her father at least stood and held the door open for her, until he slammed it behind her and commanded her to sit like he did when irritated at the family dog.
"I requested your immediate attendance in my express. Were you not capable of understanding such a simple message?"
Sarcasm oozed out of every word. Elizabeth chose to stand. She would not give ground.
"You were only at Longbourn because your mother has determined that Jane can do better than my heir."
The disdain in his voice when he said heir was obvious.
"If I had another daughter, I certainly would have never had you return. But I do not have another daughter, do I, Lizzie?"
Hatred emanated off him in waves that washed over Elizabeth with force. It was unimaginable that he, who had claimed to love her especially, could hold on to such anger for so long. Before that thought had settled in her mind, there was a firm knock at the door. Without waiting for a reply, the door was opened, and her mother, accompanied by a short, rotund gentleman, entered. Oblivious to the tension that surrounded her husband and least favourite daughter, Mrs. Bennet grabbed the man by the arm and pulled him toward Elizabeth.
"Lizzie, you must meet your betrothed, Mr. Collins. It is all settled, and I finished the plans for a simple wedding, one fitting the position of wife to a clergyman."
She reached around and pulled Mr. Collins closer, prompting him to get on with it. Mr. Collins was sweating profusely, which added to his already rather fragrant aura. Did the man never bathe? Elizabeth wondered. She watched as he rubbed his hands down the side of his jacket and used the back of his forearm to wipe his brow. He opened his mouth several times, as if to speak, but only sounds similar to a croaking toad were heard. Not one to allow nerves in others to ruin an occasion, her mother finally blurted out,
"Lizzie, Mr. Collins has told me that you are the companion of his future life. Is that not sweet?"
Sweet was not the word that came to Elizabeth's mind.
"You will be a good wife to this gentleman, and you will resume the care and attention you always gave to Longbourn. Is that clear?"
Mr. Collins must have agreed with Mrs. Bennet, because he, though still not having uttered one word, smiled with great affection at the older woman. He reached out his hand like he was going to grasp Elizabeth's in his own, and she reacted by drawing her hands behind her. She did not want the toad to touch any part of her. Elizabeth felt that since her mother had made the offer, it would be to her mother that she would respond. "Mamma, you are much mistaken if you think that I would accept a man whom I do not know. Nor am I desirous at this time to be married at all." Now she looked at Mr. Collins, still apparently delighted in the company of Mrs. Bennet. "Please do not take my refusal as a personal affront. I do not know you." Mr. Collins started to reply, when Elizabeth turned back to her father. Her anger simmered over, and 5 long years of neglect and abuse bubbled forth. "How dare you?" Elizabeth strode to his desk and leaned across with her finger pointed, her chin lifted and her eyes on fire. "How dare you attempt to arrange my life when you threw it away all those years ago? No contact, not one word in 5 years, and now you think that I would possibly do your bidding without question."
She backed away from his desk. "Sir, you no longer have authority over my life. You gave away that right with your letter. You do not know me any longer, and I realised quite clearly all those years ago that I do not know you." Turning, she walked to the door, opening it, and pausing to look back from the threshold, and said, "I shall see to Jane's comfort, and then I shall not darken your doorstep any longer. I am not wanted here." Elizabeth slammed the door on the way out. The release of her pent-up emotions was freeing. She heard her father yell, "We shall see about that." Climbing the stairs to Jane's room, she wondered at Jane's comments about Mr. Collins. How she could feel that he would be a good match for her was a mystery. Good heavens! She tapped on Jane's door and met with silence. She tried the knob and found it locked from the inside. Elizabeth sighed, dropping her head. Bringing her hand up to rub the tension from the back of her neck, she pondered her next move. It was apparent that Jane must have heard at least part of the argument, and decided to distance herself from Elizabeth. She had thought that her older sister had gone immediately upstairs after entering Longbourn. Moving down the hall, she went to her old room. Standing before the door, she took in several deep breaths before turning the knob. It turned easily. Stepping inside, Elizabeth was shocked to her bones. Standing in the middle of the floor were her valise and apothecary case. Gone was her old bed, the pictures on the wall, her bureau, and the many treasures she had collected from her youth. Gone was any evidence that it had ever been her room. With the exception of her valise and case, it was completely and totally empty, as if she had never existed. Taking her valise in one hand and her apothecary case in the other, she gently closed the door, walked down the stairs, and out the front door. Chapter 5. Meryton, Hertfordshire. The mile-long walk into Meryton allowed Elizabeth's temper to cool. It was a bit chilly, and dampness filled the air. Why Mrs. Bennet insisted on Jane riding horseback to Netherfield Park, for Elizabeth was certain it had been at Mrs. Bennet's manipulation, was not a mystery to one who had long been concerned with marrying her daughters to anyone deemed acceptable by that woman. It was apparent that she had set her sights on Mr. Bingley as Jane's intended. It would truly be a good match. Notwithstanding, Mr. Collins was another matter entirely. His only recommendation was that he was heir to Longbourn. Elizabeth vowed to herself to look forward from that moment on, and not dwell on what might have been. All hopes of re-establishing a relationship with her immediate family were gone. However, it was not in her nature to be angry for long. A pleasant greeting took her out of her dull mood. Looking up, she spotted her good friend Charlotte Lucas and her maid walking towards her. Charlotte, at 27 years, was the eldest child of Sir William Lucas and Lady Lucas of Lucas Lodge. Though considered plain in appearance by Mrs. Bennet, she was a delightfully pleasant woman who was loyal in her friendship and gifted at putting others at ease. Greeting her friend with a wide smile and outstretched hands, they embraced, holding tightly to each other. "Charlotte Lucas," Elizabeth hugged her again. "I could not have come upon another person in the world whom I wanted to see more than you today. How are you and your family?" Charlotte well knew the challenges that Elizabeth would face coming back to Longbourn. Elizabeth's parents seemed blind to the disrepair to their home and family name that now existed in the neighbourhood because of neglect and unconcern. They also seemed unaware of the desperation they displayed at securing their home for the future. Charlotte's brother Robert always held Elizabeth in affection, having been constant playmates as children. Yet he balked at coming to see her when he considered that Mrs. Bennet might take extreme measures to secure a son. "We are well, Lizzie." Charlotte noted her friend's luggage and realised that the meeting had gone as she expected. "May I walk with you into Meryton? I'm going to see the seamstress for a fitting of a new gown." "I would be well pleased in your doing so, Charlotte." She sighed heavily. "You have a quick, intelligent mind, so must have already concluded that I am in need of transport back to Uncle Gardner's house in London. I shall not be marrying my father's cousin, Mr. Collins." Turning to chuckle with Charlotte,
Now, there is a single man in want of a wife. I do not know what his circumstances are. However, should you still have your unromantic inclinations toward finding a husband and having your own home, please feel free, dear Charlotte. I have no claim on him, and he certainly has no claim on me." It was said in jest, yet in spite of that, Charlotte longed to be established in her own home. As Elizabeth said, it truly mattered not how or whom it was that brought those circumstances about. Charlotte had never been a romantic. Instead, was pragmatic with her circumstances. She certainly could do worse than Mr. Collins. Charlotte stopped and turned to her good friend. "If you truly do not mind, dear friend, I shall call on Longbourn after I visit the dressmaker, to offer comfort to a disappointed suitor." "Not at all, Charlotte. I wish you joy and a long, happy life." Elizabeth recognised that Charlotte feared being a burden to her family, more than she feared an unequal marriage. She longed to spend more time with her friend, but needed to reach the coaching inn so she could catch the post-coach to town. It was, weather permitting, a 4-hour trip, and if delayed too long, she would arrive after dark had set in, when the potential for danger and injury were greater. They hugged tightly and promised to continue their correspondence. Upon releasing one another from the firm embrace, Charlotte turned to go to the dressmaker, while Elizabeth set her sights to walk the remaining short distance to Meryton.
"Pardon me, Miss Lucas, are you and your family well today?"
So distracted in their parting, they had failed to notice the arrival of one of the officers in the militia. Elizabeth and Charlotte turned to face a tall, handsome lieutenant. "My family is well, Lieutenant Wickham." Charlotte turned to address her recent acquaintance. "Lieutenant Wickham, may I present to you a close friend of mine, Miss Elizabeth Bennet. Lizzie, this is Lieutenant George Wickham, originally from Derbyshire, and now of the militia stationed here in Meryton." Elizabeth was stunned. This had to be Georgiana's older brother. He resembled Mr. Darcy, only in his stature and hair colour. Lieutenant Wickham's hair was straight, where Mr. Darcy's was wavy. Lieutenant Wickham's eyes were blue, crystal-clear eyes, which were piercingly cold, as if seeking to expose any weakness or vulnerability in a potential victim. They had none of the warmth that Elizabeth had noticed in Mr. Darcy's dark eyes. Though wary, Elizabeth determined to appear that she had no prior knowledge of the man. She knew he was not a gentleman, but curtsied as if he were. Before she could fashion a reply to his terse greeting, the sound of rapid hoof-beats reached the three of them. All three turned at the sound. Mr. Darcy was in the lead, charging toward them. He yelled back for Mr. Bingley to restrain Georgiana from approaching. From the distance, Georgiana must have recognised the officer, for she stopped her horse without questioning her brother's directive. Anger and disgust radiated from Mr. Darcy as he reached them. He politely but stiffly greeted the ladies, then turned his full attention to his half-brother.
"Wickham," he barked at the lieutenant, "why are you here?"
No greeting preceded the question, though it would have surprised Elizabeth had there been offered any courtesy to the older brother by his younger sibling. While Elizabeth expected animosity, Charlotte Lucas did not. During social occasions, Mr. Darcy had not recommended himself well to the neighbourhood, but there had never been unfriendliness or rude behaviour. It was as if he was awkward when surrounded by people he was not acquainted with. This display of emotion seemed out of character for Mr. Darcy. His eyes blazed with anger and intolerance. Uncomfortably aware that she was intruding on a private moment, Charlotte dismissed herself to visit the seamstress, already making plans for her new dress to be worn to Longbourn. None of the three left behind were even aware that she had gone. Wickham stared at his younger brother with intense hatred in his eyes. He looked past Darcy to Georgiana, and his expression never changed. Without responding to his brother's inquiry, Lieutenant Wickham spun around and walked away. It had happened so quickly that Elizabeth had not had an opportunity to excuse herself. She looked to Mr. Darcy, who had dismounted.
"Miss Elizabeth, I do apologise for my abrupt manner. My sister made me aware this morning that she had discussed with you our particular family situation. I regret that you were so forcefully confronted with the animosity that continues to exist."
He seemed to notice that Elizabeth was carrying the very luggage that she had left Netherfield Park with in her hands.
Miss Elizabeth, may I be of assistance?
With Lieutenant Wickham's departure, Mr. Bingley and Georgiana rode closer. Elizabeth set her case and valise on the ground. "Thank you, Mr. Darcy. I'm on my way to the inn to arrange transportation to London. It appears that my services and my presence are no longer needed or wanted at Longbourn. I'm only sorry that I was not able to distance myself from your confrontation, sir." Looking to Georgiana, she inquired if she was well. The young girl was pale, and her horse, sensing her agitation, was stomping his feet on the ground in need of soothing. Georgiana was an excellent horsewoman, but dismounted, quickly handing her reins to her brother. She walked into Elizabeth's waiting arms. Elizabeth held her tight until she felt Georgiana regain control. "William, what is George doing here?" Georgiana's voice was just as shaky as her body had been.
"Georgie, it appears that he's joined the militia."
Her brother stepped closer with the two horses trailing behind.
"We need to remove ourselves from Meryton."
His decision was firm.
"Miss Elizabeth."
Darcy caught her attention.
"I am aware that what I am about to suggest is against all that is proper. However, my sister and I would be pleased to provide transportation to town. With George Wickham here, we can remain in Hertfordshire only at our peril. Please allow us to escort you to the inn. If you will await us there, we shall return to Netherfield Park, where we will be packed and leaving within the hour."
Looking to Mr. Bingley, he requested,
"If you would, please ride to your estate to inform our servants that we will be leaving as soon as they are prepared. My sister and I will escort Miss Elizabeth, and then ride to Netherfield Park to ready our departure."
Elizabeth's cases were firmly attached to Mr. Darcy's saddle. The walk was quick and silent. Mr. Darcy felt the need to apologise again to Miss Elizabeth for her being witness to him acting in an ungentlemanlike manner. What must she think of him? Mrs. Nichols, when made aware of the immediate departure of the Netherfield guests, hastened to instruct Mr. and Miss Darcy's servants, while arranging for a food basket and extra blankets for their travels. It wasn't long before all was in order, and they were ready to depart. Military Barracks, London, earlier that morning.
"Colonel Forster, what brings you to London? I had heard you were in the country training the best of England's men to protect the land from the French."
Colonel Fitzwilliam, cousin to the Darcys, shared guardianship with Darcy of Georgiana. George Darcy recognised early on that Richard Fitzwilliam's personality was the perfect foil for his son's seriousness, and this would benefit his daughter greatly. The colonel was a jovial sort, the second son of the Earl of Smithton, who had risen through the ranks of officers by courage and bravery during several military campaigns on the continent. Only 1 year older than his cousin Darcy, he was worldly in his outlook and habits. He had known Colonel Forster for several years, and they had a camaraderie typical of men whose life was uncertain from one breath to the next. Both had distinguished themselves in battle, and bore the physical and emotional scars that created a close bond.
"I am assigned to a small village in Hertfordshire, Meryton."
Colonel Forster accepted the glass of brandy pilfered from Darcy's London house. It was hard to get good brandy, with the blockades keeping smugglers from the English coast. Darcy had put aside a large supply when tensions were relaxed between France and England, and Colonel Fitzwilliam was known to smuggle his needs from Darcy's cellar when his cousin was out of town. Darcy was not yet aware that his legally obtained goods were involved in his cousin's breaking and entering. Until he discovered the crime, Colonel Fitzwilliam savoured each bottle with a wicked chuckle.
"By the way, one of my new lieutenants is from the area around Matlock. He claims he's the heir to Pemberley. Name's George Wickham. Is he known to you?"
Colonel Fitzwilliam's reaction was instantaneous and fierce. He knew that both of his cousins were in the Meryton area of Hertfordshire. That Wickham was in the vicinity posed a serious threat to Georgiana.
"Please be reassured, Colonel Forster, that you will not have to deal with scum like Wickham any longer. If you would please excuse me, I need to ride immediately to Meryton to warn my cousins of his presence. Wickham will run with his tail between his legs when he sees me, and I do not expect him to stop until he's in America."
After a quick word to his commanding officer, Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam jumped on his horse and raced as quickly as possible out of London. Netherfield Park, Hertfordshire. Miss Bingley was horrified that the Darcys were leaving, and that they were taking Elizabeth Bennet with them. She had been certain that she would be able to finally demonstrate to Mr. Darcy that she was his best choice for mistress of Pemberley. Without doubt, he had to have observed her skill in managing a household and staff, as well as her efficient care of Miss Bennet while she had been ill. In addition, she had endeavoured to provide Mr. Darcy all his favourite foods, drinks and entertainments, as well as pay particular attention to his sister. After extending their regrets at leaving so abruptly, they boarded the carriage and left Netherfield Park. No explanations had been given, other than urgent business in London, and Miss Caroline Bingley had to accept that this was all she would be given to understand. Her own brother was silent on the matter. Tension filled the carriage until they stopped in the village of Meryton. Elizabeth's luggage was quickly loaded. Mr. Darcy had elected to lower the shades so that Wickham would not be seen by the two female occupants. Thus it was gloomy and quiet inside. Elizabeth reached beside her and took Georgiana's hand in hers, squeezing it in gentle comfort. Georgiana grasped her hand with both of hers and whispered her thanks. Once they passed the noise of the village, Mr. Darcy raised the blinds, and all three expelled the breaths they had been unaware they were holding. "Miss Elizabeth!" started Georgiana, when they heard the sound of gunfire, and the carriage jerked to a halt. Georgiana never finished her thought, as a man's strong voice yelled to the coachman, "Stand and deliver!" A lone horseman rode to the side of the carriage, and rapped on the door with the butt of his pistol. "Get outside the carriage, all of you!" When they failed to move as quickly as he wanted, he hit the side of the coach again. "Now!" Then he pointed his pistol inside, not at Mr. Darcy, nor to Elizabeth. The highwayman's pistol was pointed directly at the side of Georgiana's head. As his horse moved closer, his face came into view. It was the older Darcy brother, George Wickham. Georgiana screamed and fainted. Chapter 6. On the road to London, outside of Meryton, Hertfordshire. Wickham had no tolerance for the weakness of his little sister. He had no tolerance for anything or anyone who came between him and his goal. Kidnapping Georgiana and turning her over to the cur who was willing to marry her for a large cash payment would allow him the freedom from a heavy debt owed to the wrong people, and the revenge on Darcy that he so desired. He hated Darcy, hated him for being designated the heir and denying him Pemberley and the wealth of the estate, hated him for the respect their father gave to his youngest son, respect that should have gone to the rightful heir. Wickham had nothing against Georgiana personally. In spite of that, right now his needs far outweighed his moral obligation to care for her. "Get her out of the carriage now!" Darcy knew that his coachman was armed. He also knew that this same coachman would never do anything to jeopardize the young sister of his master. Therefore, as long as Wickham was a threat to Georgiana, there would be no interference. He looked at his precious sister and knew he would do anything to protect her, and that he would never allow Wickham to harm her. In all her 15 years, he had never known her to faint. The terror of this situation was tremendous. Gathering his sister in his arms, he carried her outside the carriage. Elizabeth followed. Mr. Darcy held his sister tight to his chest, his right arm behind her back, and his left behind her knees. "Give her to me," Wickham demanded. "I shall not." Mr. Darcy fixed his dark stare on Wickham's face. All the years of humiliation, as he watched his father indulge George Wickham, all the times he had to step back, as his father thrust George into the front light, all of the times he was bullied by this wicked man, came to the surface, and Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy had had enough. "You shall get nothing from me. I shall take what is mine." Confidence that he had the upper hand was evident in his countenance. "Now give her to me, or I shoot you both and then I get it all. Your choice, Darcy." He waved the pistol at his younger brother, and the bloodlust was evident in his eyes. The pistol he had already discharged was now tucked into his belt, and the grip on the loaded pistol was firm. Mr. Darcy bent and laid Georgiana carefully on the ground, and then stepped in front of her, between his sister and Wickham. He felt Elizabeth put her left hand inside the crook of his right arm, and realised she had stepped between the two as well. Elizabeth had to be terrified, yet she was protecting Georgiana with her courageous stand. Defiantly he repeated, "You shall get nothing from me." Outwardly, Darcy appeared calm. Elizabeth could feel him shake, and knew not if it was fear or anger. Outraged beyond reason, Wickham raised the gun to sight on Mr. Darcy's heart. "Nothing!" Disdain and hatred dripped from his mouth with every word. "You're not the Grand Master here, Darcy." He waved the pistol again. "You took everything from me. Pemberley, the wealth and position of being master of Pemberley, the respect of my peers, you took it all. Father loved me. He loved me." Wickham pounded his chest with his left hand. "He loved my mother. We were his family, his true family. You were just an afterthought, someone for Mrs. Darcy to preen over and to pet. You do not deserve to be master of Pemberley. You do not deserve to live at all, Darcy. You will die, and then I will have it all, just as I deserve. You will have nothing." "It is good that father is not alive to see what you have become." Darcy spat the words out. "That you would attempt to sell his daughter, your own sister, into servitude to a vile moneylender, so that you would be temporarily free of debt, would have broken his heart. You already broke the hearts of Mr. and Mrs. Wickham and your sister by them. Constance, it is good that those good people are not here to see how you have turned out. I doubt Mrs. Wickham would survive the pain." "You leave the Wickhams out of this!" George screamed. His eyes were almost glazed over, as if he were being influenced by a drug or an overuse of drink. The hand holding the pistol started quivering. It was as if time suddenly stopped. Events appeared to move in slow motion. From where she stood, Elizabeth could see the pressure from Wickham's index finger squeezing the trigger. His intentions were clear. Mr. Darcy would die. Elizabeth knew in her heart that this would devastate Georgiana to the point that she would never recover. And it would devastate her. The kindness and tenderness he showed his sister, and his loyalty to his friend Mr. Bingley, whose family came from trade, and who had received ridicule from the ton at this provenance, were a fine testimony that he was a remarkable man. His bravery and courage were a testament to the dignity and honour by which he comported himself. She recognised his intelligence and wit from the few conversations they had while she had been tending her own sister at Netherfield Park. However high his station, this would be a man she could admire and respect. A flurry of activity came from behind the carriage. Pounding hoofbeats, and a man's voice was heard shouting from down the lane. Elizabeth's heart rapidly beat in time with the racing animal. Never had she looked down the barrel of a gun. It was frightening, and she longed to have time reverse, so they would not be here at this particular moment. Elizabeth saw Wickham flinch, whether at the sound of the horseman, or his intent to be rid of his hated younger brother, it was not known. Wickham's finger tightened on the trigger. Elizabeth could not look away. Tension was at an extreme high, and fear filled the air. Wickham stared at Mr. Darcy with complete hatred in his eyes. As Wickham fired at Mr. Darcy, the man who was rapidly approaching on horseback and the coachman both fired at Mr. Wickham. Elizabeth heard a woman's scream, not realising it was her own. Before impact, her hand tightened on Mr. Darcy's right arm and pulled him towards her. The bullet meant for his heart instead pierced through his left arm. The sound of the gunfire roused Georgiana, and she sat up in the middle of the melee. The two footmen from the back of the carriage ran to assist their master and young mistress. At impact, Mr. Darcy had fallen backward and landed with his back on the front carriage wheel. His long legs were draped atop Georgiana's. Only the skill of the coachman kept the carriage from moving forward and having Mr. Darcy crushed between the two axles. The bullet was lodged in the side of the carriage. Elizabeth went to Georgiana for a moment, and determined she was terrified, but physically unharmed. Then she turned to Mr. Darcy. Blood was pouring from the wound in his upper arm. While she applied pressure to the wound, as best as her small hands were able, she heard the rider stop, descend from his winded horse, and approach. When she was able to look around, She saw that the tall man held a pale and shaking Georgiana tightly in his arms. Looking past them, she spied Wickham laid out on the ground, his horse now grazing nearby. Blood was seeping from a wound in his skull and from his chest. There was no movement, no rise and fall of a chest that continued to take in needed oxygen. He was dead.
"Richard,"
gasped Mr. Darcy through the pain.
"I have never been so happy to see you, cousin."
"Darcy!" Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam quickly surveyed the scene.
"Looks like I got here just in time."
His words were said in relief. His grip on his young cousin tightened. She was in shock, a condition he had witnessed repeatedly during battle. Talking softly to her, he observed the young woman attending Darcy. It appeared that she knew the proper treatment of wounds, and was grateful that he did not have 2 fainting females on his hands, as well as an injured cousin. He was proud of Georgiana for not fainting again. Elizabeth whispered to the footman, requesting the footman's name. "Gideon, please help me get Mr. Darcy back into the carriage." Turning to Georgiana, and apparently her cousin, she ordered him to assist Georgiana into the carriage also. Then she closely looked at the man. He was a soldier, an officer. "You will see to Mr. Wickham while we quickly return to Netherfield Park to tend Mr. Darcy's wounds. Meryton is but a short distance in the opposite direction we are currently pointed. There you will find the constable, who is also the butcher. His shop is at the far end of town on the left. The magistrate, Sir William Lucas, is at Lucas Lodge. Netherfield Park is 2 miles past town. It is the current residence of Mr. Charles Bingley. Please ask anyone in the village for directions. We shall proceed there immediately to care for Mr. Darcy. Am I clear?"
"Yes, miss."
He had served under generals during battle that had a less commanding presence than this young woman. As he helped his cousins into the carriage, he wondered at her identity. He was certain to find out soon enough. While Darcy was getting help inside the carriage from both Elizabeth and the footman Gideon, the other footman, Gideon's brother Gabriel, helped Colonel Fitzwilliam lift Wickham's body to his horse. Draping it over the saddle, Colonel Fitzwilliam pondered at the end of such a selfish, self-centred man. Justice had been served. John Coachman tucked his used pistol under the driver's seat and held the 2 matched pairs of carriage horses until the occupants were as settled as they could be. At the tap on the roof, he skilfully turned the team and headed back to Netherfield Park. Each bump or rut in the road jostled his poor master, so he used as much caution as possible while still proceeding quickly. Even slight scratches were a serious danger from infection, and often were life-threatening. Many a healthy young man lost his life to such a seemingly minor injury. Mr. Darcy's injury was more than a scratch, and the risk was tremendous. Inside the carriage, Elizabeth and Gideon removed Mr. Darcy's outer coat and jacket, being careful to keep pressure on his arm. Elizabeth requested that Georgiana, who was seated across from Mr. Darcy, tear strips of cloth from her petticoat to use as bandages. Mr. Darcy was down to his waistcoat and linen shirt when Elizabeth took the knife from Gideon and cut the left sleeve away from his arm. By then, Georgiana, after using the same knife, handed the fabric to Elizabeth. With her back still facing Mr. Darcy's sister, Elizabeth inquired of her, "Are you holding up well, Georgiana?" There was no answer. Elizabeth looked back and saw that the young girl's face was white, her sight glued to her brother's wound. Firmly, Elizabeth called to her, "Georgiana, move to the right side of Mr. Darcy and take his hand, please." She brooked no argument with the girl. Turning back to attend Mr. Darcy's arm, she felt, rather than saw, Miss Darcy move. "Thank you," she reassured her. "Dear girl, I'm going to need your help, and your brother is going to need it as well. We have but a few moments until we arrive at Netherfield Park, and there will be many, many tasks that I can only trust to someone who loves your brother as much as you do." She paused to look at the young lady. "Will I be able to trust you to help me?" "You may," Georgiana whispered quietly, looking down at her lap. "No, Georgiana." Elizabeth took the hand that was not clutching Mr. Darcy's arm and lifted Georgiana's chin. "This will not do. I need you to be fierce, determined, and to remember that you are a Darcy. Stand tall, Georgiana. Stiffen your spine, sweet girl, because between the two of us we shall do all we can to save your brother's arm and his life. Now, will I be able to trust you to help me?" "Absolutely, Elizabeth. Absolutely."
Chapter 7. Netherfield Park, Hertfordshire. Mr. Bingley was surprised, to say the least, when the carriage rapidly pulled up to the front of Netherfield Park. The butler, footman and housekeeper all followed Mr. Bingley outside, as something of a dreadful nature must have occurred to have the Darcys return so soon and at such speed. The two footmen at the back of the carriage, Gideon and his twin brother Gabriel, hurried to open the door and help a very pale Mr. Darcy into the house. Mr. Bingley was stunned to see the always impeccably dressed Mr. Darcy, with his clothing askew and crimson spreading down his arm. Elizabeth and Georgiana followed close behind, Elizabeth giving directions as they went. The shocked look on Mr. Bingley's face precluded him from offering immediate assistance. Mrs. Nichols, the housekeeper, was tasked with clearing the dining hall table, getting clean towels, hot and cool water, and rooms prepared. Mr. Burton, the butler, was to get the strongest spirits available on the premises. After laying Mr. Darcy on the tabletop, Gabriel ran back to the carriage to get Elizabeth's apothecary case. Elizabeth knew the value of cleanliness in the care of wounds, so asked that no person be allowed into the dining hall without washing with soap and water first. She stationed Georgiana at her brother's head and handed her the first of the clean towels, dipped in cool water, to be used to soothe his brow. It was a simple task that would have much effect. The cook started to come into the room with some of the requested supplies, when Elizabeth asked her to go back to the kitchen, wash her hands and the items thoroughly in hot soapy water, and then return as quickly as possible. When she returned to the dining room, Elizabeth had the butler pour Scotch whisky into one of the empty bowls. She then requested cook to hold the towels tight around Mr. Darcy's arm. Pulling bottles from her case, she inquired of Mr. Darcy, "Are you able to take laudanum for pain?"
"I am,"
he answered, in a weak voice. Mixing a few drops of the bitter medicine in a glass of cool water, she added the same powder she had used for Jane's fever, a mixture she had used before coming back to England. It was vile tasting, but seemed to have a good effect on a strong body. The cook moved to the other side of Mr. Darcy, and the two women helped him sit up enough to drink the concoction. The expression on his face indicated his agreement with the liquid being of bitter taste. He laid back down, and Georgiana began wiping his brow with the cool rag. Elizabeth called across the hall to the doorway where she spied the butler. "Mr. Burton," she called out.
"Yes, miss."
He walked closer as he answered. "Does Mr. Bingley happen to have a sharp sword or a loaded rifle on the premises?" Elizabeth felt a pistol being evident on this occasion would not be appropriate.
"He does, miss, in the library over the mantel."
He paused.
"Are you in need of something sharp to care for Mr. Darcy's wound, miss? The cook has several knives that are much sharper and would be easier to handle."
"Thank you for asking and for the suggestion, Mr. Burton, but no, I do not need a sword for Mr. Darcy's arm." She peered down into Mr. Darcy's face as he lay on the hard wooden surface. She could already see that his expression was starting to relax from the drug. Looking back at the butler, she caught his eye, so he would know she was not in jest. "Please, Mr. Burton, take up the sword, and if any person attempts to enter this room without washing first, you are to run them through. Am I understood?" The butler, having known Miss Elizabeth as long as Mrs. Nichols, looked again to see if there was a twinkle in her eye at this suggestion, and found nothing but utter seriousness. She truly meant that he was to use force if necessary. However, Mr. Darcy chuckled from the table. Through his haze of pain, he was coming to a new and clearer understanding of Miss Elizabeth Bennet, and he deeply appreciated that she was an unusual woman. Certainly, she was not one of the mindless, simpering ladies of the temps, who shunned intellectual pursuits, and who would have diverted attention by swooning at the first drop of his blood. He looked back at his sister standing behind him, and thought that Elizabeth Bennet would be a positive role model for Georgiana to imitate. His heart ached for his dear sister. To have witnessed his injury, and the killing of a once-beloved brother, must be traumatic for her innocent heart.
For 1/3 of her lifetime, he had been responsible for her protection, and he had again failed her. She was just starting to recover from the events with Wickham at Ramsgate, and this undoubtedly would set her back. His heart ached with the thought. Elizabeth pulled the towels and scraps of petticoat away from the wounded arm and surveyed the damage. Bits of fabric were embedded in the now congealed blood. They would all have to carefully be removed, and the wound cleaned thoroughly, or the dreaded red streaks would appear to signify poison in his bloodstream. Dropping the tweezers, a needle, and string into the whisky, she instructed Georgiana to continue to dip the cloth into the cool water and wipe Mr. Darcy's face, brow and neck, to soothe him as much as possible before she started. As Georgiana settled into a rhythmic motion, Elizabeth rolled a cloth into a small cylinder, and, after asking Mr. Darcy to open his mouth, put it firmly between his teeth. She was afraid to give him more laudanum, as she had heard of more than one injured man succumbing to the drug. Not knowing whether their deaths were from indiscriminate use of the drug or their injury, she did not want to take that chance with the man on the table. Earlier, she had directed the Darcy footmen, Gideon and Gabriel, and John Coachman to assist with the surgery. They had proven themselves at the scene of the crime to be steady of character and sound in thinking, and John Coachman had steady hands. While she continued to cleanse the wound and pick at the threads, she heard Mr. Burton stop the 3 gentlemen and inquire if they had washed. Since they had, he let them come into the dining room. Assigning the footman, one on his right side to hold steady his right arm, and one at his feet to hold his legs still, she politely asked the coachman to stand at her side, between herself and Miss Darcy, and hold Mr. Darcy's shoulder. This would require immense strength, as the wound would need to be stitched closed on both the front and back of his arm, causing great pain. Directing her new surgical assistants, they carefully turned Mr. Darcy onto his right side. The mood was sombre, and Elizabeth's nerves were rising, and the last thing she needed was to have her hand shaking. She could hear Mr. Bingley's footsteps outside in the hallway, pacing. "Gentlemen and Miss Darcy." She slowly made eye contact with each one standing around the table. "Due to the fact that my usual employment with a needle and thread is to embroider my initials on the corner of my lady's handkerchiefs, I am certain that if Mr. Darcy is not held still, I am afraid I may end up sewing my initials both on the front and the back of his arm in distraction. I am also fairly certain that is a scar that he would not like to have." She heard Mr. Darcy's chuckle. She carefully squeezed his arm, just then realizing she still had a grip at his elbow. "What say you, gentlemen? Can you hold Mr. Darcy firmly?" At 3 men speaking, "Yes, miss," she looked to Georgiana. "Georgiana, are you prepared to continue your wonderful care of your brother under these circumstances?" She was pleased at how firmly Miss Darcy spoke her agreement. "Very well, then, we shall proceed." By then Elizabeth knew that the laudanum was having the fullness of the effect of the dose that had been administered. She was grateful that Mr. Darcy was situated, so that the sun that came through the window reflected the amount of light she needed to see the wound clearly. Elizabeth went to work, probing into the wound to get the rest of the debris left from the shot. It took a steady hand and much patience, but Elizabeth was determined to leave nothing behind. Parker, Mr. Darcy's valet, was asked to come inspect the hole in the greatcoat, the jacket, and the sleeve of the shirt, to determine if he felt there were any remaining threads that might have been missed. Parker and Miss Darcy's maid had yet to leave Netherfield Park when their master and mistress returned. They were just finishing packing the rest of the Darcy's belongings when they were notified of the carriage's sudden arrival. Parker had served his master since he was in Cambridge, and he had deep respect for this young man. It was difficult seeing him struggle with the pain, as it had been difficult watching him struggle with the tremendous burden his father left him at his death. Yet he was extremely proud to be servant to such a good and honourable man. He observed closely the young lady working on his master's arm. As she worked, she spoke soothingly, both to his master and to young Miss Darcy. Cook routinely brought clean bowls of steaming water for Miss Elizabeth. Each time she came in the room, she was asked by the butler if she had washed. Parker watched Miss Elizabeth's reaction the last time Cook entered. The exchange between butler and kitchen staff, Cook's terse reply to his question, bespoke familiarity, overlaid with respect. Miss Elizabeth recognised this with a small smile, as she never once took her eyes off her work. Mr. Darcy's servants could not help but be impressed with the care she was giving their master. "Mr. Darcy?" Elizabeth continued digging ever deeper into the wound, looking for bits of fabric and metal. "You appear to be holding up. Before I rinse the wound with spirits, would you like a bit more of my bitter tea to sustain you?" She removed the cloth from his mouth so he could respond.
"I am well, Miss Elizabeth. Please continue."
Elizabeth could see the beads of sweat on his upper lip, and hear the pain in his voice. There was much to admire and respect about this man. 3 things happened at once. Elizabeth packed towels under Mr. Darcy's arm and poured the whisky generously over both bullet holes. Mr. Darcy sucked in his breath and groaned deeply around the cloth she had wedged back in his mouth. And Colonel Fitzwilliam tried to enter the room without washing. The uproar from the doorway was astounding. The battle-hardened officer stood toe-to-toe against the aged, wheezing, sword-bearing butler. Gideon and Gabriel, though young in years, had known the colonel for a long time. They recognised that he was a man used to having his way. Both chuckled, as did Georgiana. Colonel Fitzwilliam towered over Mr. Burton, and certainly outweighed him by a large amount. However, the elderly man won the moment, as, shockingly, Georgiana spoke up boldly. "Richard, you had best throw down your weapons and surrender, as you will not win this particular battle." The colonel's eyes moved, looking severely into the face of the butler, to gaze softly at his young cousin. Elizabeth felt Mr. Darcy's arm shaking. In fact, his whole body was shaking, bringing immediate concern to all who held him tight. It only took a moment until all holding him realised he was shaking in mirth, not pain. Elizabeth removed the cloth from between his teeth and begged Georgiana to roll a clean one.
"Yes, Richard,"
said Darcy, his speech slurred from the laudanum. However, it was said with a sarcastic tone that Elizabeth had not heard from him before.
"It would not do for one of England's finest to escape injury on the continent, to receive injury at home. Nor would it be wise to tax Miss Elizabeth's healing abilities with more than one injured victim at a time."
Grumbling, Colonel Fitzwilliam moved back out of the doorway to the table that Mrs. Nichols had placed in the hallway. It contained a pitcher and bowl of clean water, soap and a towel. The colonel did as directed, and then held his hands up in front of Mr. Burton's face for inspection. Once Mr. Burton stepped aside and allowed him to pass, he strode with confident strides towards the table.
"Well, Darcy, you got yourself in the middle of a muddle this time."
He stopped and surveyed Mr. Darcy's arm, and the care being given to it. He looked to Georgiana.
"Careful there, Poppet. You would not want to rub those furrows off that high brow. Might be none of his friends would recognise him."
The colonel chuckled to himself, but Elizabeth looked up and saw the serious concern in his eyes.
"What has been done about George, Richard?"
Mr. Darcy grimaced, but his need for information outweighed any other concern.
"Darcy, Georgiana, I spoke with the constable, and Wickham will be treated like a highwayman, and is already headed to his grave in a field reserved for criminals and those without means."
At this, Mr. Darcy interrupted the colonel. Surprisingly, with his weakened state, his voice was firm and strong.
"No, Richard. He needs to be taken to Pemberley and buried there. As much as I detest what he has done, especially to Georgie, he was my father's son."
The colonel knew better than to argue with his cousin.
"It will be as you wish." "Richard, his family, the Wickhams, are caring for an estate in Ireland. My steward at Pemberley has the directions to contact them. Please see that they are notified. They are good people who did not deserve a son like George."
His cousin Darcy was a much better man than he, as he himself would not have hesitated to dump him in an unmarked grave.
"The constable will be stopping by along with the magistrate either later this afternoon or on the morrow. I shall send a letter to his commanding officer, Colonel Forster, with the details of this incident, along with a letter to my parents requesting their presence. I shall leave it up to you both whether you want Aunt Catherine informed at this time."
After noting the displeasure on the faces of both his cousins, he decided to wait to contact their aunt.
One other thing you should be aware of.
He hesitated, as if he was going to reveal a sordid detail that would be worse than having their bossy, intimidating aunt on the premises.
I happened by Darcy House earlier this morning, only to come face to face with your surgeon. The good doctor was calling to take his leave to attend his daughter during her confinement. He will not be returning to London for at least a month, and wished you both well.
To Elizabeth this was distressing news. She had been hoping to send for someone more knowledgeable to help Mr. Darcy. It appeared the news was distressing to Mr. Darcy as well, for he bellowed,
"Richard, you were in my cellars again, were you not?"
Apparently humbled, Colonel Fitzwilliam would not meet Mr. Darcy's eyes. Then he looked up, and Elizabeth spotted the merriment on his face.
"Now, Darcy, you would not begrudge me a bottle of your fine brandy, would you? After all, it worked to our advantage. You see, I shared that bottle this morning with Colonel Forster, the commanding officer of the militia stationed in Meryton. It was he who informed me that Wickham was here, close to you and Georgie. I immediately asked for a furlough and left, riding as fast as possible. It appears that I came just in time. I cannot imagine you truly regret sacrificing that one bottle, Darcy. Truly."
Mr. Darcy let out a huff and let his impertinent cousin off the hook. During the discussion, Elizabeth had John Coachman hold a fresh towel over the wound, while she threaded the needle. She then caught the attention of Mrs. Nichols, requesting that rooms be prepared for the Darcy relatives. Mrs. Nichols left to see to the task. Who knew at this point what Miss Bingley would say and do over these arrangements, being made without her direction? However, Elizabeth felt that Miss Bingley was the least of her concerns at this moment. "Miss Darcy, would you please put the cloth in your brother's mouth?" She heard Mr. Darcy's faint whisper of, "I love you, Georgie," just before he bit down on the rolled towel. Georgiana pulled her hand back and stroked his hair, whispering back that she loved him as well. Holding the threaded needle up to the light to make sure there were no knots or twists, she looked up to Colonel Fitzwilliam. "I know that we've not been properly introduced. Colonel Fitzwilliam, I believe." At his nod, she continued, "Please do inform our host of the arrangements being made that will impact him and his household." Turning to Mr. Darcy's valet, she directed, "Mr. Parker," at which he interrupted with, "Oh, just Parker, miss." "Parker," she acquiesced. "Please see that all bedding in Mr. Darcy's room is spotlessly clean, and that the maid has cleaned all surfaces. Also, please ask that a basin and washstand similar to the one Mr. Burton has outside this door is put outside Mr. Darcy's door. I assume that I can entrust you with seeing that no person enters that room without washing first." He immediately agreed. Her commands were given in a soft but firm tone, and were not in any way unkind. He had heard the malicious speculation and whispers coming from the Bingley sisters about Miss Elizabeth Bennet, but he personally could see no evidence of it. He left to see to his duties. "Are you ready, Mr. Darcy?" She patted his elbow one last time as she awaited his nod. He took a deep breath. At his gesture, she inserted the needle at the back of his arm for the first stitch. Georgiana gulped, and Mr. Darcy's body jerked. The footman and coachman held on tight. It would take many such sutures to close the wounds. Chapter 8. Netherfield Park, Hertfordshire. The minutes seemed to crawl by as Elizabeth placed one stitch after another. She counted each suture aloud as she reassured those gathered that they were closer and closer to the finish. Mr. Darcy had to be praised for holding himself still and not fighting against the servants who held him. Georgiana too deserved praise for her fortitude, and Elizabeth whispered to her continually how proud she was of the young girl. She felt that she was seeing Georgiana's true personality, her true self. Finally, she proclaimed it the last stitch, and she tied it off quickly. Giving the wound at the front and back of his arm a quick wipe of soap and water, and a dab more of the whisky, she wrapped Mr. Darcy's arm with a clean bandage. Not knowing if he had lost consciousness, she whispered to Georgiana that she had hoped Mr. Darcy was pleased with the initials G.A.D., for Georgiana Ann Darcy stitched on the front of his arm, and EAB for Elizabeth Ann Bennet on the back. She got a faint grin from Miss Darcy, but Mr. Darcy chuckled and told them both that he would be proud to wear such a scar for a lifetime. He was conscious. Mr. Darcy started to rise on his own, and Elizabeth put a strong hand on his shoulder, at the same time that John Coachman's large hand bore down. "You will require help, sir, to reach your room." It was a statement, not a request for agreement from him. He complied, and allowed the footman to assist him to his room. Parker had done as requested, and the bedchamber was spotless. He stood at the doorway and directed Mr. Darcy be placed in a chair next to the bed. There, with the help of Gideon, he removed his master's boots, pants and shirt. He had taken it upon himself to remove the left sleeve of Mr. Darcy's nightshirt, so that his dressing could be changed with the least amount of disturbance. Down in the dining room, Elizabeth cleaned her tools and repacked her case. She observed the maids removing the used towels, cloths and bowls, and other servants wiping down the table and returning the chairs to their places. Mr. Burton stepped into the room, having replaced the sword back above the mantel in the library.
"Miss, Colonel Fitzwilliam requests the presence of yourself and Miss Darcy in the master's study, if you please."
Elizabeth nodded, and after following Georgiana to the wash-basin to clean up, she put her arm through her young nursing assistants, and they left the room. They were almost across the hallway when Miss Bingley called to them while descending the stairs. "What is the meaning of this?" she demanded. Georgiana could not stop the chuckle as she realised how much Miss Bingley sounded like her aunt, Lady Catherine. While Elizabeth did not understand the reason for the chuckle, she certainly was not surprised by Miss Bingley's displeasure in seeing her on the premises. Mr. Bingley must have heard his sister's voice as he came out of his study to intercept his sister.
"Caroline, Mr. Darcy was seriously injured, so the Darcys and their cousin, Colonel Fitzwilliam, will be staying here. Miss Elizabeth will be seeing to his care, as Darcy's surgeon is away. Mrs. Nichols has already seen to their rooms, as well as to the rooms for Lord and Lady Matlock, should they arrive tomorrow. You need not bother yourself."
He turned from his irate sister, and extending his arm towards the study door, indicated that the two ladies should precede him. Miss Bingley was not invited to attend.
"Ladies, please have a seat."
After closing the door, Mr. Bingley sat behind the desk, while Colonel Fitzwilliam stood next to it. Mr. Bingley looked to both Miss Darcy and Miss Elizabeth, and regretted what he was about to say.
"Colonel Fitzwilliam expects to be meeting soon with the magistrate, and would like to hear your accounts of what happened. We both are deeply sorry that you need to recall something so upsetting. However, it might make things go more smoothly. Colonel, please proceed."
The Colonel cleared a throat that was suddenly choked with emotion.
"Georgie, first, I must start by telling you how proud I am of you. When I rode up and saw you lying on the ground, I swear that my heart almost stopped."
He unknowingly put his hand to his chest and approached his cousin, kneeling at her feet and grasping her hands in both of his. They were strong hands that showed the evidence of battle and hardship, large, capable hands that made Georgiana's look so small.
"My dear girl, I need to know how you are, what you witnessed. Well, you know that I never liked George, and I will not pretend tender feelings for him now that he's gone. However, I know that at one time he truly seemed to care for you."
Mr. Bingley, realising that these were extremely personal family matters, chose to quietly remove himself from the room. "Richard," Georgiana spoke up, even as she continued with her eyes downcast. "Elizabeth has proven to be a trusted friend. In the short time we have known each other, I've been able to share with her the events at Ramsgate. She showed only kindness to me, and I consider her a friend. You need not have any caution in speaking in front of her about George."
"Miss Elizabeth, excuse me, but do you mind if I call you Miss Elizabeth, as the others do?"
She readily agreed.
"There are not words, or at least I do not have the words, to express the thanks of the whole Fitzwilliam family for the deeds you have performed on this day. For too many years men and women of our circle, old and young, have sought the attention of my family by trying to perform favours in hopes that greater favours would be returned to them. My cousin Darcy and I, as Georgiana's guardians, have had to learn caution, as some have even tried to go through her to get to Darcy, in particular the fair gender. To have someone with no ulterior motives treat my cousins with the kindness and skill you have shown, with no hope of personal or material gain, is restoring to my tired, jaded soul. So thank you. From my whole family, we thank you.
I deeply appreciate your kind words, Colonel Fitzwilliam. With a mischievous glint in her eyes and a raised brow, she added, However, upon the acquaintance of only a few moments, how certain are you that I am indeed not a fortune hunter? The Colonel was looking uncomfortable until he saw the twinkle in her hazel eyes. You may be assured that I am not a hunter of fortune, nor am I inclined to try to take advantage of my friends. I am content with my circumstances, which I willingly give Georgiana permission to share with you. If you both would excuse me, please, I need to check on our patient. Colonel Fitzwilliam jumped to his feet, though he retained his hold on Georgiana's right hand.
Certainly, Miss Elizabeth, though assuage my curiosity about one point.
She inclined her head for him to go on.
Your skills in the art of healing and surgery are as good as the best I've seen on the battlefield. Where did you learn this?
For 5 years I travelled with my uncle and aunt to places as far away as India, Spain, Greece and Egypt. Due to an earlier family tragedy, where I lost 4 of my siblings to smallpox, I resolved to study healing. While in India, my aunt and I were in a large open market, when we heard the scream of a lad, not much younger than I. The boy had been badly injured by a runaway merchant's cart, and was bleeding quite profusely. The weather in India is hot and humid, and disease and poisons of the blood are particularly deadly. One of the doctors, who helped teach me these skills, shunned the use of leeches or bleeding a patient to rid the body of poison. He explained that it seemed to leave the body too weak to fight the infection. The market was close to where we were staying, so I quickly went to the boy and tried to stop the bleeding with pressure, as I had seen was effective before. My aunt sent someone for the doctor, who was not able to arrive quickly. We took him to our home, and since I had assisted the surgeon once before in repairing a wound, I cleaned and stitched the boy's wounds in a similar manner to Mr. Darcy. The servants who accompanied the boy brought his mother to the house. I did not meet the boy's father, as my time was taken up with his son. The boy was the heir. In fact, he was their only child. It took 1 week for the fevers and infection to leave the lad. In time, he was able to return to the vigorous, active life that all young gentlemen should enjoy at that age. I am hoping that with the same type of care, Mr. Darcy will do the same. He is just as important to his family as that boy was to his. I will try to do my best. Now, if you will excuse me, please. Elizabeth was stopped on her way out of the study by a very worried Mr. Bingley. He was deeply concerned for his good friend, and upset that this had befallen both Mr. and Miss Darcy. His agitation was reflected in his continuous pacing up and down the hallway. He stopped when he saw her, and inquired if there was anything additional needed for the injured gentleman upstairs.
Miss Elizabeth, you cannot know all that man has done for me. He was a friend to me at Cambridge when his peers shunned me because of my background in trade. He's given me fine counsel in matters of both personal and business nature. I will never be able to repay the debt I owe him, so the least I can do is whatever I can to help him and his family right now. How I wish it were me laying upstairs and not him.
Mr. Bingley. Elizabeth gently put her hand on his arm. I am certain that both Mr. and Miss Darcy are grateful for the assistance you have already provided. Your staff has been remarkable in following through with every request, and there is no reason to believe that will change. Tomorrow we believe that Colonel Fitzwilliam's family will arrive, and this will create more work for your servants. It might do well for you to have Miss Bingley speak with your housekeeper to arrange matters, though I do believe Mrs. Nichols already has things well in hand. Mr. Darcy's bandages will need to be changed at least every 2 hours, and his valet and I will administer medicines as they are needed. For now, I believe that the most Mr. Darcy should have is as much tea and cool water as he can drink, and some broth to eat. I would expect that Georgiana will be taking her meals on a tray with me, in his room, as will Parker.
You would need to speak with Colonel Fitzwilliam about his preferences. Mr. Bingley, please know that I am truly grateful for your kind hospitality.
Miss Elizabeth, there may be something I can do for you. If you think it will help you, I would be happy to go to Longbourn to reassure your sister that you're well after this afternoon's events."
His hopeful look made it easy for Elizabeth to suggest that it would be a kindness if he would do that. She wondered how her sister could possibly know of today's events. Yet she realised that it might be best for Mr. Bingley to receive comfort himself by speaking of it to someone else. The day was growing late, the sun was already setting, so she knew he would not be gone long. He directed Mr. Burton to gather his coat and hat, and hurried out the front door. Parker was not completely taken by surprise that George Wickham was behind the violence that caused his master's injury. However, he had yet to learn the details. He was certain that Colonel Fitzwilliam and Miss Elizabeth would care for matters in a way that would protect both Mr. Darcy and his sister. He had assigned Gideon and Gabriel to guard the doorway into Mr. Darcy's room from anyone not required or unwashed. Therefore, when he heard a disturbance outside the door, he knew he would confront one or the other. Ah, Miss Bingley, after Mr. Darcy again. He went back inside the room, closing the door. Elizabeth also witnessed the confrontation between the footman and the lady. Spying Parker in the doorway, she nodded her head at him to let him know that she would take care of it. "I do not know who gave you the authority to refuse me admittance to a room on my own estate, but I will make sure that Mr. Darcy knows you have been impertinent and rude to me." Miss Bingley was in high spirits, her red face in sharp contrast with her burnt orange gown. It was not an attractive combination. Poor Gideon, not used to being exposed to a woman of her class displaying such ill manners, was guarding Mr. Darcy's door with his body, as if being confronted by Napoleon himself. "I just learned of Mr. Darcy's injuries, and I am certain that he needs me to comfort him." Gideon was unmoved. Elizabeth deeply appreciated his loyalty and obedience. Elizabeth caught his eye as she approached behind Miss Bingley. "May I help you, Miss Bingley?" The carpet on the hallway had silenced Elizabeth's footsteps, so her proximity was quite close when she asked. Miss Bingley yelped, and her colour rose even higher as she turned and saw who was there. "This servant will not allow me to ascertain if Mr. Darcy is in need of anything for his comfort." Her disdain fairly oozed from her. "Excuse me, Gideon," Elizabeth asked politely. "Has Parker indicated to you that Mr. Darcy was in need?" "No, miss, he has not." "Would you please inquire of Parker if Mr. Darcy has any needs at this time?" "Oh, yes, miss." He tapped lightly on the door, and did just that, when Parker answered that the only thing needed was Mr. Darcy's bandage checked. Both Miss Bingley and Elizabeth clearly heard his reply. "Do you want to cleanse and change the dressing on his wound, or shall I, Miss Bingley?" It was not in Elizabeth's nature to push herself forward, and she knew that she was not wanted by the mistress of Netherfield Park. Apparently Miss Bingley was not confident in her own nursing skills, as she turned in a huff and retreated back to her room. Elizabeth did not fail to note the slight grin on Gideon's face, but chose to ignore it as he stepped aside for her to enter the room. However, she reminded him that she, more than any other person in the house, would need to wash first, as she would be touching Mr. Darcy's injured arm. Mr. Darcy was sleeping soundly, undoubtedly a result of the medicine and the reaction to trauma. Parker had Mr. Darcy turned onto his right side, so Elizabeth was able to unwrap the bandage and clean the fluid that was oozing between the stitches. There was no indication that infection had set in, but it really was too soon to know. Elizabeth gazed down at Mr. Darcy and smiled at how relaxed he looked in his sleep. He was a handsome man, who she knew to be a good man. She silently prayed that he would overcome this. It wasn't long before they were joined in the room by Georgiana and Colonel Fitzwilliam. Mr. Darcy still did not stir. This rest was the best medicine for now, though she reminded Parker and the others that they would need to be vigilant about getting him to drink liquids. It was a good time for Parker to see to his own needs. Georgiana sat in a chair next to her brother and tenderly held his hand. Mr. Darcy may have been unaware of her being there, but it seemed to soothe her to feel his warmth. Elizabeth excused herself to go speak with cook about the recipe for broth for Mr. Darcy. On her way down the stairs, she heard Mr. Bingley's return. She met him in the hallway. He looked even more discouraged than when he had left. "Mr. Bingley, is all well at Longbourn?"
"I hardly know how to tell you, Miss Elizabeth."
He removed his gloves and started wringing them in his hands.
"I spoke for a moment with Miss Bennet, and rather than being concerned with your health, she was concerned that your being in Hertfordshire would be most upsetting to your parents. It actually appeared that the only one pleased to see me was your mother. As much as I hate to say this, Miss Elizabeth, I do believe that when Darcy is well enough to travel back to London, I may close up the house and go with him."
"I am terribly sorry to hear that, Mr. Bingley," she was quick to reassure him. "It was not unexpected that they would not inquire of me. If you would excuse me, please, I need to speak with cook about meals for Mr. Darcy."
"Yes, Miss Elizabeth."
He shuffled his feet in indecision.
"One thing before you go that you should be aware of, Miss Elizabeth. Soon after Lieutenant Wickham came to Meryton, he started talking about Darcy denying him his heritage, that of being master of Pemberley. It appears from what your father said to me today that he believed Lieutenant Wickham's tales against Darcy. You should also know that Darcy is reserved, and does not do well in company he's not familiar with. I'm afraid that he did not leave the society of Meryton with a good impression of him. This included Mr. Bennet. I'm sorry to tell you this, but you need to know."
It pained Elizabeth to see such a good, kind man heartbroken. She wondered at Jane's thinking, but realised that for 5 years she had placed herself at her parents' beck and call. Her sister had always had a tender heart that never wanted to hurt anyone in any way. Elizabeth could imagine just how badly her mother would want Jane and Mr. Bingley to reach an attachment. So she did not truly understand Jane's reaction to Mr. Bingley's call. Elizabeth had no expectations at all of her father. "What will be," thought Elizabeth, as she went through the dining room to the kitchen. Returning to Mr. Darcy's room, followed by 2 maids with trays, with a light meal for herself and Georgiana, as well as heavier fare for the Colonel, they stopped at the door and washed before entering. Gideon was pleased that it was not necessary to remind them. It appeared, however, that none of them had an appetite. It would be a very long night for them all. Chapter 9. Netherfield Park, Hertfordshire. The hands on the clock in Mr. Darcy's chamber seemed to crawl from 1 minute to the next. Before morning, fever had set in. Throughout the night, Parker, Georgiana, Colonel Fitzwilliam and Elizabeth had taken turns putting cold cloths on Mr. Darcy's forehead, though it was left up to Elizabeth to tend to the wound. As the night progressed, Mr. Darcy drank less and less water, to the point that Elizabeth and Parker were spooning the medicine and tea into his mouth. Georgiana was sleeping on a settee in Mr. Darcy's sitting room, and Colonel Fitzwilliam was sleeping in the adjoining room. Parker and Elizabeth took turns napping in the chair next to Mr. Darcy's bed. The kitchen staff sent trays at regular intervals, which went for the most part untouched. Long past breakfast time, the Colonel came into Mr. Darcy's bedchamber. He had not slept well, his concern for his cousin keeping sleep at bay. Before the Colonel could take a seat next to the bed, Mr. Darcy started tossing and turning, showing signs of agitation. The Colonel spoke to him to try to soothe him, but it wasn't until Elizabeth walked behind him to check on his arm, and Mr. Darcy felt her touch, that he settled. Elizabeth asked his cousin to help her raise Mr. Darcy, so she could try to get him to drink. She worried that if he did not have fluids, his condition would worsen. Elizabeth spoke quietly, but encouragingly to Mr. Darcy, being careful not to bump his arm as she held the cup to his lips. It was disconcerting to be this close to a man. Until her travels with the Gardiners, she had never seen a man's bare neck or arms. It had amazed her to find that different cultures had much different standards for acceptable dress and covering. Being on the docks in many different ports of call, she saw various states of dress in men and women that few gently bred women in England would ever see. However, this was her first experience at actually touching a grown man's skin.
"Please, Mr. Darcy," Elizabeth quietly pleaded. "You need to drink to recover your strength. Please, please drink." On some level Mr. Darcy must have heard her pleas, as he drank that cup and one other. The effort to hold himself up must have been too much for him, as he fell weakly back to his pillow. Elizabeth, pleased that he had responded well, then excused herself and told Colonel Fitzwilliam that she would return in about 20 minutes, so they could try to get more tea or water into his cousin. On the way out of the room, she peeked into the sitting room to find Georgiana asleep, a blanket tucked under her chin. However, her brow was furrowed, as if her dreams reflected her waking thoughts. Elizabeth worried what would become of her new friend, if her brother did not recover. It was imperative that he do so. So many people relied on him. His young sister, his friend Mr. Bingley, the servants and tenants on his estates and households. It would be a devastating blow to lose a fine man like Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth's thoughts puzzled her. Living and travelling with the Gardiners had opened the world to her. It left her with a desire to see the Americas, the South Pacific and the Orient. Her abilities with new languages, and her ease with travel, either on land or sea, made the idea of new adventures highly appealing. She had assumed she would never find a man attractive enough to cause her heart to long for roots, a home, a future in just one location. How any man, but especially one in such elevated society, could overlook her lack of dowry, and that she had been disowned by her family, that she was living with a family in trade, and that the reputation of her father's neglect of his estate, and most likely his tenants, was almost impossible to believe. In honesty, she had to admit to herself that her young heart at 14 had recognised in that bookstore that Mr. Darcy was handsome, and all that a gentleman should be. The more she learned of his personality and his strengths, the more it made her realise that she could travel the globe and not meet another who would suit her personality as well as he. It was a puzzle, where the pieces were starting to align themselves. After she returned to the room, she and the Colonel were able to help Mr. Darcy drink deeply of some cool water. It was at this point that Mr. Darcy roused himself enough to need the attention of his valet, who had taken the opportunity to rest. Colonel Fitzwilliam called Parker, and Elizabeth again left the room. She entered the sitting-room to find Georgiana just waking. "How is my brother?" "He was able to drink deeply, Georgiana. Parker and the Colonel are with him now." Elizabeth sat on the settee next to her. "How about you, dear friend? Are you ready to break your fast? I certainly would be delighted with the company, if you please." "I would enjoy that, Elizabeth. I shall return to my room to change out of these clothes I slept in, and will meet you in the breakfast-room." They parted, only to meet again in a short while. Descending the stairs, Elizabeth heard Mr. Burton, the butler, greeting visitors. She heard the deep voice of several men, and the softer voice of a woman. When she reached the bottom stair, she spied the older man first. He was an older version of Colonel Fitzwilliam. The Matlocks must have arrived. Neither Mr. Bingley nor his sisters were present, so Elizabeth walked forward to extend a greeting. She inadvertently overheard their pleas for immediate news of Mr. Darcy's condition. "Please pardon me for intruding, but I've just come from attending Mr. Darcy. I believe you are the family of the Darcys and Colonel Fitzwilliam. Am I correct?" Lord Matlock met Elizabeth in the middle of the entry hall, and he bowed to her curtsy.
"We are indeed family members. I am Martin Fitzwilliam, Lord Matlock, and the Earl of Smithton. This is my wife, Elaine Fitzwilliam, Lady Matlock, Countess of Smithton, and this is my eldest son, Henry Fitzwilliam, Viscount Stanley. I understand from the express we received from my youngest that a Miss Bennet has been seeing to the care of my nephew. Perchance are you Miss Bennet? How is he faring?" The concern was evident in the way all three Fitzwilliams gathered to hear the news. They were more concerned with Mr. Darcy than seeing to their own comfort. "Please rest assured that although he has a fever, he was able to take much fluid over the past hour, and he has already expressed a desire to get out of his bed and resume his activities. He is an intelligent man, however, and realised quickly that he was reaching far too high for the moment. I believe he will be very pleased that you have arrived safely, as will your niece."
She looked behind them and found Mr. Burton and Mrs. Nichols lingering in anticipation of assisting the travellers to their rooms. "I am sure that while Mr. Burton informs Mr. Bingley that you're here at Netherfield Park, Mrs. Nichols will show you to your rooms, so you may freshen up. Mr. Burton will also inform your son and nephew of your arrival. I'm expecting Miss Darcy downstairs in but a moment." She looked directly into Lord Matlock's eyes. "Lord Matlock, Lady Matlock, Viscount Stanley, you will need to be aware that we are taking every measure necessary to see to the recovery of Mr. Darcy. With that in mind, we have stationed outside his room a young, strong footman to make sure that no person, regardless of rank or position, will enter Mr. Darcy's room without washing first. The footman is part of Mr. Darcy's staff and is committed to his care. My experience, though not vast, has led me to believe that it is vital that Mr. Darcy's bedchamber, his person and his wound be kept as clean as possible. Please understand that no exceptions will be made, not even for close family members. Do you have any questions about these procedures, sir?" He looked down at this young woman and realised that she was not intimidated at all by his size, his name, or his title. How refreshing.
"No, Miss Bennet, I do not. My family will do anything to see to Darcy's health."
Looking to his wife and son, he repeated sternly, in a voice that allowed no argument or disagreement,
"Anything."
Hearing footsteps behind her, she turned and glanced up the stairway. Elizabeth was pleased to see her friend, and to observe her delight at the appearance of her relatives.
"Uncle Martin! Aunt Elaine!"
All sense of propriety flew out the window as Georgiana squealed, ran down the stairs, and jumped into her waiting uncle's arms. Her uncle wrapped his strong arms around his niece and spun her as if she were a toddler. His eyes closed, and a look of pleasure and pain mixed momentarily, until he regained himself. Whether it was her uncle who did not immediately let her go, or Georgiana who continued to cling to her uncle, Elizabeth could not tell. However, it was reassuring to see the relief her uncle was bringing her, as Georgiana rested her head against his chest. Her head rested just under his chin, a position of comfort and familial love. Like his youngest son and his nephew, Lord Matlock was a tall man, broad of chest and shoulders. His face was weathered from exposure to the outdoors, and his laugh lines were deeply formed at the corners of his eyes.
"I am so happy you have arrived," she whispered into his jacket.
She leaned back from him, stood on her tiptoes and kissed his cheek. He quickly hugged her in return, and released her so she could properly greet her aunt and oldest cousin. Her welcome to her aunt and cousin was still affectionate, but more subdued.
"Have you met Elizabeth, uncle? She is my most trusted friend."
This was high recommendation from a girl who had learned from experience to be reserved, especially with new acquaintances.
"Yes, Georgie, we have met."
He scanned the room and noted that the housekeeper was patiently waiting to take them upstairs to their rooms. Miss Bennet stood back with her eyes to the floor, allowing the family as much privacy as possible in the narrow entryway, and his oldest son gazed at Miss Bennet with an interested expression.
"We are just to be shown to our rooms, where we will refresh ourselves. When we return we shall request Richard's company, along with our host, Mr. Bingley, before we go and bother your brother. We would like you and Miss Bennet to be in on that conversation as well, as Richard's letter yesterday provided only the most basic information. It would be good to get the full circumstances out in the open, and, to do so, we will have to hear from you, Poppet."
He looked to Elizabeth.
"Is this agreeable?"
"Oh, yes, my lord." The butler apparently saw to his tasks with thorough diligence, as the sound of footsteps again descended the stairs. Mr. Bingley and Colonel Fitzwilliam were followed by Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst. Introductions were quickly made, and Miss Bingley stepped in front of Elizabeth to demand that Mrs. Nichols show the Matlock family their rooms. "Miss Bingley," Lady Matlock interrupted the long string of commands, with a lift of her forehead and an impervious tone. "Thank you, however, Miss Bennet has already seen to our needs." At that she swept her skirt aside and moved past Miss Bingley, following the housekeeper up the stairs to the guest rooms on the second floor. Her husband and son followed behind. As the family walked down the hallway, they saw Darcy's footman standing outside a bedroom door, alongside a washstand, with a stack of clean linens folded and placed neatly alongside. She gave a quick nod. All was as it should be. Georgiana, shy in the company of the Bingley sisters, felt the power that her relatives reflected missing at their departure. Elizabeth sensed her discomfort and hurried to her side, putting her arm through her friend's. Elizabeth spoke up. "Gentlemen, Lord Matlock has asked that we gather to discuss yesterday's events. The family will be down shortly. Might we meet in the drawing-room, Mr. Bingley?"
"Certainly, Miss Elizabeth."
Turning to his sister, he added,
"Caroline, would you order tea?"
Miss Caroline Bingley was quite put out. She left London and came to this country estate only because Mr. Darcy would be here, and she saw it as one step closer to becoming mistress of Pemberley. Now this country nobody was usurping her position as hostess. Something would have to be done, and quickly, before Miss Elizabeth Bennet ingratiated herself into the Fitzwilliam family further. A few moments later, when Mrs. Nicholls returned to the main floor, Caroline ordered tea, only to find out that Elizabeth had already taken care of it. She gave a very unladylike stomp of her slippered foot, and turned and went back upstairs. Her elder sister, Mrs. Hurst, watched the scene play out, and was secretly amused. It was time that her little sister quit thinking so highly of herself. Elizabeth asked Colonel Fitzwilliam how Mr. Darcy was when he left him, and was told that he was hot, bored, and cranky. Just then, Lord and Lady Matlock and Viscount Stanley entered the drawing-room. All, with the exception of Lord Matlock, took their seat.
"Before I go upstairs and see my nephew, I would like to know what happened, Richard."
Everyone gathered, listening closely as the Colonel related the events, as he knew them, and as had been explained to him by both Georgiana and Elizabeth. Both Lady Matlock and the Colonel's brother asked questions when an item needed clarifying. When it was retold with as much clarity as possible, Lord Matlock turned to Elizabeth.
"Now, young lady, please tell us how you came to be involved in these events."
His focus on Elizabeth was intense. "I was leaving my family's home, Longbourn, for the inn in Meryton, to purchase a ticket for my return trip to London, when the Darcys and Mr. Bingley came upon me. I had just been introduced by a close friend to Mr. Wickham. After confronting Mr. Wickham, Mr. and Miss Darcy escorted me to the inn, while they returned here to Netherfield Park to retrieve their carriage. As soon as they returned to Meryton, I joined them in the coach, and we rode for a short while toward London, when we were stopped by Mr. Wickham. I've had the benefit of some medical training, and had my apothecary case with me, so I returned to Netherfield Park with the Darcys. It was with Mr. Darcy's permission that I tried to repair as much of the damage as possible, and administered medications both for pain and for infection. I only wish I knew more of what to do in these situations, my lord."
"I'm not criticising you in the least, Miss Bennet."
He paused, as if considering how to phrase his next statement.
"It is just that it is a rare occurrence when a gently born lady can be so valuable in such circumstances. I'm grateful you were here, as Richard said in his letter, that there is not a physician in the area, and Darcy's surgeon was unavailable as well."
"Oh, please, Lord Matlock, do not praise me overmuch. For your very own niece was of tremendous value yesterday during the surgery. She laboured alongside your son and Mr. Darcy's valet in caring for him on and off throughout the night as well. I realise that skills such as nursing and patient care are not the usual accomplishments a lady possesses. However, I believe it is because we are country-born and bred that gives us exposure to some rather unusual accomplishments." At this, Lady Matlock chuckled. She needed to get to know this young woman better, as she seemed to have formed an attachment to Georgiana. Both her sons were gazing at Miss Bennet with interest, and she wondered how her nephew responded to her as well. She would have to keep a close eye on the situation. A soft knock on the drawing-room door brought a serving-maid with the tea. Behind her came Mrs. Nicholls, checking to see if anything else was needed. Behind Mrs. Nicholls followed Mr. Burton, with a message from Mr. Darcy's valet. Mr. Darcy's temperature was on the rise again, and his valet was requesting Miss Elizabeth's care. She immediately returned upstairs to Mr. Darcy's bedchamber, closely followed by the gentleman in the room. all but Mr. Bingley, who stayed behind to be of assistance to the ladies. Gabriel was now on duty outside the door. When he saw Miss Elizabeth hurrying down the hallway, he again was grateful that she was caring for his master. The four stopped and washed before Gabriel opened the door and they entered the room. The curtains were pulled back, allowing what sun was available in mid-November to shine through. The window was open, letting in a stiff breeze, and Mr. Darcy was soaked, with beads of perspiration covering his brow and his upper lip. He was writhing in bed, exceedingly uncomfortable and in pain. "What has happened, Parker?" She went to Mr. Darcy's side and put her hand on his arm to try to still him. At her voice and touch, he quieted. "Please close the window, Parker, and ask Gabriel to request Mr. Darcy's bath be filled with as cool of water as possible. I will mix some more of the medicine, and if you would help me, Colonel Fitzwilliam, we will try to get it into him as we did before." The Colonel moved to the other side of the bed, and he asked his father to take Elizabeth's place while she mixed the powders. They raised Darcy close to a sitting position, as she sat on the bed next to him with her cup and spoon. Mr. Darcy's restlessness caused her to spill some of the liquid. She put the spoon back in the cup and reached her hand up to the side of his face, speaking to him gently. As she told him what her purpose was, and he felt the touch of her hand, he calmed and was able to take the bitter liquid. He lay back, and the men stepped away, while she explained to Mr. Darcy that she needed to check his wound. Quickly she rounded the bed, and again touched his arm. Mr. Darcy lay still as she pulled the bandage away and cleansed the wound. She then softly wiped his face with a cool wet towel, over and over, as Mr. Bingley's servants brought the water to the bathing tub. Nobody in the room spoke, while Elizabeth soothed Mr. Darcy. Lord Matlock watched, as Darcy lifted his right hand and held Elizabeth's wrist, holding her hand to his cheek. Darcy's eyes were still closed, but it appeared that her touch was healing him more than the powders. Elizabeth explained to Mr. Darcy what was to happen, and that she needed to step out of the room until he was returned to his bed. Turning to Lord Matlock, she could see the worry on his face and those of his sons. The area around the wound had been reddened, but there were no red streaks moving up or down his arm. Looking Lord Matlock in the eye, she determinedly reassured him. He will not lose his arm or his life. She then gave instructions to Parker, loud enough for all the men to hear, and left the room, again reminding Parker that Mr. Darcy would need clean bedclothes and a clean nightshirt when he returned. Once out in the hallway, she called a maid to strip the soaked bedding and replace it with clean linens, also to quickly tidy the room, removing any trays, replacing them with more tea and cool water. Then she paced and worried. She wished she had more skill, that she knew more. If wanting something would make it happen, then her words to Lord Matlock would be true. However, wanting was rarely enough. She prayed, and hoped others were doing so as well. Chapter 10. Netherfield Park, Hertfordshire. By the next morning Mr. Darcy's fever was down. The cool bath had accomplished much good. However, he slept fitfully through the night. Parker and Elizabeth still took turns trying to coax him to drink, and Elizabeth cared for his bandages. The maid, Sarah, who stayed in the room any time Elizabeth entered, also did not sleep. The bruising on Mr. Darcy's arm was still various purple hues, but the stitches were holding, and the skin surrounding them was pink. A healthy sign, indicating there was minimal poison behind the bullet holes. Elizabeth knew without looking that the shadows under her eyes were most likely similar in colour to Mr. Darcy's bruises, and mirrored those under Parker's eyes. Still, she was pleased to care for this good man. At dawn, Mr. Darcy started to stir, and Elizabeth rose from his bedside chair to fill his cup with water.
"Thirsty?"
Mr. Darcy whispered. She took the cup to him, and putting her arm behind his shoulders, she helped lift him so he could drink. Elizabeth was pleased when he drank the cup dry, and asked for more. She no longer felt uncomfortable with such contact, but hoped he was not aware of her pounding heart, or the blush that would arise each time she came into such close proximity. Finally, after he drank his fill, He laid back on his pillows. The single candle flickering from his bedside table highlighted the strong features on his face. Elizabeth again thought what a handsome man he is.
"Elizabeth, how is Georgiana faring?"
Elizabeth was taken aback at his use of her Christian name. It must have been his exhaustion that caused him to overlook proper address, as he had always been most duty-bound in her presence. The maid, Sarah, who was seated on a chair in the far corner and was busy tending to some sewing, would not have heard Mr. Darcy's slip, as the volume of his voice was low. No ruin would come to Elizabeth's reputation from that slight indiscretion. "She is tired and worried, but she is well. You will be pleased at the tender care she has provided you. Often she and Colonel Fitzwilliam have sat with you, and you seem comforted when she strokes your brow with a cool cloth. Truthfully, sir, my efforts with your surgery and care would have been much more difficult without her help." Leaning forward in the chair, she smiled at Mr. Darcy. "Do you recall the conversation we had while in company with Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst about the definition of an accomplished woman, Mr. Darcy?"
"I do. It was when you were here, at Netherfield Park, with your sister, Miss Bennet."
He recalled.
"If I remember correctly, Miss Bingley said that an accomplished woman must have a thorough knowledge of music, singing, drawing, dancing, all the modern languages, to deserve the word, and she must possess a certain something in her air and manner of walking, the tone of her voice, her address and expressions, or the word will be but half deserved."
"Well done, Mr. Darcy. Certainly your sister qualified as an accomplished young woman before these events. However, now, in addition to the qualities listed by Miss Bingley, she can add nursing, preparing bandages, and caring for a patient. All skills that prove much more useful than knitting a purse or painting a table, do you not think?" Mr. Darcy smiled at the thought. Then his brow furrowed again.
"But, Miss Elizabeth, what she saw, what she witnessed with Wickham, surely it has been difficult to overcome, seeing such violence and knowing the person responsible."
It warmed Elizabeth's heart to realise that while everyone in residence at Netherfield Park was concerned about Mr. Darcy, he had been concerned about his little sister. "Mr. Darcy, you need to know that both the Colonel and I have spent hours upon hours sitting with Georgiana, and we have encouraged her to pour her heart out on this matter. It should relieve you to know that because she was witness to Mr. Wickham's vile intentions, she has been able to look back at the events at Ramsgate with a much more mature attitude. It is unfortunate that the innocent need to learn to be wary. Georgiana will come through this experience with knowledge of the motives of men, will not be gullible, nor will she trust easily. For a person of our sex, this is a protection. Ignorance can only lead to folly." Pausing to get her thoughts in order, Elizabeth continued. "Mr. Darcy, the willingness and diligence you and the Colonel both show in protecting Georgiana is truly admirable. She's not unappreciative of what you're trying to do for her behalf. She has mentioned to me that she realises that it is done from the deepest love and affection. However, in less than 2 years, she will be out in society. Mr. Darcy, I'm sure you are aware of how vicious some of the ladies of the temps are, and how manipulative some of the men can be, especially to a beautiful young woman who is in possession of a large fortune and good family connections. She would be like a lamb amidst wolves. This way, she will go into her debut better prepared to determine who would or would not be a proper companion for her, both as friends and eventually to marry. Do you not agree?" Mr. Darcy pondered this before answering.
"I do agree, Miss Elizabeth. My Georgie is growing up, and I have to allow her to do so. I only wish that she had not had to see this dark side of life. She deserves a happy life, with only the best of people surrounding her, with no difficulties in her future."
"Oh, Mr. Darcy, that would be a terrible life." Elizabeth was emphatic.
"What could you possibly mean by that?"
"Think, Mr. Darcy, how much you personally enjoy overcoming challenges, learning new techniques for doing things, or moving obstacles by using your intelligence and wit. Would not life be a bore if it all went well? With challenges comes the opportunity to grow and learn. Is not that truly what you want for your sister? To have a full life, where she can feel a sense of accomplishment, with a well-made decision or a task well done, especially if it challenged her to step beyond what she thought she was capable of?
But what of failures? She should not have to feel the burden or displeasure with herself for not being able to always make things right.
Mr. Darcy, do not failures motivate you to learn more or try harder the next time? It is part of life, as an imperfect human, to fail. Learning to overcome these failures can be a source of inner peace and happiness. Without thinking, Elizabeth reached over and took his hand. Please, sir, if you want your sister to have a happy, full life, you will allow her to make mistakes, and to grow from those mistakes. It is part of being an adult, is it not?
You are correct, Miss Elizabeth. That is exactly what I want for my sister.
Elizabeth could see that he was getting tired and needed to rest. She realised that she still had hold of his hand and released it from her grip. He, however, grasped her hand tighter.
I am pleased that you're here, Miss Elizabeth, and that we've been able to get reacquainted. I am sorry that we interrupted your trip to London.
Please think no more of it, sir. I am certain that my uncle and aunt were expecting me to stay for a while at Longbourn, and did not expect my sudden return.
Elizabeth.
He squeezed her hand tighter. This conversation was rejuvenating to Darcy. His body was weak, certainly, but his mind was clear of the laudanum he had been given, and he longed to get to know this woman better.
Please, share your burden with me.
And she did. She told of her 4 siblings that she had lost, and how devastated she had been when her father and mother placed the blame on her. She told of how disappointed she was in her eldest sister for putting the wrong opinions of her parents before her own happiness, and how she had wanted Jane to stay longer at Netherfield Park to complete her recovery before returning to Longbourn. She also told Mr. Darcy how surprised she was at Jane's reaction to sweet, kind Mr. Bingley. Mr. Darcy returned the favour by talking at length of his relationship with George Wickham and with their father. He explained to her how devastated Mr. and Mrs. Wickham were to see how their son was turning out. The Wickhams, who not long after they received George into their home were blessed with a daughter of their own, were both appalled at their son's conduct. Not being able to watch George's rebelliousness under the influence of George Darcy, they moved along with their daughter to Ireland, leaving their son behind. Darcy also spoke of how challenging it had been to become master of Pemberley and all the other holdings at 22 years of age, plus assume guardianship of his sister at the same time. He spoke of the loss of his beloved mother, how she had tried to shield him from the neglect of his father and the jealousy of his older brother. He also talked of his position in society and how awkward he was in social gatherings. They came to know each other's circumstances, and the seeds of deep respect were beginning to grow. A close bond was forming, with a bright future ahead of them, if they could get past their current difficulties. Finally, Mr. Darcy slept, continuing to hold Elizabeth's hand. At a tap on the outside of the door, she let go, instantly feeling the loss. At Parker's return, Elizabeth left to change into fresh clothing and partake of a small meal. She reflected on all she and Mr. Darcy spoke of with one another. How good it felt to share her innermost feelings, concerns and disappointments with someone who equally shared his own in return. She knew from watching him around the Bingley sisters how reticent and quiet he was, so it was surprising to hear him speak so openly with her. The prior evening, Elizabeth and Georgiana had arranged to walk in the garden the next morning before breaking their fast. As much as they both needed a long night's sleep, they also felt the need for the outdoors. When Georgiana arrived at Elizabeth's room, it was but a moment before they had donned their outer clothes and left through the front door. The stables were off on the left side of the house, and the gardens were on the right. In front of the home was a small man-made lake that was brimming with noisy waterfowl this early in the morning. It was a peaceful, serene setting, and both young women relaxed with the sights and sounds. They headed toward the gardens. In November, the garden had few spots of bright colour remaining from the summer blooms. It was filled with the autumn hues of burgundy, gold, orange, green and brown. However, it was the company that was pleasing, not the vegetation.
Georgiana, what were your parents like?
It appeared to be an innocent question, but after the disclosures of this morning, Elizabeth knew the turmoil a child could carry when a parent was unjust or disappointed them greatly. She waited for her friend's reply.
I did not know my mother, as she died at my birth. William and my Fitzwilliam relatives tell me that I am much like her, in appearance and character. My Uncle Martin says that my brother William has the same strong sense of duty and honour that my father had. Elizabeth, this confuses me, because my brother has a very firm sense of morality. I do believe that my father did as well later in his life, that he was just caught up in the frivolity of youth, and George was a result of that youthful indiscretion. However, I could never see William forsaking any of his children for any reason. When George was around, my father was not even aware that William and I existed.
So Mr. Darcy has many children that he would never forsake? Elizabeth teased. Georgiana tucked her arm in Elizabeth's and giggled along with her older friend.
Elizabeth.
She suddenly became very serious.
My brother is the best of men. To my knowledge, he has never placed himself in a position to receive the reproach of others. Many, such as Miss Bingley and others like her, seek him out, and some have tried to put him in positions where he would feel obligated to marry to protect the Darcy name so that it is not tarnished. He would never want his children to feel about him the way he feels about father.
Then we shall tease about this no more. They continued to walk in companionable silence. Soon it was time to join the others to break their fast. It was a lively group in the breakfast room. Mr. Bingley's pleasing personality matched the jovial personality of Lord Matlock and his youngest son. The eldest son, Henry Fitzwilliam, was quieter and more reserved, like his mother, the Countess. However, they too added to the revelry. The good news that Parker had imparted to Lord Matlock about his nephew resting lightened the mood, and the conversation reflected this attitude. After breakfast, while Elizabeth went upstairs to check on Mr. Darcy's progress and change the dressing on the wound, the others gathered in the drawing-room, soon joined by Mr. Bingley's sisters. Elizabeth returned to a much quieter, subdued gathering. It appeared that the damper was of Miss Bingley's making. Elizabeth settled next to Georgiana and Lady Matlock on the large sofa at one side of the grand fireplace. Georgiana had a book she was reading, and Lady Matlock was inquiring as to its subject. Mr. Burton stepped into the room and announced a visitor for Miss Elizabeth. All eyes turned to the doorway, and Elizabeth's heart sank into her stomach as her father appeared.
"Oh, Mr. Bennet," the butler announced.
At this announcement, all eyes turned to Elizabeth. "Father, to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?" she politely inquired. Her good manners were to no avail, as her father stood in the doorway and pointed at her, colour rising in his face and anger flashing from his eyes.
"What do you say for yourself?"
His voice boomed across the room. The gentleman immediately stood, as if an army called in defence. "Excuse me, father, I do not know to what you are referring." She looked to Mr. Bingley. "If Mr. Bingley does not mind, maybe you and I should remove ourselves to the library to continue this discussion in private, sir." Mr. Bingley quickly nodded his head. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see Miss Bingley clearly rejoicing in the comeuppance of the woman she saw as her competitor. Mr. Bennet had not taken his eyes off his daughter.
"I will go nowhere. I ask again, what have you to say for yourself? You have ruined forever the only chance your sister had for making a respectable marriage. Word has arrived at Longbourn that you are flagrantly spending time in the bedchambers of a single man with whom you have no attachment. Just because you rejected the only man who will likely ever offer for you, my own cousin, Mr. Collins, does not mean you have the right to ruin Jane's chances. My Jane, because of her beauty and grace, deserves to be happy. You, Elizabeth Ann, deserve the streets, which is where you belong."
Elizabeth was stunned, and her pain and embarrassment were deep, both for the attack and that her father cared not that it was done in such a public forum. If gossip had passed outside Netherfield Park before, it surely would do so now. Before Elizabeth could speak, Lord Matlock did so,
Sir, I take it that you are father to this delightful child. As such, you should realise that you are grossly misinformed. There has been no impropriety at all, and your daughter is a blessing to our family. Thanks to her skill, my nephew is recovering from a horrible wound that could easily have ended his life."
At this, Georgiana started to cry and quickly left the room, running upstairs to her brother. While she was explaining what was happening downstairs, Lord Matlock, his two sons, and Mr. Bingley stood as one against Mr. Bennet.
"Now that is a wise young girl. She chose to remove herself from your presence, Elizabeth. You were poison to her."
Mr. Bennet made his verbal thrust.
"You say Elizabeth treated your nephew with skill and that he is better for it. Well, sir, you should know that her skill resulted in the death of my heir and 3 other girl children. I would not put any trust in her skill at all." "You, sir, are speaking to the wrong man. It proves to me that you do not know your own daughter."
Lord Matlock was filled with righteous anger toward a man who by birth was obligated to care for those under him, including his children. Lord Matlock did not ask Mr. Bennet to leave. In his most authoritative voice, he commanded him to go, but Mr. Bennet was not going to leave until he won his point. Meanwhile, upstairs, Mr. Darcy was angered beyond anything he had ever felt at hearing that Elizabeth's father was abusing her downstairs. He called for his robe and climbed out of bed to go assist her. Forgotten was the fact that he had had only broth and water since early the day before. Standing too quickly, he greatly overestimated his strength and collapsed to the floor. Georgiana screamed. Chapter 11. Netherfield Park, Hertfordshire. Parker, hearing the screams coming from Mr. Darcy's room, rushed in from his master's sitting room ready to do battle. When he found his master collapsed on the floor, with his sister standing over him, he called Gideon inside to help him lift his master back onto his bed. He then called the maid, Sarah, to attend Miss Darcy, while he hurried downstairs to the drawing-room to get Miss Elizabeth. Mr. Darcy's wound had broken open with the fall and was bleeding. The valet had no difficulty finding Elizabeth, as he could hear her trying to calm the angry men. When he entered the drawing-room, he could see that the 4 gentlemen loomed close to the other older man. The 2 Bingley sisters looked on with glee. Whatever the happenings in the room, his sole focus was to get Miss Elizabeth up to his master's room as quickly as possible. When he looked again at the young miss, he realised he now had her full attention. He quickly whispered the situation to her, and she excused herself, running up the stairs. Parker quickly followed. Back in the drawing-room, Lord Matlock and the others realised that any circumstance that required Elizabeth's immediate presence was not good. Lord Matlock had had enough.
"Mr. Bennet, it is my nephew lying upstairs, whom I love very much. Your daughter is to be praised, not reproved in such a manner. You, sir, are the one who will be leaving this house."
He approached Mr. Bennet and stood almost toe-to-toe.
"I suggest you do it now." "I see how it is."
Mr. Bennet shook his head in disgust at Lord Matlock.
"You men are most to be pitied for the loss you are about to suffer. I hope and pray for a quick end to this situation, and that you blame the one who will be responsible, Elizabeth."
With that he turned to the hallway, collected his coat from Mr. Burton, and left for Longbourn. Silence settled on the room at his exit. After but a moment, Lord Matlock, without a word, left the room and hurried up to his nephew's room. His 2 sons and Mr. Bingley followed. In the drawing-room, Miss Bingley could not help but snicker at the damage done to Miss Elizabeth's reputation with the Fitzwilliam and Darcy family. Lady Matlock heard. The lady was like the Darcys in nature, quiet and reserved. However, she was not a member of one of the most respected members of society for nothing. "And what about this situation do you find so amusing, Miss Bingley?" Until this point, Lady Matlock had chosen to stand back and allow her husband and sons to take charge. However, she recognised that these 2 women coveted a higher position in society, and had determined that the Darcys would help them to attain that position. This was a familiar game to anyone who had reached the first circles of the temps. Though common enough, it was not palatable to Lady Matlock, especially since her niece and nephew were the targets of exploitation. "Excuse me, Lady Matlock," said Miss Caroline Bingley quickly. I merely had something in my throat. I'm certain that a cup of tea will be the answer. Would you like me to pour for you too?"
"Miss Bingley, do not underestimate my intelligence or my experience in dealing with women of your calibre. That young woman, whom you seek to demean in my eyes, is now performing a service in behalf of my family that will not soon be forgotten. She has proved her value and her valour in these most fearful times. You both would benefit by imitating her attitude and actions." With that, she swept out the door and up to her nephew's room. The resentment Miss Bingley was feeling for Miss Elizabeth Bennet continued to grow, as did her determination to remove her from Netherfield Park, and attach herself permanently to Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy of Pemberley. Upstairs in Mr. Darcy's bedchamber, Elizabeth again called upon Georgiana to help. It seemed to calm Miss Darcy to have a helpful task to perform. She put a clean cloth over the wound, and had her press down and hold the pressure until Elizabeth could mix some more laudanum and powders into some tea. The stitch, which was in the back of his arm, would need to be replaced, and the skin was extremely tender. She approached Mr. Darcy on his right side and asked Colonel Fitzwilliam and Parker to help him sit so he could drink. After he lay back down, Elizabeth knew she had to wait a bit until the drug took effect. She sat in the chair by the bedside and grasped Mr. Darcy's hand. "Mr. Darcy, my friend, were you trying to climb on your white steed in your suit of armour and come rescue the fair maiden from the fire-breathing dragon?" He looked at her face and saw one side of her mouth and one eyebrow lifted in humour. "Yes, Elizabeth, I imagine that was exactly what my intentions were." Georgiana chuckled. She could not believe that her stoic brother admitted to such, or that he had called Elizabeth by her first name in front of the family. "You silly, silly man." She clasped his hand in both her small hands and squeezed gently. "With all these big, strong men who are crowded in this room already coming to my defence, you willingly endangered your own health to try to see to mine." How dear he was becoming to her. She realised at that point that her heart belonged to this man. "My father would never use force to hurt me. He prefers to use words as his weapon, and he has always prided himself on that particular skill. It is my choice how deep I allow those words to cut me. I will not lie. It pains me to realise how far apart we have grown, but the wounds are not life-threatening. So please, be at ease, Mr. Darcy." Lord Matlock observed the interchange with interest. Miss Elizabeth never took her eyes off his nephew's face, and Darcy did not look away either. Lord Matlock then watched his niece, as she obediently applied pressure to the wound. "These are not simpering young women," he thought. Finally, Miss Elizabeth patted Darcy's hand and turned to the men. "Mr. Bingley, would you request the attendance of Mrs. Nichols and Mr. Burton, please? Colonel Fitzwilliam, would you stand at my right and hold Mr. Darcy's shoulder? Viscount Stanley, if you would place yourself at my left. I will need you to hold a candle for added light. Georgiana." She looked up at the girl, still holding pressure to her brother's arm. "Wipe his brow while I repair the damage." "Yes, I will, Elizabeth." She was firm, and her uncle was impressed by her determination. "Parker," Elizabeth continued with the directives. "Open the curtains as wide as you can. We're in need of as much light as possible." He moved into position, as did the rest of the men. When the housekeeper and butler presented themselves at the door, Elizabeth requested needed items, and they immediately left to obtain the bulls, towels, bandage cloths, Scotch whisky, and hot water. Mr. Bingley had returned with them along with Lady Matlock. Gideon asked them to wash, as he had the others when they arrived, but a few minutes earlier, before they entered the room. Mr. Burton and Mrs. Nichols rushed off to gather the supplies and returned quickly. "Is there any task that I can perform?" asked Lady Matlock. "Yes, Lady Matlock. I shall need you to stand behind your two sons with the clean towels and hand them to me as needed. I'm certain that you know how to get the both of your sons to move when you need them to." The lady chuckled and told those gathered that she would have no difficulty at all. "And what do you have in mind for me?" asked Lord Matlock. "Oh, please do not think that I overlooked you in any way, my lord." She grinned up at him and chuckled. "Take my place in the chair and hold your nephew's arm." He immediately complied. "If everyone would take their places, we shall begin."
All moved except Mr. Bingley. "Mr. Bingley, please hold Mr. Darcy's legs." He moved to the foot of the bed. Elizabeth called to the doorway. "Mr. Burton, did you retrieve Mr. Bingley's sword?" The elderly butler responded seriously.
"I did, miss. I'm at the ready."
"Good, good." Looking up at Mr. Burton, she smiled. "I am sure that after this day, if you should be unhappy in your service to Mr. Bingley, Colonel Fitzwilliam may be able to find a place in his regiment for a capable defender such as yourself." This lightened the sombre mood in the room. By then, Mr. Darcy was no longer aware of the activities surrounding him. He was in a drug-induced sleep. Elizabeth had given him 2 more drops than she had before. "Let us begin." It did not take long to cleanse the wound again, pull out the old stitch, and replace it with another. Everyone, male and female, took their roles and duties with the utmost seriousness, so the procedure went smoothly. Before long, Elizabeth was wrapping the wound with clean cloths, and had the gentleman turn Mr. Darcy onto his back. "We shall now let him sleep. Georgiana, if you would please remain and continue to apply the cool cloth to his forehead, I'm sure your brother would appreciate it. He may be asleep, but it seems to soothe him." Georgiana was grateful that she would be able to stay close. The idea of returning to the drawing-room was distasteful to her. Elizabeth caught the attention of the others before they completely exited the room. "Please, if you could pray for Mr. Darcy. It is unfortunate, but possible, that infection could set in. He is not as strong as he was when he was first wounded. Please pray." Lord Matlock responded,
"Consider it done."
Chapter 12. Netherfield Park, Hertfordshire. Mr. Darcy slept for several hours, with Parker, Georgiana and Elizabeth watching over him the whole time. When he awoke, he was hot and thirsty, but he noted that Elizabeth had fallen asleep in the chair next to his bed, and he could not help but look upon her lovely face, so peaceful while at rest. He wondered at his tender affections for her. Their acquaintance had not been long. Elizabeth was so full of life, the perfect complement to his nature. She was not of his station. His position in society and the expectations of his family would not allow him to pursue her as a wife. But his heart was telling him that this was the only woman that he could ever love. Wife? Love? Where did those thoughts come from? His mind was screaming at him that it is too soon. But his heart recognized in her that she was the one. Georgiana, sitting quietly by, working on a piece of embroidery, noticed her brother was awake. She approached the bed and asked if he required anything for his comfort.
"Water,"
he whispered, not wanting to wake his Elizabeth. Was Elizabeth his? Might she feel the same? Georgiana brought the cool water to him, and Parker immediately came to assist him to rise so he could drink. "How are you, brother?" She was deeply concerned. This was now twice that she had helped with surgery on his arm, and though they were as cautious as they could be, she was worried about the possibility of infection. She loved her brother William. He was more like a father to her than an older brother, and she could not bear the thought of losing him. She had observed the way William had been looking at her friend, and it pleased her greatly. It would be wonderful to have Elizabeth as a sister. Georgiana did not realise that she'd voiced her wish aloud, until William sputtered,
"What did you say, Georgie? Just now, what did you say?"
Barring no secrets from her brother, she boldly replied, "I believe you heard me clearly, brother." They continued to whisper, so as not to disturb Elizabeth. "I truly like her. She is amiable, unfailingly kind. And do not forget that she too stepped in front of me when Wickham threatened to abscond with me. She put me ahead of her own safety. William, Gabriel and Gideon told me that she protected me, and they sing her praise. She refused a very practical offer of marriage that would have secured her future and that of her family, because she did not love the gentleman. That proves to me that she is not a fortune hunter, nor one to seek her own advantage above others. William, I know that I could learn much from her, and that together we would be a family that has joy and laughter in our household. Pemberley has been far too quiet for far too long. How could I not want her for a sister?"
"But what of her family, Georgie? What of her position in society?
William reasoned with his sister. These were matters that he had considered, reasoned through and rejected. He needed her to do the same.
You know our position in society. It is uncommon in our sphere to marry for love or affection. How would having Elizabeth for a sister affect your own opportunities for marriage?
William, she replied, firm enough that Elizabeth started to stir. Had not my own foolishness at Ramsgate been cause enough for shame to our family? What could Elizabeth do that I have not already done?
Georgie, you need not feel guilty over the events at Ramsgate. They were entirely constructed by Wickham, whom we know was capable of great evil.
While Darcy found it hard to hear his sister castigate herself for something for which she carried no responsibility, Darcy was more than pleased to hear Georgiana defend the feelings that already resided in his heart. Any match made by him would affect her, so he needed to know where she stood before he pursued a relationship. As her brother and guardian, it was his responsibility to promote her, to make an arrangement for her, so that his sister's future was secure and felicitous. Before they could continue the conversation, Parker brought it to the attention of the pair that it was time to rouse Miss Elizabeth, so the master's dressing could be changed. Georgiana gently shook Elizabeth's shoulder until her eyes started to flutter, and the first thing from her mouth was an apology for having fallen asleep. They were all tired. Darcy could not look away. Parker brought him another cup of water, so his attention was distracted for the moment it took him to drink it. Coming fully awake, Elizabeth moved around the bed and tended Mr. Darcy's arm. The area where the newly placed stitch was located was red and angry-looking, as was to be expected. However, it still worried Elizabeth, and she gave a quick, silent prayer for his recovery. After the wound was cleaned and wrapped, the two ladies left Mr. Darcy's chambers and went to their own rooms to change for the rest of the day. Later, when they went downstairs, Mrs. Nichols was waiting in front of the drawing-room to speak with Elizabeth. It seemed that there was a concern from cook about the food that was to be prepared for Mr. Darcy. Up until this point, Mr. Darcy had had only broth, water and tea. Not knowing about the need for repeated surgery, cook wanted to know if she should start sending dry toast or a light meal to his room. Before Elizabeth could reply, Miss Bingley spoke up. "Mrs. Nichols, why are you consulting a guest in this home, an uninvited guest, mind you, about matters involving Mr. Darcy?" Elizabeth was quick to protect Mrs. Nichols, who had gone out of her way to see to the comforts and needs of all of those staying at Netherfield Park. At Miss Bingley's reply, the voices inside the drawing-room became silent. Georgiana was horrified that Elizabeth was being questioned so, for even though Miss Bingley addressed the housekeeper, it was apparent that it was Elizabeth's treatment of Mr. Darcy that was under attack. "Miss Bingley, I thank you for tolerating my presence when I was not invited into your home. Your condescension and concern that my presence might overtax your staff is commendable. I take it that during my absence you have discussed this situation with Mr. Darcy's family and your brother, and found my skills inadequate, and that you yourself are much more qualified and accomplished than I in the matter of medical care. If, however, you have not spoken with Lord Matlock and his family, nor your own brother about Mr. Darcy's current situation, I suggest that we move into the drawing-room and do so now." Though she had had a brief nap, Elizabeth was tired and worried about what the day's events would do to Mr. Darcy. She was concerned that Georgiana would not be able to endure much more upset, and she was distressed that Miss Bingley would ask her to remove herself from Netherfield Park. Without waiting for a response, Elizabeth turned, put her arm through Georgiana's, and headed into the drawing-room, where the Matlocks and Mr. Bingley were gathered. During the confrontation in the hallway, they had not heard the approach of an elegant carriage and 4 horses, with 3 females riding inside. It wasn't until Elizabeth and Georgiana were settled on a settee with Lady Matlock that they became aware of visitors in the entryway. Miss Bingley, in deference to her position as hostess, chose to wait in the drawing-room for the guests to be brought to her, rather than welcoming them in the entry. Thus it was a surprise when the 3 ladies were invited into the room by Mr. Burton. All seated in the room stood politely, as the butler announced, "Lady Catherine de Bourgh, Lady Anne de Bourgh, and Mrs. Jenkinson." Elizabeth heard a collective groan from the Fitzwilliams. She dropped her head and quickly gathered her composure, trying not to grin.
"Martin!" Lady Catherine barked at her brother. "Why was I not informed immediately about Darcy? What is being done? Why has he not been taken to London? Who is seeing to him?"
The tirade continued, and Lord Matlock appeared to be waiting for his sister to take a breath so he could reply.
"Cathy, stop!"
He finally interrupted. Lady Catherine stopped speaking, but did not stop her progression into the room.
"Let us observe niceties first. You need an introduction to your hosts, and it looks like Anne could use some time to refresh herself and lie down after her travels. You should do the same."
Lady Catherine walked right up to her brother, almost to the point that their toes were touching.
"I am here, Martin, to see to the care of my nephew. I will be taking charge of his medicines, and of this household. Before leaving Kent, I consulted with Anne's personal physician, and he provided the best leeches and lances for ridding Darcy of any poisons remaining from the shoddy care he has already certainly received. There cannot be a competent doctor in all of Hertfordshire. My Anne will see to his personal comfort."
At this, all eyes went to her daughter, who seemed on the verge of collapse. Her pale face became even whiter at her mother's declaration.
"Lady Catherine," Miss Bingley inserted at this moment, "welcome to Netherfield Park. I'm sure you will find that we have taken the best care possible under the circumstances."
Lady Catherine turned on Miss Bingley, like a hungry lion looking at his prey.
"Who are you, and why are you interrupting me?"
Miss Bingley was now at the receiving end of the disdain she normally showed to those she felt were inferior to her. She did not like this reversal of position. Lord Matlock knew his sister well, and was aware that she would not back down, unless she saw it was to her own advantage. Lady Catherine's weakest link was her daughter Anne. He was just about to claim again that his sister see to her daughter first, when the butler returned to announce another visitor. Standing behind Mr. Burton was a heavy-set young man, about 25 years, with dark greasy hair that showed the marks where his hatband had been, and a large bald spot at the crown of his head every time he bowed, which was frequently,
"Mr. Collins."
Before he could be greeted or welcomed, he rushed to his patroness, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, and bowed as deeply as if she were the Queen herself.
"Lady Catherine, I saw your carriage with the de Bourgh family crest emblazoned on the door as I was walking into Meryton, and hurried to Netherfield Park to see if I can be of service to you."
He bowed again.
"How may I, your humble servant, be of assistance?"
Lord Matlock had had enough. Waiting until Mr. Collins had risen from his bow, he stated forcefully,
"I do not know who you are, or why you are here, young man, but you need to return to Meryton, or wherever you are from. You are intruding on family business and into a situation that is not your concern."
Mr. William Collins had never been the brightest of men. He had not fared well at university, so he was deeply appreciative of the patronage of so important a person as Lady Catherine de Bourgh. He was a simple man who did not understand nuances or innuendos. For him to miss the command in Lord Matlock's voice, though, implied a selfish attention to his own desires and pleasure. Right now, his pleasure was found in pleasing Lady Catherine, and pursuing his suit with Miss Elizabeth, so he was not dissuaded by any comments of Lord Matlock.
"But I am the family member of one, Miss Elizabeth Bennet, as well as her betrothed."
This statement of Mr. Collins fell on shocked ears, including those of Elizabeth.
"Betrothed?"
echoed around the room. Georgiana reached over and squeezed Elizabeth's hand in a show of support. "Oh, pardon me for entering a discussion that I normally would have no part in." Elizabeth found it a challenge to keep her voice calm. "I am not betrothed to Mr. Collins, my father's cousin, nor will I ever be betrothed to Mr. Collins. He cannot be here for me." She refused to look at him, instead catching the eye of Lord Matlock. As the highest-ranking personage in the room, she begged to be excused to return to Mr. Darcy, and asked that Georgiana accompany her. Unexpectedly, it was Lady Matlock who responded. She lifted her chin, and her eyes hardened. She glared at her sister-in-law and her hostess with an icy stare. Catherine, Miss Bingley, from this moment until my nephew is able to rise and walk out of this estate on his own power, I will be making the decisions as to his care. Until that time, if you have any questions, comments, or opinions to express, you will bring them to me. You are not to interfere in any way. Have I made myself clear?" Both Lady Catherine and Miss Bingley started to argue the point, but Colonel Fitzwilliam stepped to his mother's side, giving her his tacit support. He was immediately joined by his older brother. Mr. Bingley saw the wisdom in aligning himself with the other gentleman, and moved accordingly. This quieted both ladies. "Now that we have that clear," Lady Matlock continued, "you will know that Miss Elizabeth Bennet is tending my nephew, and is doing so under my guidance and direction." Her husband, sons, and Elizabeth looked at her in wonder. Lady Matlock turned her head briefly toward Elizabeth, and winked. Lady Matlock had, until this time, not expressed an opinion or a suggestion about Mr. Darcy's treatment, so her comment, while effective in silencing both Lady Catherine and Miss Bingley, was a puzzle to the others. However, her authority could not be questioned. "Am I understood on this point as well?" Neither lady uttered a word. Lady Matlock then turned to Mr. Collins. "I believe that my husband, Lord Matlock, the head of the Fitzwilliam household, which includes Lady Catherine, has asked you to leave. Due to circumstances, we are not accepting visitors at this time. Is that not correct, Mr. Bingley?" Mr. Bingley nodded his agreement. She dismissed Mr. Collins, as she would an unwelcome servant. Mr. Collins could do nothing other than leave, as he watched his patroness sputter her displeasure at this change of circumstances. He gazed at Miss Elizabeth with undisguised longing. She continued to refuse to acknowledge him, and waited for him to leave. When Mr. Burton came back to the doorway of the drawing-room, Elizabeth presumed to think that he was there to escort Mr. Collins out. However, he caught her eye, and whispered that Parker needed her immediately. She quickly left the room, dragging Georgiana with her. They ran up the stairs to see what danger had befallen Mr. Darcy. The room was left in silence. Finally, Lady Catherine excused Mr. Collins, so that he would feel free to leave, and commanded Miss Bingley, as if she were the housekeeper, not the hostess, to show her, her daughter, and her daughter's companion to their rooms. Just as she was leaving the room, she turned back to her brother. "We are not finished with this, Martin." The day proved long for Elizabeth, Georgiana, and Parker, and it eventually took its toll on the young girl. Her brother's fever seemed to rise with each hour, and he again was unable to drink the fresh water that was so beneficial to him. After hours of wiping his forehead and face with a cool cloth, she started to quietly weep. The tears continued to fall, no matter how Elizabeth tried to comfort her. Finally, she lay her head down by her brother's and sobbed. Chapter 13. Netherfield Park, Hertfordshire. While Elizabeth and Parker continued to struggle with Darcy's fever, Lady Catherine had renewed her assault downstairs. She had re-entered the drawing-room, waving a sheet of paper that had certainly seen better days. Lady Catherine walked right up to her brother and thrust the paper in his face. "Here, brother, read this." He took the letter and walked closer to the fireplace. He began reading aloud.
11th November, 1805, Pemberley. Dear Catherine, no doubt you are aware that my son Fitzwilliam has just reached his majority. As we had previously arranged, it is almost time for us to announce his betrothal to Anne. I do want to take this opportunity to remind you that our agreement was that my son spends at least 2 years under my tutelage, learning estate management before his marriage. I am concerned about Anne's health and whether she will be able to bear the heir to Pemberley. You know best of all whether this is possible. If not, I shall start searching for a lady of quality with a large dowry who would make a good mistress for Pemberley. My preference, of course, would be for your daughter, so our estates would be united once and for all. And please respond with information about my niece's physical condition. All my best to you and your daughter, your brother, George Darcy.
Lady Catherine immediately interjected. "As you can see by the fact that my daughter hurried to Darcy's bedside to care for him, She is able and willing to be wife to Fitzwilliam, and to bear his heir. I have told her that the heir must be born before any girl children."
Miss Caroline Bingley, who had her own plans for the Master of Pemberley, walked to Lady Catherine and Lord Matlock with her arm outstretched, as if she was going to snatch the letter from their possession.
"This cannot be!"
She had devoted 4 long years in her pursuit of Mr. Darcy, and she was determined to be the next mistress of Pemberley.
"You see yourself as mistress of Pemberley?"
Lady Catherine looked down her nose at Miss Bingley, scorn dripping from her voice.
"Who are you to presume to attain to such a lofty position? You are the daughter of a tradesman, and are reaching far too high."
She sneered at her. Nobody in the room came to Miss Bingley's support, not even her brother. Charles Bingley had known of her plans almost since the day Caroline had met Darcy. He also knew how Darcy felt about both of his sisters, and there was no chance that he would ever offer for Caroline. She was doomed to disappointment. Miss Bingley muttered under her breath as she stomped out of the drawing-room.
"We shall see."
At her departure, Mr. Bingley took his leave from the room, knowing they had family matters to discuss. It was apparent that he and his sisters had already overstayed. He was concerned for Darcy, and decided to make his way upstairs. He did not want to be around his sister until she cooled off.
"Father, may I see the letter?" inquired his oldest son.
When Henry had reread the letter, he handed it to his younger brother.
"It is definitely George Darcy's handwriting. Father, did you know of this betrothal?" "My sister Anne had mentioned that this was George's desire, but she was opposed. She wanted her son to have affection and respect in his marriage."
Lady Catherine took exception to this remark.
"Our sister Anne was weak-minded. She could never see the benefits of combining Rosings and Pemberley. George was a businessman, and longed for the wealth and power Rosings would bring to his estates. The combination would make us the largest landowners in all of England. Darcy will marry Anne. In fact, we can call my rector, Mr. Collins, back, and the marriage can take place now. That way, if Darcy dies, the future of Pemberley will be guaranteed."
Lord Matlock had been holding in his temper. With Lady Catherine's last statement, he no longer felt the need to control it.
"Catherine, how would the future of Pemberley be guaranteed if Darcy married Anne? I love my niece, but she is weak and unqualified to run an estate or to bear a child to any man. What you really mean is that you would have the power to run the largest landholdings in England, do you not? Well, that will never happen in my lifetime. I knew my sister's desire for her son. That boy has been to hell and back because of the decisions of his father, and I will not allow it to continue now that George Darcy is gone. Furthermore, sister, since you have been in this room, you have yet to inquire as to Darcy's condition. That shows where your concern lies. My wife has the right of it. Catherine, you may stay here, but you will have no say about Darcy's care. You will not bring those leeches into this house, and you will not bother Miss Elizabeth Bennet in any way. Am I clear?"
Lady Catherine was furious. Since her brother and his family were standing against her, she decided to take the letter to her solicitor in London to have him file a claim against Darcy and his properties. That if he does not hold to the agreement between her and his father, she will claim Pemberley and all its related assets as her own. Turning her back to her brother, she snatched the letter out of Colonel Fitzwilliam's hands, walked out of the room, yelled at the housekeeper to retrieve her daughter, her companion, and all their possessions, as they would be leaving Netherfield Park immediately. It was in but moments that Mrs. Nicholls returned downstairs to inform Lady Catherine that her daughter was too weak to travel. Undeterred by this delay, Lady Catherine called for writing materials to be sent to her room. She would write to her attorney, but would keep the letter from George Darcy in her possession. Mr. Darcy's fever did not seem affected by the powders that Elizabeth had used previously. He was restless, and his skin was blazingly hot to the touch. The area around the wound was a dark red, and Elizabeth was worried. Georgiana was frantic. "Parker, please ask Gabriel or Gideon to send for enough cool water to fill the bath. We shall have to try to cool him down in that manner. Georgiana, I need you to stand tall again, please. Would you hurry to the drawing-room and explain to your uncle that we need his help?
as well as the assistance of your cousins and Mr. Bingley." Parker just had to stick his head outside the doorway to get the message to the footman. He returned and began laying out towels and cloths in the bathing room for the patient. Georgiana returned quickly with the 4 men, and Elizabeth walked out into the hallway to give them the privacy they needed to get Mr. Darcy into the bath. Lady Matlock and Mrs. Nichols were there, waiting with Georgiana. Elizabeth asked that Mr. Darcy's bed be stripped and clean linens put on the bed, as well as the room tidied. Mrs. Nichols saw to it at once. Then they waited and waited. By the time it was over, and Elizabeth was called back to rebandage the wound, the men were soaked. Elizabeth looked closer and saw the swelling around Mr. Bingley's eye, and saw a cut above Colonel Fitzwilliam's brow. Parker explained that this time Mr. Darcy had fought them diligently. His body had to be weak, so she was surprised at this. She called to Lady Matlock and asked if she would take Georgiana to tend to the wounds, commending Georgiana on her abilities as a nurse. Elizabeth was deeply appreciative and pleased at Georgiana's willingness to be of help in any way that she was needed. Lady Matlock, Georgiana and Mrs. Nichols took the 2 gentlemen down to the kitchen for some ice packs for their faces. Elizabeth marvelled at Mr. Darcy's physical strength. Elizabeth looked at Viscount Stanley and his father. "Gentlemen, Parker is soaked through, and the 2 youngest of you are injured. How, might I ask, did you both escape without harm?" Lord Matlock answered with a slight smile.
"We took the least dangerous side, his left side."
Mr. Darcy was still agitated. However, his skin was slightly cooler. Elizabeth sat next to the chair, and with a cool cloth she stroked his face, his neck and his right hand. She started talking to him about the last 2 books she read, a book of poetry and one of Shakespeare's comedies, As You Like It. Over and over she applied the cool cloth. The gentlemen stood at the ready in case she needed them. Darcy calmed somewhat, but his condition was severe. Elizabeth mixed and administered more medicinal powders. Later, she, Parker, Georgiana, Lady Matlock and Colonel Fitzwilliam took turns bathing his face and neck, until, finally, after hours of anxiety, Mr. Darcy's fever broke. After the ladies left the room, Colonel Fitzwilliam helped Parker to again change Darcy's nightshirt and bedding. For the first time since the injury, a week ago, they all rested the remainder of the night. Only Elizabeth woke every 2 hours to check and change the bandage. Georgiana slept in the sitting room, and Colonel Fitzwilliam slept in the chair next to Darcy's bed. Chapter 14. Netherfield Park. Mr. Darcy woke the next morning feeling thirsty, hungry, and frustratingly weak. He recalled little of the events of the night before, but fresh in his mind was his sister coming to him, distraught over Mr. Bennet's verbal attack on Elizabeth. He well knew the pain that a father's words could cause a child, even an adult child. False accusations, unreasonable demands, disregard, and being treated as less than another sibling can easily strip a child of self-worth. Darcy recognised what it had done to him. While his mother was living, he had been a happy, confident child. With the permanent introduction of George Wickham to Pemberley at her death, his father suddenly ignored Darcy. All George Darcy's attention and affection went to his first son. Each time Darcy looked in the mirror, he wondered what had been missing in himself. While he was confident in business dealings and how to behave in a dignified manner in society, he never felt comfortable among people he did not know. Darcy knew he was shy by nature, but he despised in himself that constant uncertainty among company. He knew he did not perform well in social situations, so his circle of close friends was small. That circle had widened to include Elizabeth. Her nature was so friendly and approachable, not condescending like so many women of his acquaintance. He lay back on his pillows and meditated on her fine features and her beautiful smile. It made him feel better just to think about her. He wondered what she thought of him. Parker came into the room to ply him with more fluids and help him change into a clean nightshirt. Darcy would be happier once he could dress in his regular clothes. He felt he would make a much better impression than having Elizabeth see him so casually attired. It wasn't long before a guest was tapping at his door. He hoped it was Elizabeth. It was his sister. He hid his slight disappointment.
"Oh, William!"
She rushed to the bed to embrace him tightly around his neck.
"How happy I am that your fever is gone. We were in constant concern through the night. I just left Elizabeth, and she's sound asleep. From the noise coming from the dressing room, it appears that Richard is still asleep as well."
"Thank you, Georgie." Darcy loved his sister, and squeezed her again. Releasing her, she sat in the chair next to the bed, but kept his hand. "I mean what I say. I thank you with all my heart. You have performed well in whatever tasks Miss Elizabeth has assigned you."
"William, she keeps telling me that I am a Darcy and to stand tall. And considering that she is shorter in stature than I am, it makes Richard laugh when she says it. But I know what she means. I do not want to have the reputation of being a simpering female who swoons easily. I mean, I know that I fainted when we saw George, but those circumstances were extreme, and I do not feel bad about myself for that. Elizabeth told me that she probably would have done the same."
"Georgie, I am delighted that you and Miss Elizabeth are friends."
"William." She was exasperated at him. "You've called Elizabeth by her Christian name enough times during the past few days that I'm sure I would not mind you calling her such in my presence."
His face turned bright red. "I have to admit that I think of her as Elizabeth, but it is improper that I call her anything but Miss Elizabeth. Is anyone else aware that I've done so?"
Georgiana chuckled. "Only Uncle, our cousins, Mr. Bingley, Parker, the housekeeper, the butler, and the maid Sarah have heard you. If anyone else knows, I'm uncertain." She patted his hand. "Please do not be concerned, William. These are not normal circumstances, and for the most part you were influenced by the medicines you were taking. Not one person has made comment about it, which does not mean, however, that you will not be teased by our cousins." Georgiana had the right of it. Richard always delighted in identifying his weaknesses and tormenting him about it. Richard was only 1 year older, but they were close enough that Darcy's mother and Aunt Elaine had called them their twins. His cousin was never malicious, but seemed to find exquisite delight in unsettling him. "Speaking of cousins, William, I had the most unusual conversation with our cousin Anne this morning. Were you aware that she and Aunt Catherine are here at Netherfield Park?"
"No, I was not aware. Is Aunt causing trouble?"
"William, I am concerned." Georgiana's disposition changed, suddenly worried. "She has a letter from Father arranging your marriage with Anne."
"What?"
"Yes, she showed it to Uncle. Henry and Richard confirmed that it was our father's handwriting. Aunt Catherine is determined to take it to her solicitor in London, to have it verified that you are legally bound to marry. She wanted to call back her parson and have the marriage performed yesterday, so that she could take control of Pemberley if you died." By then, Georgiana had dissolved into tears. "She cannot do this, can she?"
"No, Poppet, she cannot." He sighed in frustration. "Anne reached her majority several years ago. She has told me that she has no interest in marriage, to me or to any other. If there were arrangements made in the past, it would only be a matter of her breaking off the engagement. Unless she has changed her mind, there is nothing to worry about."
"She does not want to marry you, William." Georgiana wiped her tears. She was reassured, hearing that there would not be a forced marriage between her cousin and her brother. "That was the unusual conversation I had with her this morning. Anne knew what her mother was planning, so she's feigning illness to postpone their travels to the solicitor. She even admitted that she and her physician have an arrangement where he gives her sugar in her water instead of medicinal powders, and this satisfies Aunt Catherine that he's treating her mysterious ailments. I was shocked that Anne would be so manipulative, especially to her mother." Darcy chuckled.
"Dear, she has been doing this for years. Richard and I sneak Gothic novels to her when we visit, and you know how Aunt Catherine feels about reading anything other than the Bible. Also, when we visit in the spring, we take your cousin away from their house in her phaeton, and then turn the reins over and she drives. The faster the better. Anne is not the timid miss that she wants people to think she is."
"That is shocking to me, William. I hope Aunt Catherine never finds out. I certainly will not tell."
"And neither will I."
He gently squeezed her hand.
"I love you, Georgie."
I love you as well, brother.
Georgiana rose from the chair.
I should leave and let you rest, brother. It would displease Elizabeth if you became overtired, and I do not want her angry at me. She might assign me to keep Aunt Catherine company, alone.
Georgiana shuddered at that. Her brother smiled. He watched her as she quietly left his bedchamber. She had grown up so much, and he was grateful to see her return to the same joyful girl she was before Ramsgate. It had been a source of great worry for him the past several months. Georgie had always been timid and reticent. However, she had fallen into a pit of self-reproach that almost paralysed her. He hated George for what he had done to her. He could not regret that they would never have to contend with him any longer. Thinking of his sister was pleasant, and it was not long until he was fast asleep. The week passed with Mr. Darcy getting stronger each day. Lady Catherine was anxious to leave for London, and have this matter of Darcy's marriage to her daughter resolved. The sooner she could take possession of Pemberley, the happier she would be. Lady Matlock chose to keep Catherine reined in, and keep her away from Miss Elizabeth. Mr. Bingley hosted the Fitzwilliams and his brother-in-law Mr. Hurst in an early morning hunt. Mr. Hurst loved food, drink, cards, and hunting, not necessarily in that order. He usually spent his days napping between meals, and rarely interacted with others, unless guns or wagering were involved. Another day Mr. Bingley invited Sir William Lucas and his son Robert to join the hunting party. Colonel Fitzwilliam showed his prowess with a firearm by bringing in the largest brace of birds. Cook was delighted to receive them. Mr. Bingley was pleased to host the fine gentlemen, and they were all grateful to be out of the house. Miss Bingley, who was slightly cowed under the presence of two such strong-willed women as the Ladies Matlock and de Bourgh, generally associated only with her sister, seeing to the needs of the others, but not extending herself in furthering conversation. She was silently scheming how to rid Netherfield Park of Miss Elizabeth Bennet. The seeds of gossip she had planted about Elizabeth's impropriety of being in a single man's bedchamber had not blossomed any further than Longbourn. However, it had seemed to serve the purpose of separating her brother from the eldest Miss Bennet, and for this she was pleased at her efforts. On the fourth day after the stitch was replaced, Mr. Darcy demanded that he be allowed to rise, dress, and join the others downstairs. Elizabeth was hesitant, but understood his frustration. She commissioned Parker to watch him closely as he dressed, to discern if he was strong enough. Then she asked Gideon, the young, strong footman, to escort Mr. Darcy in case the task should prove too much. He made it downstairs with minimum assistance. Mr. Darcy's family and friends all rejoiced at his improvement. He was offered every comfort. Miss Bingley was more than willing to fuss over him, attending to his every possible need or desire. Elizabeth had spoken with Mr. Bingley when she heard of Mr. Darcy's intentions of joining the gathering downstairs. Just after Mr. Darcy was settled in a chair by the fireplace, in the drawing-room, Mr. Burton, the butler, started directing the Darcy staff and the Netherfield Park household staff into the room, lining them up in a row.
"Bingley, what is the meaning of this?" Lady Catherine demanded.
Mr. Bingley just grinned at her. Waiting to answer until all the staff had arrived, he turned to Lord Matlock and asked him to proceed.
"Ladies and gentlemen," he spoke to the staff, "I am Lord Matlock, the Earl of Smithton, uncle to Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy, the man you have assisted in caring for the past week. It is due to your sterling actions in performing any and all tasks asked of you that my nephew is now well along in his recovery. We want to take this opportunity to extend our gratitude to each and every one of you. Mr. Bingley has arranged punch and cake in the kitchen, along with a small token to use as you please. Our family and friends," he swept his arm to include those gathered around Mr. Darcy, "join in extending our sincerest thanks to all of you."
This was unprecedented and completely unexpected by the staff. Often they were called upon to extend themselves, but rarely were they ever thanked for their efforts. As they started filing out of the room, Lord Matlock stopped them.
"If the Darcy staff would remain behind for a moment, we would like to address them further."
Parker, Georgiana's maid, Gideon, Gabriel, and John Coachman stopped and turned back to the Earl. who waited until Bingley's staff was out of the room before having the doors closed. Mr. Darcy had been surprised, but pleased that his uncle and Bingley had arranged this. He imagined that Lady Matlock, Georgiana, and Elizabeth had been behind this generosity, mostly Elizabeth. He wondered what his uncle had planned to say specifically to his staff, and decided that he himself was strong enough to care for this in his stead.
"Excuse me, uncle, but I would like to speak with my staff."
He thought about standing, but did not want to collapse in front of Elizabeth or the others. The walk down the stairs had been harder than he had expected.
"My sister and I concur with everything that Lord Matlock said. I want you to know as well that we have always known you to be loyal and diligent. Each of you proved in an outstanding way that you can be relied upon to protect and to act in a manner that demonstrates courage, duty, and valour. My sister and I thank you."
Georgiana stood by his side, holding his right hand.
"Please feel free to go enjoy the refreshments provided. You will be receiving a reward in your next pay packet."
With many "thank you, sirs," the staff left the room. Lady Catherine would have been appalled to know that Miss Bingley concurred with her low opinion of this praise. The elder woman blurted out, "Of all the ridiculous displays, Martin, this certainly outranks them all. They are servants. They are only doing what they are supposed to do. You have ruined them, brother. Just you see." Turning to her nephew, she added, "Were you shot in the arm or in the head? I see that the loss of blood has affected your intelligence." Mr. Bingley, usually not one to speak out against someone so elevated in position, actually against anyone at all, cleared his throat and spoke.
"I'm sorry that you feel that way, Lady Catherine. They are my staff to do with as I wish, and it pleases me greatly to know that Netherfield Park was able to provide what was needed to assure a good outcome for my friend Darcy. It was the least I could do."
Darcy was stunned, as was Mr. Bingley's family. Even Mr. Hurst showed a reaction, waking from his usual catnap. Never had they heard Charles Bingley stand up in opposition to any person. Always a peacemaker, his typical behaviour was either to remain quiet, change the subject, or walk away. It was impressive that he felt so strongly about this issue. It showed his level of concern for his friend. However, Mr. Bingley was not through.
"Furthermore, any animosity toward Miss Elizabeth Bennet is over."
Although he looked to his sisters as he spoke, he turned his gaze also to Lady Catherine.
"This is my home, and peace and good fellowship will rule the day."
Lady Catherine gave a very unladylike snort and walked out of the room, demanding that Anne and Mrs. Jenkinson accompany her. They were quickly followed by Mr. Bingley's sisters.
Who was this man?
Darcy could not have been more pleased. Tension had been rife. However, it felt like the air was clearing. Mr. Hurst stood, clapped his brother-in-law on the back, and bowed to him. He came up from his bow with a huge smile on his face.
"I think this calls for a drink, gentlemen. Ladies, would you care to indulge in a glass of sherry?"
Lady Matlock, Georgiana, and Elizabeth declined the beverage. Lady Matlock invited her niece and her friend to her sitting-room for some conversation. She already had noted many impressions of Miss Elizabeth, but she wanted to learn more. It had become apparent over the last week that she was intelligent, efficient, and kind. Lady Matlock had also become aware of some of Elizabeth's background. Lady Matlock, herself the daughter of a duke, understood how powerless women who were not born to wealth and a title could be. The plight of someone with a small dowry and a demanding parent rarely turned out well for the young woman. Downstairs, the gentlemen, after sharing Mr. Bingley's finest brandy, with the exception of Darcy, went to the billiard room for some entertainment. Darcy headed upstairs, under the supervision of Gideon and Parker. Colonel Fitzwilliam had been acquainted with the Bingley siblings, often meeting them in company with his cousin Darcy. He was proud of Bingley for standing up for his own authority in his household, and told him so.
"I would never mention the name of the lady. However, I recently became aware of how damaging it could be not to express my opinion, if I indeed had an opinion, when injustice is being done," Bingley admitted to his brother-in-law and the Fitzwilliams. A particularly lovely woman of my recent acquaintance is torn between pleasing her parents, in a situation where her parents are blatantly wrong, and doing the right thing by her sister. I've been spending much time thinking of this unwillingness to take a stand, and it saddens me greatly. The lady could have a wonderful future if she would just recognise how her passivity is damaging to everyone, including her parents. I had hoped to pursue her for a courtship, but I need to know that my future wife would be willing to stand by my side and support me if it came to a decision between me and her father. At this point, I do not trust that she would put my interests above her parents."
Colonel Fitzwilliam could not help but respond.
"Bingley, the very nature of my occupation means that I'm continually faced with the decision of whether or not to stand firm, especially if I'm given a ridiculous command by an incompetent superior officer that I'm confident will lead to harm. My rank in the military demands instant obedience, with no questions asked. No thinking is allowed."
He chuckled, but it was a bitter sound.
"What ends up happening is that I am held accountable for someone else's decisions. There comes a time, though, when I can no longer keep silent. When the day is over, I have to live with myself. Like a landowner, I'm responsible for those below me, and unlike others, I choose to do what I genuinely feel is best. Has it caused me problems? Certainly it has. But it increases the respect my men have for me, and it allows me to go to sleep at night with my conscience clear. Certainly, I have enough in my line of occupation to keep me from sleeping at all."
Colonel Fitzwilliam stuck his right hand toward Bingley.
"Congratulations for accepting a tough lesson, learning from someone else's mistakes, and putting it into action. Good for you."
Lord Matlock became distracted from Bingley's situation at hearing his youngest son's words. He knew that Richard carried his responsibility well. He was a natural commander and strategist, and of great value to the war effort. His son may be in his 28th year, and may have been on his own since finishing university, but he was still his youngest. Typically, Richard rarely discussed his actions in the military, and he never spoke with him about the battles he had faced. Richard had earned his current rank of colonel, not allowing his father to buy a commission of a higher rank. He knew that Richard confided his experiences to Darcy, and he was glad that they had that relationship. Lord Matlock could only wish that Napoleon would no longer be a threat, and that the war with the French would end before Richard was called to the continent again. Neither of these youngest sons had it easy. So much responsibility on such young shoulders, yet both Richard and Darcy handled the burdens with admirable success. It might be time to encourage Richard to resign his commission. He had a small amount of his wife's dowry set aside for an emergency, and this appeared to be just the time to use it. Lord Matlock only wished he had more to give. It was expensive to be a gentleman, even with a title, where the income came from the land. He would need to discuss with Elaine and Henry the need to tighten their belts until they could keep Richard home. The conversation upstairs between the ladies was about Elizabeth's travels and the magnificent sights that carried such weight in history: the Parthenon, the Colosseum, the Pantheon, the pyramids, the Taj Mahal, the ruins, the seas and oceans, and the masterpieces of artists like Michelangelo, El Greco, Da Vinci, Bernini, and Canaletto. When I was but 4 and 10 years of age, I was able to purchase a set of journals by the explorer George Vancouver. It is a fact that it was your brother, Georgiana, who helped me locate those books in Hatchard's. I devoured those books, and my excitement to visit faraway places was born. At the time, I knew that opportunities to travel for young ladies in my situation were very limited. However, I began to dream. When I actually had the opportunity to set sail, I determined to take every advantage of learning all I could about the people and places that I would visit. My father had encouraged me from a very young age to read many different types of books, and there were old maps to study and journals of travels to read. My uncle and aunt, with whom I travelled, felt the same sense of wonder and awe at what we were able to see. They have one son and one daughter who were of an age to understand and appreciate what they were seeing as we visited the many countries. "It all sounds so very exciting." Georgiana had a dreamy, far-away look in her eyes. Her Aunt Elaine felt the same way. "You know, it is quite odd," Elizabeth pondered. I have seen so much of the world, and so little of England. I've only ever visited London and places close to here in Hertfordshire. If I could list the places that I would love to see, it would have to include your home county of Derbyshire. I long to see the lakes, the peaks, the cliffs of Dover, taste the waters of Bath, and see the moors. I still have much to look forward to, do I not? Those places were as familiar to Lady Matlock and Georgiana as the backs of their own hands. They shared their impressions with Elizabeth of the places they loved and longed to see again. Their appreciation for each other was growing by the hour. It was not long before they were called to dinner. The evening ended early for Elizabeth to catch up on some much-needed sleep. As Elizabeth prepared for bed, she thought of the changes that Mr. Darcy's improved health made in her stay at Netherfield Park. Propriety dictated that she not spend time in the privacy of his bedchamber, since he no longer needed constant care that could now be done by Parker. Speaking of her past was difficult, because it brought up worries about what her future might contain. But there was nothing that could be done now. Sleep beckoned. Chapter 15. Netherfield Park, Hertfordshire. The next morning, Mr. Bingley, Mr. Hurst, Viscount Stanley, and Colonel Fitzwilliam rode to Lucas Lodge to hunt with Sir William Lucas. The invitation had come the day before, and Darcy had longed to go. His nurse and his own common sense delayed his participation to another time. He was able to dress and break his fast with the ladies in the breakfast-room. It delighted Darcy to see how comfortable his sister was in her conversation with their Aunt Elaine and Elizabeth. They were discussing the day's events when Lady Catherine walked into the room. "Darcy, I need to speak with you this moment," she demanded. Realising that they would have no peace until he acquiesced, he pushed himself back from the table and asked her to precede him into Bingley's library. On his way down the hallway, he requested that the butler direct Lord Matlock to the library as well. The attack began the moment they entered the room. "Fitzwilliam Darcy, enough time has passed for you to have sown whatever wild oats you young men are inclined to sow, and marry Anne. You need an heir, and my daughter is prepared to provide you one. Your father and your mother wanted this attachment, and it is time for you to see to your duty. My parson is at Longbourn, and can be called today to perform the ceremony. A common licence can be obtained, and the deed will be done, joining Rosings and Pemberley into the largest estate in all of England."
"No, Aunt Catherine, Anne and I will not marry."
Darcy heard the door to the library open and close as his uncle walked into the room.
"My dear mother never wanted me to marry Anne. She longed for both her children to marry for love, and that is my intention. I care for Anne as a cousin, but it will never be more than that. Anne has told me that she does not love me, and that she has no desire to marry at all."
"You foolish, foolish boy!" Lady Catherine paced back and forth in front of the two men, unable to stand still at being so agitated. She was determined to have her way. The red of her face deepened, and Darcy was concerned his aunt would have a fit of apoplexy and require assistance from Elizabeth for medical treatment. He knew that his aunt would find that most displeasing. She continued in her rant. "You will not find a woman more suitable to be mistress of Pemberley if you sift meticulously through all of society. She was born for that role, and has been trained to be such from her infancy." At this outlandish statement, Darcy could no longer remain quiet.
"Aunt Catherine, how could you think such utter nonsense and speak it out loud? Anne herself admits that she has been cosseted and pampered her entire life. She's never been presented in London society, has never attended a ball, a dinner party, or any of the entertainments typical of a woman of her station. I do love my cousin, but you have to admit that she has no accomplishments, no talents, no experience of interchange with others of our sphere. Nor has she had to make decisions for the running of a household. She would be overwhelmed and underqualified to be mistress of any estate, not just Pemberley. How could you, her mother, think otherwise?"
"What do you know, Darcy?" his aunt replied, furious at his comments. "You spend little time with your cousin. You do not know what she is capable of." She shook her finger at him. "I can see what is happening here. You've been entrapped by that country chit. She has displayed her arts and allurements, and you, like your two foolish cousins, are ensnared.
Well, she is low-born and bred, and would pollute the halls of Pemberley or Matlock if she were ever to travel there. She has taken you in, Darcy." "Aunt, this has nothing to do with Miss Elizabeth. Neither Henry, Richard, nor I have been taken in. Miss Elizabeth has always acted with the propriety consistent with any gently bred lady, even under trying circumstances. She is the daughter of a gentleman, as I am the son of a gentleman. In that we are equals."
As Darcy spoke, his anger grew. How dare she criticise Elizabeth? Her promoting Anne was ridiculous. Anne recognised that she was weak in health and not capable of fulfilling the demands of a husband or a large estate. How her own mother could be so blind to Anne's state of health was impossible to imagine.
"Aunt Catherine, for the final time, I will not marry Anne."
Turning, he walked away from her.
"I am finished with this discussion. If you have nothing else, I would ask that you remove yourself."
Lady Catherine de Bourgh, too, had reached her limit. Pulling the letter from George Darcy from her pocket, she thrust it at Darcy's back.
"What say you to this, nephew? Your own father made this legal arrangement just the year before his death. Are you unwilling to obey the words of your beloved father? Are you choosing to disregard your responsibility? Shame on you, Darcy! Shame on you!"
Darcy turned and looked at the letter as if it were a viper waiting to strike, not moving his arms from his side. He knew from speaking with his sister what the letter contained.
"You dare accuse me of not accepting responsibility?"
Darcy glared at her.
"I have been burdened with responsibility since I was in leading strings. My father and my mother both trained me to accept accountability for all those under my authority, with kindness and diligence, since I was but a lad. It has been my sole focus since the death of my father to care for Georgiana and Pemberley in a manner that is true and honourable. How dare you accuse me?"
Suddenly weary, Darcy dropped into a chair, continuing to ignore the letter in his aunt's hand.
"Aunt Catherine, I honour you as the elder sister of my beloved mother. However, in this matter I will not bend. I will not marry anyone not of my choosing. This conversation is at an end."
Lady Catherine decided that retreat was the best defence at this time.
"You may be through with this conversation, nephew, but be aware that I am not done with this. Tomorrow morning, whether Anne is well enough to travel or not, I shall take this letter to our family solicitor, so he can inform you that you are under obligation as heir to Pemberley to obey."
With her parting words, she swept out of the room. Lord Matlock had remained silent throughout the whole confrontation. He went to the sideboard and poured 2 glasses of Bingley's brandy. After handing one to his nephew, he sat in the chair next to him and waited for Darcy to speak.
"Has she always been like this, uncle?" "In some ways, son, yes, she has."
Lord Matlock sipped his drink.
"You may not know, Darcy, but there is a large gap in age between her and I. She was already 10 years of age when I was born. As you are aware, the need for a son and heir is critical to a titled family. There was no entail on Matlock, but the title could only go to a son. For all those years, until I was born, Cathy was a disappointment to your grandfather, the Earl, and I fear that he let her know it. After I was born, I was told that she doted on me as if I were her own. It was not until I was much older that I realised it was not love that motivated her, but power. She thought to control me. By the time I came out of Cambridge, she was well and truly on the shelf. Father had taken her to London for her presentation, and for several seasons, but despite her dowry and the fact that she was the daughter of an earl, there was no interest in her as a wife. This had to be a difficult blow to her. She was just over 30 years old when an arrangement was made with Louis de Bourgh. He was a spineless, dissolute man who had inherited Rosings Park, a baronetcy, and a tidy sum from one of his elderly uncles. Cathy jumped at the chance to marry when she realised that as mistress of Rosings, and as the Lady de Bourgh, she would finally have control. Louis drank himself to death just before Cathy could inform him that she was with child. After Anne was born, her new focus was on controlling every aspect of her daughter's life. But I don't understand, Uncle. Why does Aunt Catherine feel so entitled to interfere in my life? Darcy, Your mother may not have told you, but I had a younger brother, Henry. He was but 2 years younger than me. Since my father had his heir and a spare, when your mother was born he no longer had reason to be anxious about having a son to inherit, so he spoiled your mother terribly. She was such a lovely little girl, and grew into a lovely woman. And Cathy, even though she was an adult, was bitterly jealous of the treatment your mother received. Henry died just before your parents married. By that time jealousy was deeply embedded in my eldest sister. It seemed to her that your mother had it all: the attention of her parents, the love of a handsome, hard-working man, one of the largest estates in England, and a son.
Lord Matlock shook his head sadly.
The only thing Anne Darcy did not have that your Aunt Catherine has was a title, which was never a concern for your mother. Darcy, with the combining of Rosings and Pemberley, Cathy would have what is most important to her: power and control. Your cousin Anne would be with you in Derbyshire, and Cathy would finally reign supreme in Kent. But, uncle, why would my father promote such an arrangement with Aunt Catherine? Oh, there's no doubt that your father had much good about him, son. He was insightful in business and honourable to those below him. When it came to George Wickham, though, he was blind. Since you were being trained to run Pemberley, he wanted Rosings for Wickham.
What? Darcy was stunned.
Wickham would have bankrupted Rosings in a short time. Not with Cathy at the helm.
Lord Matlock sighed deeply.
What my sister did not tell you was that her arrangement with George Darcy was made to soothe your father's conscience. As much as he loved Wickham, having a natural-born child was an embarrassment to him. I believe it was why he was so critical and demanding of you. Yet, in spite of the embarrassment, he loved that mongrel, and felt guilty for not being able to give him the rights of firstborn. Because of the circumstances of Wickham's birth, he could not be married to Anne, so your father wanted the next best thing, to be able to give the rake an estate. I swear to you on all that I hold holy, Darcy, under ordinary circumstances, George Darcy was an intelligent and fair man. However, I also swear that I will do all in my power to see that you do not pay for your father's mistakes.
Thank you, uncle. I greatly appreciate your support.
Darcy, have you thought about what you want for your future?
Darcy wondered at the direction his uncle was taking.
Truthfully, Darcy, Georgiana has quite surprised me with her actions this past week. I did not know that she had it in her to attend you like she has. I've heard her laugh more than I believe I've ever heard her before. She attended you in the fashion of a mature young woman, and I could not be more impressed with her. I wondered at George Darcy appointing you and Richard as her guardians, but the proof is before my eyes this week.
Uncle, thank you for your kind words, though I feel that Richard and I do not deserve the credit for the niece you see here at Netherfield Park. The credit would have to go to Miss Elizabeth, I believe. She has told Georgie several times that she needs to stand tall. You are a Darcy. Georgie finds humour in this, because she is taller than Miss Elizabeth. But she also is developing confidence. I could not be happier about this, uncle.
And that brings me to the point. Miss Elizabeth, what are your intentions, Darcy?
In truth, uncle, I am in love with her. I'm aware that this seems sudden. However, we actually met briefly 6 years ago in London. I was impressed then with her humour and intelligence. As I come to know her better, now I am even more impressed. She's beautiful, kind, and generous. How could this not be of benefit to my sister? Already we have seen the fruitage of their association. And how could it not be of benefit to me? What a partner she would make for me, for Pemberley, and for any future children we may have.
Is she aware of your feelings, son?
Lord Matlock could not imagine how any resident of Netherfield Park could not be aware of the growing attachment of these young people. I do not know. I have not spoken of this to anyone, most certainly not to Elizabeth. He pondered whether she had recognised his feelings, or if he had mumbled his attachment to her when his fever was high. I only hope I am worthy of her.
Darcy, you must know that your aunt and I will support any decision that you make in this regard. It will be difficult for Miss Elizabeth to adjust to our society, which can be cruel to someone not born to our circle. Cathy will surely not do anything to make it easy for either of you.
Are you willing to fight this particular battle at this time?"
"Uncle, she is worth everything to me. I would slay dragons for her."
"Then we will fight these battles together. The Darcys and Fitzwilliams united. How is that?"
"Thank you, Uncle. I appreciate it more than you can know."
"No, Darcy, I believe I know."
He grasped the arms of his chair and stood.
"I'd best check on the ladies, while you meditate on the delight you would have gazing on a pair of fine eyes for the rest of your years."
He chuckled as he left the library, confident that Darcy would do just that. Upstairs, Miss Caroline Bingley paced from one end of her sitting room to the other, occasionally picking up small items and throwing them with all her strength into the fire burning in her room. Frustrated with Mr. Darcy for not offering for her, angry with Lady Catherine for presuming to try to attach Darcy with her insipid daughter, and furious with Elizabeth Bennet for daring to come between her and her intended. For Mr. Darcy was intended for her. She could speak with her brother Charles, but he would never stand up to Mr. Darcy and demand that he marry her. She would have to take matters into her own hands, and soon. She continued to pace and plan. Down the hall, Georgiana knocked on the door to Elizabeth's room. At Elizabeth's "Enter," she opened the door and went in to see her friend. "Elizabeth, may I speak with you a moment?" "Certainly, Georgiana. Please come and sit beside me." Elizabeth patted the settee next to her. Elizabeth's thoughts of the future had been unpleasant, so she appreciated the distraction. "I'm delighted you're here, Georgiana." "Elizabeth, I'm concerned about my brother." "Is he not well? I'm set to remove the stitching this afternoon." Elizabeth was immediately concerned. No, Elizabeth, it is not that." She worried the handkerchief in her hands, wringing it repeatedly. "It is distressing to see so many try to push him and pull him into agreement with their desires and demands." "Georgiana, do you worry that he will not stand firm for what he knows is best?" "No, not really, I guess." "Georgiana." Elizabeth took the girl's hand in her own. "Now, stop this worry. Your brother appears to be a stone wall when he is firm in his beliefs, is he not? If he does not feel that Lady Catherine's desires would be to your benefit or to his, do you really think that he could be swayed?" "No, you were right, Elizabeth. It just seems like things are so uncertain." "Oh, dear girl, you have had so much happen to you this past week. Yet think of how well you have adjusted to these changes. You truly are a marvellous young lady, who I'm pleased to have as my acquaintance. Georgiana, you have the power to decide how these changes will affect your future. In helping me with your brother, you accepted and acted on that responsibility as a woman, not as a young girl. Please be proud of your accomplishments. Do not worry about your brother. You both are intelligent and wise. I cannot begin to imagine either of you allowing yourself to be placed in a position where you would compromise your own high standards of right and wrong." Elizabeth patted the hand she held. "Talk to your brother about your concerns. I am certain that he will reassure you that you have no reason to worry." "Thank you, Elizabeth. You are correct. I will talk to my brother." After Georgiana left, Elizabeth thought about the man. She knew there could be no future with Mr. Darcy. They were as east is to west in their spheres. Yet deep in her heart, she hoped that her tender feelings would not be in vain. When the gentleman returned from Lucas Lodge, Mr. Bingley carried a message for Elizabeth from Charlotte Lucas. It was with great anticipation that she accepted the note. She asked that she might be excused to read the short missive. November the 20th, 1811, Lucas Lodge. Dear Lizzie, I am hopeful that all is well at Netherfield Park, and that you are finding joy in your companions. I have no news of your family. Mr. Collins has turned his attentions in my direction, and this, along with my closest friend not being in residence, has precluded me from calling at Longbourn. This morning Mr. Collins made me an offer of marriage, and I accepted, Lizzie. I know what you are thinking, but I am not you. It is not I who is a romantic. Please be happy for me. This proposal provides all that I have longed for, not to be a burden on my family, and a home of my own. A date for the nuptials has yet to be discussed, but with your eventual return to London,
I'm not sure if you will be able to attend. I would love to have you visit me at my new home in Kent, perhaps in the spring. As always, your loving friend, Charlotte Lucas, soon to be Mrs. Charlotte Collins.
It is done, Elizabeth thought. Charlotte will be the newest mistress of Longbourn at the passing of her father. She understood why Charlotte did not call on her mother and sister. Her mother would be furious, and likely so would her father. Though only 3 miles apart, she could almost sense how angry he would be. The men had cleaned up from the hunt and returned to gather with the rest of the party in the front drawing-room. Only Lady Catherine and her daughter were not present. Mr. Hurst, who normally was in the background, was pleased at his success with the hunt. Georgiana sat by Elizabeth and whispered that she had talked to her brother about her concerns and that all was well. Elizabeth quickly smiled at her, deeply pleased that there seemed to have been a turn in events and that they could now relax and enjoy some peace, unaware that she was being observed. Mr. Darcy looked at her with love and affection. Colonel Fitzwilliam and his brother Henry looked at her with admiration. Lord and Lady Matlock looked at her with appreciation for all she had done for the Darcys, and Miss Bingley looked upon her with hatred. Mr. Bingley and the Hursts were discussing the hunting party and missed this display. Having given her full attention to Georgiana, she was unaware of the emotions swirling around the room. When the butler, Mr. Burton, stepped into the doorway to announce a visitor, Elizabeth's smile remained on her face. That is, until she saw the 2 men standing to the side and behind the butler, her father and her Uncle Phillips. In her father's hand was an opened letter, and in his eye was a glint of malice directed straight at Elizabeth. Chapter 16. Netherfield Park, Hertfordshire. Father! Elizabeth stood and faced the man who had caused her such pain. In spite of her lack of respect for the choices he had made that had impacted her life so dramatically, he was the man responsible for her birth. She was not one to focus on the bad, but rather to look at the past in a way that gave her pleasure. The simple truth was that she had years of fond memories of curling up with her father in his library, discussing literature, progress in the sciences, hearing tales, and sharing ideas. Yes, he had hurt her terribly, but it was her choice to decide whether she would continue to allow the pain to engulf her heart, and she chose not to. Mr. Bingley, who had already been standing, strode to the visitors and warily welcomed them to Netherfield Park. He had become acquainted with Mr. Phillips at a card party hosted by the man and his wife. Mr. Phillips had seemed a pleasant man, though quiet in company. His wife's constant chatter made up for the silence. Being aware of his poor showing at his last visit to Netherfield Park, Mr. Bennet endeavoured to observe the manners typical in a gentleman's household. He gave a short bow to his host.
"Thank you, Mr. Bingley, for your kind welcome."
Then, all pretence of civility having been dispensed with, he turned to his second daughter.
"Elizabeth, might I have a moment of your time?"
The manner of his question should have reassured her that this would be a friendly exchange, but the tone in which it was issued indicated that another painful confrontation was in the offing. "Certainly, sir." Elizabeth determined that she would not allow her father's anger to overcome her own manners, so struggled to keep her breathing and her voice calm. "Mr. Bingley, might we make use of your library for our discussion, please?"
"Of course, Miss Elizabeth, you may."
Turning to his butler, he asked that they be directed to the room down the hall.
"It is a wonder that this is called a library. Sparse lot of books here,"
Mr. Bennet mumbled, as he looked at the vacant shelves as they entered. Beckoning for Elizabeth to be seated, he held the letter out, though it was just beyond her reach.
"This morning in the post was a letter addressed to you from a Mr. Haggerston, of Haggerston and Smith of London. Do you know this man, Elizabeth?"
"No, father. I'm not acquainted with anyone by that name." Elizabeth cocked her head, narrowed her eyes, and thought deeper. "Wait, father, I do not know the man. However, I believe that he is a business associate of Uncle Gardiner's."
"You lie!"
Thomas Bennet's composure visibly fell. Any efforts at gentility, manners, or civility were gone. Shaking the letter at her, he shouted,
"This letter says that you were the recipient of a large dividend from the Honourable East India Company. How did you come by these shares, Lizzie? What did you have to do to get them? Does Gardner control them? How many are there? What is their value? Tell me now."
He was so agitated that his whole body almost convulsed. By the time he finished with his interrogative questions, he had walked close enough to Elizabeth that he was almost touching her. Elizabeth was curious as to the reason someone would write to her in this matter about something so unknown to her. She knew, though, that she needed to keep calm, as she, for the first time in her life, feared what her father would do. She breathed deeply before she spoke. "Father, I know of no shares in the Honourable East India Company. True, I was in India with Uncle and Aunt Gardner, but I know of no reason that there would be shares in my name. Nor am I aware of why this person would write to me at Longbourn, nor even write to me at all. There must be some mistake."
"Oh, there is a mistake, all right. The mistake is that any shares would be in your possession. You are not yet of age, so cannot own such property. They're mine. Mine, do you hear?"
His voice by this time was the loudest Elizabeth had ever heard it. She looked to her Uncle Phillips for help to calm him down. Uncle Phillips just stood by the fireplace, with his head hung down in silence. The door to the library suddenly burst open, and in walked Mr. Darcy, along with the other gentlemen from the drawing-room, including Mr. Hurst. Darcy strode rapidly to Elizabeth's side.
"Miss Elizabeth, are you well?"
At her nod, he turned to her father.
"What is the meaning of this? We could hear your voice clear in the drawing-room. How dare you come here and berate your daughter? You, sir, are no gentleman."
Mr. Bennet turned on Darcy, as if he were personally responsible for all the ills in the Bennet household.
"And who are you to tell me what I can or cannot say to my daughter, or how I should say it? My daughter, who you seem to esteem so highly, is nothing but a liar and a thief. She has deliberately withheld valuable assets from her own parents and sister that would see to our care for the rest of our lives. What think you of her now, sir?"
"Miss Elizabeth, are you indeed well?" asked Lord Matlock.
He stepped in front of Mr. Darcy and Mr. Bennet, as if they were not in the room. "Thank you for inquiring, Lord Matlock. I am well," she reassured him. He stood to her other side and turned on Mr. Bennet.
"Gentlemen, let us be seated so that we may discuss this calmly."
He waited until Elizabeth's father and uncle were seated, before continuing to speak.
"Mr. Bennet, I recognise that you are father to Miss Elizabeth, but nothing will be settled unless we can all calm down."
Turning back to Elizabeth, he asked,
"Is there anything about this matter that you would like to share that might help us understand the situation clearer?"
Looking at Lord Matlock's kindly face, she explained, "When I was asked to leave Longbourn, our butler, Mr. Hill, placed a letter in my hands. He also gave me enough coin to get me to London, to the home of my uncle and Aunt Gardner. Had he not done so, I would have been penniless, out in the street." When she saw the general reaction of the men, she hurried to add, "Please do not be disturbed. Because of Mr. Hill's kindness and generosity, I was unharmed. When I arrived at my uncle's home, I gave him the letter. I did not read its contents."
"So, Miss Elizabeth, you were unaware of what was written in the letter?"
Lord Matlock asked. He noticed that Darcy had moved closer to Elizabeth, as if to offer his physical protection and support. "No, Lord Matlock. The day that I arrived here, I had received 2 letters by express. One was from Miss Darcy requesting my help in caring for my sister Jane. The other was from my father, demanding that I return to Longbourn to marry his heir, your sister's vicar, Mr. Collins. Before I left the Gardner home, my uncle took me to his library, where he showed me the letter. I read it." At this, Elizabeth looked utterly defeated. She could not make herself even look at her father. "I knew that my father's heart was broken at the loss of his only son and heir, and I was aware that he felt I was responsible. I had assumed that his response that day, of casting me out, was just temporary, that he would return to his sense of reason and logic, as I believed it usually, at least until that time, dominated his decisions and actions. For the past 5 years, I lived with the hope that he still held tender feelings for me deep in his heart, until I read his letter.
I know this must be difficult, but do you remember the letter's contents?
Lord Matlock asked. He took her left hand and tucked it into the crook of his arm, pressing her arm to his side in an effort to comfort her.
No,
Mr. Bennet yelled. He turned to his brother-in-law for support.
We do not need to revisit this. The salient fact is that my daughter is in possession of wealth that she clearly owes to me.
Mr. Phillips then cleared his throat.
Upon Mr. Bennet dismissing Elizabeth from his home 5 years ago, he did write a letter asking Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner, Elizabeth's aunt and uncle, to care for her. This letter was not witnessed by anyone, nor did it state that there was a transfer of guardianship. It was merely a polite letter signed by Mr. Bennet, asking his relatives to look after her care. Therefore, it is not to be tendered as a legal transfer of guardianship, and should be considered null and void, since my niece has not yet reached her majority, and will not until the 20th day of June of the year 1812, she cannot legally possess assets such as shares in a publicly owned company. The letter that Mr. Bennet is holding indicates that Elizabeth is the recipient of a dividend from shares in the Honourable East India Company. The amount of the dividend gives us to understand that the number of shares is sizable. Since Mr. Bennet retains guardianship of my niece, the shares in actual fact belong to him.
Silence filled the room. Mr. Bennet appeared to be gloating with this affirmation. Father, since this is new information for me, may I please read the letter? I am certain that there is a mistake, and that this missive was posted to me in error. Mr. Haggerston is my Uncle Gardiner's solicitor, but I truly know nothing of this. I do know that Uncle Gardiner had an appointment with Mr. Haggerston to determine if the letter that was given me when I left Longbourn, from your own hand, released you from any authority over me. I have heard nothing from Uncle as of yet. Elizabeth reached out her hand in silent request. After a long pause, Mr. Bennet handed over the letter. Elizabeth read it aloud. November 18, 1811, Haggerston and Smith, Solicitors, Broad Street, London. Miss Elizabeth Bennet, we hope this letter finds you in good health. This correspondence is notification that the quarterly dividend for your shares in the Honourable East India Company amount to £. If we do not hear from you within the fortnight, we shall deposit the above-stated dividend amount in the account held in your name by the Bank of England. The account currently carries a balance of £. Sincerest wishes for your best regards, Mr. Samuel P. Haggerston, Attorney at Law. Father, again, I must insist that this is a mistake. I know nothing of this.
Mr. Bennet, Miss Elizabeth, Mr. Darcy interjected. It just so happens that Mr. Haggerston is the solicitor for my family, and has been for many years. He has a reputation of being meticulous with his letters, and the documents that he prepares in service to others. I cannot say that I recognise his signature, as it has been some time since I received correspondence from him. However,
turning the letter over to the direction noted on the front,
there is a disparity of the script contained in the information to Miss Elizabeth with the script of the directions. I do wonder if it was inappropriately addressed.
Darcy longed to take her father and shake him by his lapels, until his figurative vision cleared enough to see his daughter accurately. It was obvious to Darcy that she was agitated, and it was heartbreaking to see the final ray of hope that they might mend the relationship fade away. He continued with his line of reasoning.
Might it be that a letter explaining the issue of Miss Elizabeth's guardianship, as requested by Mr. Gardiner, had been started and placed aside for later completion, only to be taken up again by mistake, to have the issue about shares to the East India Company completed on the wrong piece of paper? It causes me to wonder if there is not a shareholder who, as equally confused as we are, is in receipt of a letter addressed to him with an explanation of guardianship instead of dividends. Be that as it may, Mr. Darcy, you have no business interfering in a matter so wholly unrelated to you.
Mr. Bennet lost whatever control he had left.
When you arrived in Meryton, you chose to distance yourself from myself and my neighbours, and were generally viewed to be arrogant and proud. Why, for the love of God, are you putting yourself forward in this manner for someone who is of no concern to you? No concern whatsoever.
Before Mr. Darcy could respond, Lord Matlock stepped between the two men.
"Enough!"
He reached back for the letter that Elizabeth was still holding.
"Let us set aside the issue of who has the right to protect and control Miss Elizabeth's interests."
He realised that neither Mr. Bennet nor Darcy were listening to him.
"Richard, hand me the sword from over the fireplace. I believe we need to get their attention."
Richard obeyed immediately. Darcy and his cousins were aware of what a terrible swordsman Lord Matlock was. He was not allowed in any of the fencing halls, and no person at his club in London would consent to practice with him. However, he looked fierce holding the sword firmly in his left hand. Lord Matlock was right-handed.
"Gentlemen, might I remind you that we shall get to the bottom of this without further threats or arguments."
Forgetting he had the weapon in his hand, he reached his left hand over to pat Elizabeth's hand, still tucked in his right arm. He almost removed the tip of his own nose. Wisely deciding to hand the sword back to his son, Lord Matlock realised the only person's attention he had got was his own. He continued,
"Miss Elizabeth, we were talking about that original letter. Do you recall the contents that you read just a fortnight past?"
Suddenly, it occurred to Elizabeth that she had nothing to fear from her father. With the betrothal of Charlotte Lucas to Mr. Collins, her father could no longer use whatever legal authority he might possess to force her to accept the parson as a husband. As to the shares, she cared not for wealth. In her heart, she was aware that even a large dowry could not make up for the damage to her reputation for being cast out of her home. She still carried the Bennet name, which was now mired in the ruin and neglect of Longbourn. Mr. Darcy, who she knew was the only man that she could ever love, would never offer for her. There was no future there, and Elizabeth valued the freedom she had been allowed by the Gardiners. But could she return to Longbourn until she gained her majority? No, that would not happen. The letter was dated November the 11th, 1806. My father wrote that as of that date, he no longer had a daughter, Elizabeth Ann Bennet, and that he cared not what her future was, or even if she had a future. It was addressed to whom it may concern, and he closed it with his signature.
"Mr. Bennet."
Darcy was aghast that a father could treat a child in such a manner.
"You do not deserve such a woman as a daughter."
His disgust was apparent. He looked at the man and saw a red flush cover his face. It could only be shame and embarrassment at being found out for misrepresenting what he had written.
"You young man!"
Mr. Bennet regained his composure and again directed his anger at Darcy.
"You need to remove yourself from this situation and this room. This is my daughter, and those are my shares. The only way Elizabeth can gain control is to have reached 21, or to be married, at which time the shares are owned by her husband. She is not in her majority, and she does not have a husband, so they are mine." "Mr. Phillips, what do you say to this?"
Lord Matlock asked.
"There appears to be a great disparity between what I've been told by both my brother-in-law and my niece. I shall need to read the original letter written 5 years ago for myself. Typically, in situations where custody or guardianship is questioned, the courts generally rule in favour of the father, unless there is a husband involved. If there were a husband to Elizabeth, there would be no question of custodial care. However, since Elizabeth is unwed, I fully expect that a judge would assign any authority to her father, which would include any assets she may have in her possession."
Elizabeth was angry and weary of the argument, weary of being the centre of attention, weary of having good men exposed to such an unpalatable family discussion. "Please," Mr. Darcy interrupted her.
"Then we shall marry."
Chapter 17. Netherfield Park, Hertfordshire. A hush fell over the room. Colonel Fitzwilliam recovered first.
Darcy, would you repeat that? I do not believe that I heard you correctly."
The colonel, who had clearly heard his cousin, was delighted, but refused to show such emotions to this crowd. He would not have minded pursuing Miss Elizabeth himself, but his position as second son, and his income from his regiment, did not permit taking a wife without a substantial dowry. Now that she might have wealth at her disposal, It changed the attractiveness of her situation dramatically. However, Darcy was closer than his own brother, and he read his cousin's affections clearly. He would not interfere on his own behalf, but he would never promise not to interfere to help his pitiable, socially inept cousin.
If your daughter is agreeable, Georgiana, Miss Elizabeth and I will return to London tomorrow, where I will apply for a special licence, and we will marry as soon as it is granted, and a marriage settlement can be signed.
To say that Elizabeth was stunned would be a vast understatement. What could he possibly mean by this? Her father was quick to reply.
You will not. I would never give permission to a man who stole the birthright from another and saw to this same man's death. You will not marry my daughter. Those stock certificates will be mine. What do you need of more wealth, Mr. Darcy? You are greedy beyond belief. I, who have every right to this money, am the only person in this room who's deserving of it. This will never make up for the loss that Elizabeth caused me, but it will help with the future that was left unsecured by my son's death. You, sir, deserve nothing.
Lord Matlock and his two sons came to Darcy's defence, trying to explain his past history with George Wickham. It was to no avail. Mr. Bingley and Mr. Hurst watched in amazement as events were starting to unfold rapidly. Mr. Hurst chuckled to himself at how this conversation would impact his sister-in-law. It certainly would not be her heart that would break from Darcy wanting to marry another. It would be her unfulfilled, insufferable desire to be mistress of Pemberley, and accepted into the first circles, that would distress her. A grand firework explosion would be nothing compared to what would come. Into this melee, Mr. Bennet commanded,
Elizabeth Ann, pack your bags. We are returning to Longbourn.
Elizabeth stood, appalled at this display. It reminded her of stallions pushing and shoving against one another, seeking control of the mares. In this case, she was the only mare in the room. She looked at her father and wondered that she ever thought she knew him. Pride in her ability to determine a person's character had blinded her to his true nature. Like a flame going out on a candle, all hope and affection died at that moment. Then she looked at Mr. Darcy. His offer of marriage was a shock. What could his motive possibly be? Was her father correct in his accusation? Was it the money? It was convenient that he offered only after he heard of the stock certificates with the Honourable East India Company. Even though Elizabeth was not familiar with her uncle's business matters, she knew from reading the newspapers that those stocks were for a company that was a power in the global import and export market. Would that be such a temptation to him that he was willing to overlook that she was far below him in class distinction? Her heart ached to the point that tears started streaming down her cheeks. Her father and the gentleman were so intent on winning their point that they failed to notice her distress. She may not have the wisdom of the world, but she knew one thing for certain. She would not be returning to Longbourn. With a heartfelt cry of distress, she left the library, running up the stairs to her room. Good manners demanded the women in the drawing-room not acknowledge the shouts of the men, even though many of the words could be clearly heard. They also heard Elizabeth's outcry. Yet Georgiana could not help but react. She quickly moved to the doorway, where she watched Elizabeth run from the library. Georgiana could not fail to notice Elizabeth's distress. She tried to stop her, to inquire if there could be any assistance provided to her dear friend, but Elizabeth passed her by, going into her room and firmly closing the door. Georgiana turned back to find that Mr. Bingley's sisters were filled with glee at the outcome for Elizabeth. Their self-satisfied, smug grins were out of place, jarring the young girl to feelings of such dislike that she turned from them toward her Aunt Elaine, falling into her open arms. "What is the meaning of this?" she said through her tears. "I believe, dear girl, that your brother proposed marriage to Miss Elizabeth. Very poorly done, I must say." Lady Matlock shook her head in frustration at her nephew, as she tried to be of comfort to her niece. The girl's world had turned upside down the past 2 weeks, and Elizabeth was her friend. 2 reasons for Georgiana to be upset. The nasty attitudes of Miss Bingley and her sister Mrs. Hurst were an affront to decency. Lady Matlock was grateful that Lady Catherine was not witness to this whole afternoon's display. That would truly be unbearable. In a low tone, so the Bingley sisters could not hear, she told her niece, "Georgie, please keep your chin up, dear. I have reason to believe that your brother and Miss Elizabeth are very much in love with each other, though neither one knows that of the other. Your brother is used to taking control and making decisions without consulting anyone else. I do believe that Miss Elizabeth has been allowed freedoms that most young ladies are not, and it undoubtedly does not sit well with her that he made the decision to marry without asking her first. She might see it as high-handed, when it really was an expression of his deep feelings for her. It has been said that love is blind, and I do believe that you and I have been first-hand witnesses to that very truth." She hugged her niece again, being reminded of how truly young and protected this girl had been. "Dry your eyes now, and we will see how these events unfold." Elizabeth's departure left the men stunned. It had been a day for that, it seemed. Finally, Mr. Bennet told Mr. Bingley that he and his brother-in-law would wait in the hallway for Elizabeth to return downstairs with her valise and case. They left the room.
"Darcy,"
his uncle exclaimed, to get the young man's attention.
"I believe that you may have been a bit premature, son. Did you even think to discuss this with Miss Elizabeth before you blurted out your intentions for everyone to hear? That was a very upset young lady who ran out of this room. I'm thinking that you had best think of how you're going to make this right."
Darcy's eldest cousin, Henry, mumbled that he was glad that he was not in Darcy's shoes, and the other men in the room tacitly agreed.
"What else am I to do, uncle? Please tell me, because I am without experience in dealing with the fairer sex, except for my sister, and look how poorly I did with that. I was completely unaware of George's intent until it was almost too late. I've shared with you my feelings for Miss Elizabeth, and would be proud and happy to call her my wife."
He sat in a vacant chair and hung his head, frustrated with himself at his actions. It had become his persona to remain calm and unaffected, though firm, during confrontation, and he usually took the time to think before he spoke or made a decision. Hearing Mr. Bennet's accusations and demands of Elizabeth enraged him, inciting him to act like a male lion, protecting his pride. How dare a father abuse a child so, especially a child as lovely and kind as Elizabeth? It was unfathomable.
"Please, uncle, what am I to do?" "Darcy, I imagine that the best way to start is to allow her time to process all that has happened today. I do believe that she is inclined toward you, but she has been independent, Darcy, and has been permitted to decide her own way. If the situation with the shares is accurate, you may have a much larger problem than her anger and confusion at your plans. She will attract a broader candidate for her hand, as there are many, even in the first circles, who need to marry a woman with a large dowry. You had best proceed with caution." "My cousin, the innocent lamb in amongst wolves." "Shut up, Richard, you are not helping."
At his father's stern reprimand, the colonel sat and watched Darcy.
"What we do know for sure is that your Aunt Catherine is planning to hurry to London on the morrow to try to get you married to Anne. You are planning to take Miss Elizabeth to town for the same purpose. I imagine that her father will also be hurrying to London to contact this Mr. Gardiner to get possession of that letter he wrote 5 years ago. It would not surprise me if the solicitor Mr. Phillips accompanied him to try to protect the family's perceived rights. Since you are going to leave, we will also be travelling to Matlock House. That will leave just the Bingley family to have peace and quiet at last. It appears that there will be a mass exodus heading south. We had best prepare for travel. I shall inform your Aunt Elaine."
Mr. Bingley spoke up. "We too shall be leaving Netherfield Park. Estate ownership, or at least the leasing of a country estate, in an area where I am completely unknown to my neighbours, has lost its appeal. I'm grateful for introductions to some wonderful people, but I think I've much more to learn about life before I make this attempt again to be a landed gentleman. To London we shall go as well. Hurst, shall we head to town tomorrow?"
"Aye, we shall," Mr. Hurst replied. "Let us inform the ladies."
Mr. Bingley, Mr. Hurst, and Lord Matlock left for the drawing-room to do just that, leaving Darcy and his cousins in the library.
"How can I make this right?"
Darcy wondered aloud. At hearing snickers from both of his cousins, Henry and Richard, he shook his head in frustration.
Good heavens, why am I asking you to? You've both only ever used a woman for sport. Neither of you have any clue what to do with a reputable lady. I'm going to have Parker start packing and pray solemnly that something comes to me before the night is through. Good day to you both."
With that, he stood and exited the room, leaving the other two men speechless. Mr. Bennet noted the activity, the comings and goings from one room to another, but paid it no heed. He impatiently awaited Elizabeth. When Miss Bingley heard her brother's instructions to pack for London and ordered the house closed indefinitely, she was at first delighted, happy to leave these country bumpkins. Then reality set in, and she realised that her time to coerce Mr. Darcy into proposing was drawing to an end. Desperate times called for desperate measures. She determined that tonight was the night. She would put him in a position where it would appear that he had compromised her, and she would be an engaged woman by the morning. Rubbing her hands together, she hid her feelings of pleasure at the outcome by an expression of boredom, and busied herself with the tasks at hand. By tomorrow it would be done. Elizabeth was unaware of the downstairs activities and plans. She had asked Sarah to allow no one entrance when she first came into the room. She then dismissed the maid, after first begging her not to disturb her until morning. She truly felt unwell and wished to be alone. She had endured much in her lifetime: joys, pain, rejection, kindness, generosity and love. This pushing and pulling between her father and Mr. Darcy was untenable, evoking new feelings that unsettled her, making her stomach flutter and her heartbeat increase. Never had she felt so confused. Yes, she had developed deep feelings for Mr. Darcy, but she never considered that he might have feelings for her in return. Elizabeth knew that he had been pleasant, congenial, and friendly to her during this stay, and seemed to trust her. However, the timing of his statement that they would marry raised too many questions in her mind, and her father's demands were unpalatable and unacceptable. She needed to get away to think, to decide what she really wanted for her future. Elizabeth suddenly knew exactly what she needed to do. Walking across the room to her desk, she penned a short note to Mr. Bingley. "Dear Mr. Bingley, please accept my deepest, most sincere apologies for my abrupt departure and for not taking proper leave of you and your family. You have been a wonderful host. I feel that my need for freedom to determine the most advantageous decision for my future has necessitated my leaving right away. I have long desired to travel to the Americas. This will provide ample time to plot my course and allow these unresolved issues to be decided by the courts, should that be the means my father pursues. Please accept my best wishes for a pleasant future for you, your family and your friends. With sincere regards, Miss Elizabeth Bennet." Taking another sheet of paper, she worried about what to write to her newest friend. Putting the end of the quill to her chin, she realised that she wanted to convey how privileged she felt that Georgiana had reached out to her, and how proud she was of the young girl's actions. It was but a moment before the words came to mind, and she began to write. She folded the notes, sealed them, addressed them, and left the letters on the table next to her bed. Quickly she packed her valise and apothecary case. Locking the bedroom door, Elizabeth went through the sitting room to the door that provided access to the servants. She had decided to go down the back stairs that the servants used, so that she would be unobserved by her father and Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth was startled when Sarah came through the door, just as she was reaching to open it. "Missy, you're leaving," Sarah blurted out, stunned to see Elizabeth dressed in her travelling clothes. "Sarah, please do not be alarmed. I leave to avoid my father." She thought it best not to explain about Mr. Darcy. "I would ask you a special favour, Sarah. It would be much safer for me if I were to travel as a maid. Please, would you be willing to trade clothing and provide me with your cloak and bonnet?" "Oh, Miss Elizabeth, my clothing's nothing compared to yours. Yours is much finer. However, if it will make it easier for you, then certainly I will." It took a short period of time for Sarah to retrieve her outer clothes. Sarah handed them to Elizabeth, and they each helped the other to change. Elizabeth tucked her luggage under the billowing cloak, gave the maid a quick hug, instructed her to keep her absence hidden as long as was possible, said goodbye, and left down the stairs to the kitchen. None of the servants paid attention to the maid leaving the premises. Elizabeth went to the stables, and after telling the groom that she had an errand for the family in town, requested a cart and driver to take her into Meryton. She had to be cautious, as Mr. Darcy's coachman John would recognise her. Taking on the countenance of a young woman in service, she kept her head bowed and spoke with deference. It took but a brief few minutes, and she was on her way. As they went down the lane, away from Netherfield Park, she refused to look back, knowing it would be the last time she would ever likely be in Hertfordshire. At the inn in Meryton, she found 2 coaches. The post-coach was headed south-east to Dover. It was several days' journey, with few stops for comfort, and was more expensive to travel by that means. The post-coach was much quicker and cleaner than the stagecoach, which was heading south to London. The stagecoach was often overcrowded, but stopped much more often, and for longer periods of time. Transatlantic crossings could be accessed from several ports in England, but Elizabeth had longed to see the white cliffs at Dover. They may be her last sight of her homeland. Not knowing when or if she would ever return, Elizabeth could not, at this point, begin to imagine when she might have opportunity to see them again. London or Dover, it was an easy decision to make. Chapter 18. Netherfield Park, Hertfordshire. Mr. Bennet had been waiting and pacing, and his patience was at an end. He knew from the valise and case that Elizabeth had brought to Longbourn, on the brief occasion that she was on the property, that her luggage was limited, and it would take little time to pack to make only a 3-mile journey home. Finally, unable and unwilling to wait any longer for his recalcitrant daughter, he demanded that the footman standing just outside the drawing-room door go upstairs and get Elizabeth. The footman, though he could sense the anger of Mr. Bennet, did as asked. However, out of respect for Miss Elizabeth, he lingered in fulfilling that assignment. Tapping on her door, he received no answer. He tapped again, a bit louder this time. Still no response. He wondered what he should do. Observing Miss Bingley coming down the hallway, accompanied by her sister, he asked their assistance. Miss Bingley immediately and boldly tried the door handle, which failed to budge. "Oh, the silly chit has locked herself inside." To the footman she ordered, "Oh, go tell Mr. Bennet that his daughter has hidden herself away in her room. When she comes out, we shall send her to Longbourn." She turned to chuckle to her sister, rubbing her hands together, as if she were brushing off unwanted crumbs. "There, that should take care of that problem." Miss Caroline Bingley could not have been more delighted. Mr. Phillips had to calm his brother-in-law when the footman returned with Miss Bingley's message. While at first Mr. Bennet's anger did not allow him to listen to reason, it eventually sank in that he did not need Elizabeth's presence in London. The 2 men would go to the Gardner home, retrieve the letter and destroy it, travel to Mr. Haggerston's office for directions to the bank, and transfer whatever monies were in the account to Mr. Thomas Bennet. The deed would be done. Mr. Bennet and Mr. Phillips left Netherfield Park for their separate homes, to pack and ready for their journey at first light. Meryton, Hertfordshire. The groomsman waited for the maid to finish her business at the inn. It was not for him to wonder at what might have brought her to such a place, in behalf of the master. When she came out of the building, she carried a ticket stub in her hand, as well as the case and valise that she had removed from under her cloak. The young miss looked up at him to direct him to return to Netherfield Park without her, and he recognised her as the lady who had been in the Darcy carriage. He did not question her, he merely went on his way. After arriving at the stables and caring for the cart and horse, he pondered on what the lady was up to. However, it truly was not his place to question his betters, so he said nothing and thought on it no more. Netherfield Park, Hertfordshire. Georgiana could not help but be concerned for her friend. Several times over the afternoon she tapped lightly on Elizabeth's door. Once Miss Bingley happened upon her, and informed her that she had tried the door and found it locked. Miss Elizabeth apparently did not want to be disturbed by anyone. Georgiana returned to her room, dissatisfied. Late in the afternoon, Georgiana finally sought out Sarah in the kitchen, taking tea with the rest of the upstairs servants. "Sarah,
I'm concerned about Miss Elizabeth. Have you been to her room to check on her welfare recently?"
Sarah knew that she could not be dishonest with the young girl, or to anyone for that matter. She also knew that there was a note upstairs for Miss Darcy that most likely would explain Miss Elizabeth's decision to leave Netherfield Park. Sarah, in her service to Elizabeth, while Elizabeth tended her sister, and then Mr. Darcy, had grown to respect her deeply. But she had also grown to respect the tender care that this young girl had given to her brother, stepping outside her role as a gently bred female to perform tasks that assisted Sarah with her routine duties. Sarah clearly observed Miss Darcy's distress over Miss Elizabeth's condition.
"Miss, I believe that Miss Elizabeth has a note for you alongside her bed. If you would wait but a moment, I will return with it."
She gave a short curtsy and turned to leave.
"No, Sarah, I will accompany you."
They both quickly moved up the servants' stairs to the sitting-room. Georgiana was shocked to find that Elizabeth was not in her bedchamber. After reading the note, she knew exactly what to do.
"Thank you, Sarah. That will be all."
Picking up the missive for Mr. Bingley from the bedside table, she turned the key in the lock and ran to her brother's room, pounding urgently on the door. Mr. Darcy had heard the light footsteps running in the hallway. He never would have imagined it was his sister. He did not wait for Parker to open the door. When he heard the pounding, he pulled it open rapidly, and his sister almost fell inside.
"William!"
Her speech was rushed and breathless.
"Elizabeth is gone!"
"What?" Nothing she could have said would have stunned him more. Without thought, he pushed past her and rushed to Elizabeth's room. He opened the door to emptiness. There was no evidence that Elizabeth had ever been in the room. Hurrying back to his room, he grabbed both of his sister's arms, seeing for the first time her tears and the letters she was holding in her hands. "You have a note?" She thrust the note into her brother's hands. He quickly read it, and grasping her hand, pulled her out into the hallway, down the stairs, and into the billiard room, where Richard, Henry, and Bingley were occupied. "Bingley, Elizabeth is gone. She left a note for you. I beg that you share the information that it contains." Charles Bingley was astonished at the news, and the lack of composure his friend was showing. Earlier, during the confrontation with Mr. Bennet, he was amazed at Darcy's stern countenance as he endeavoured to reason with Elizabeth's irate father. Now he was seeing a man undone. He broke the seal and read, handing off the letter to Darcy. Fitzwilliam Darcy collapsed into the closest chair. Seconds later he jumped back up, his face filled with determination. "Gentlemen, we need to ride." Before he could get a response from the men, or even his sister, he was in the hallway, getting his greatcoat, hat and gloves. Within moments they heard the front door slam, as Darcy made his way to the stables. Bingley, Colonel Fitzwilliam and Viscount Stanley hurried behind him, leaving Georgiana and Mr. Hurst standing alone in the room. Mr. Hurst was not much of a horseman, and Georgiana did not want to slow them down by going upstairs to change. She decided to seek out her Aunt Elaine, to advise her as to the current situation as she knew it. Mr. Hurst just grabbed his cue stick, determined to get as much practice in as possible before the men returned. The stable was bustling with activity. Darcy was frustrated that his wounded arm did not allow him to saddle his own horse. His cousin Henry questioned whether he should even ride at all. Darcy chose not to respond with words, however. The glare he gave the Viscount told him all he needed to know. As Darcy waited, he was approached by one of the groomsmen. "Begging your pardon, sir." The man grasped his worn hat in his hands, head bowed and voice quiet. "Are you looking for the young miss that came with you when you was wounded?" Darcy yelled for quiet. "I am." He longed for any news of Elizabeth, more than he longed for his next breath. He desperately wanted to make the situation right with her, and needed her presence to do so. "The lady, who was dressed in servant's clothes, had me take her to the inn in Meryton. There she returned to me with a ticket in her hand, telling me to come back to Netherfield Park. There'd be 2 coaches taking on passengers, the post-coach to Dover and the stage to London. Oh, forgive me, sir, I did not wait to see which one she boarded." His head hung even lower with the telling. "Do not be concerned. We shall find the lady.
Thank you for the information."
By then his horse was equipped, and he mounted. The others were already in the saddle, so at his command they galloped to Meryton, pushing their horses hard. Hooves pounded and kicked up mud from the recent rains, but went unnoticed by the riders. They had a mission, and it was to find Elizabeth Bennet. The coaching inn was empty except for the innkeeper, serving ale to a lone patron. They both looked up as Darcy, the Colonel, the Viscount, and Mr. Bingley entered. The 4 men were an impressive sight, wearing their wealth and influence like most men wore their clothing. Darcy approached the man behind the bar.
"We understand that Miss Elizabeth Bennet, formerly of Longbourn, purchased a ticket on a coach that left but a few hours past. Would you please tell us which coach she boarded?"
The innkeeper had lost one of his sons in the smallpox epidemic of 1806. He knew the struggles that Elizabeth had had with her own family. Fortunately, the innkeeper was blessed with a hard-working, loving wife, who sacrificed herself to care for their children. Elizabeth had been on her own in the tending of her family. He had known Elizabeth since her birth, and since Mrs. Bennet and her sister Mrs. Phillips were the town's most prolific gossips, the events that took Elizabeth away from the area were known as well.
"And what do you be wanting with Miss Lizzie?"
the innkeeper inquired. He was aware that the girl had had to pay consequences that were not of her own making 5 years before. She had been kind and attentive to the needs of the tenants and of the residents in and around Meryton, helping out where a young girl could, and sometimes where she should not. Darcy walked towards the innkeeper, while the 3 remaining men stood just inside the door, poised for action. He understood from the innkeeper's address of Elizabeth that this man not only knew her, he valued her. Bowing slightly, giving the man honour that typically was not shown him, Darcy spoke.
"Miss Elizabeth had a bitter confrontation with her father earlier, and made the decision to leave the area, undoubtedly in the pursuit of peace. I owe her my life, sir. I will not rest thinking that she might be unprotected and come to harm. My cousins, my friend, and I would pursue her to the ends of the earth to make sure that she arrives safely to her destination."
Darcy paused, anguish at not knowing where Elizabeth might be. Pain squeezed at his chest. Unaware, he placed his right hand over his heart and started rubbing. The innkeeper had been owner of the rest stop for decades. His father had owned it before him, and he had grown up seeing travellers of all classes, shapes and sizes come and go. He recognised sincerity in the man in front of him, who had humbled himself to acquire the desired information. He too had been concerned about Elizabeth, travelling unaccompanied, even with her servant's garb. It was providential that an elderly woman of his acquaintance was headed in the same direction, and could serve as a proper chaperone. The woman was in company with her youngest son, who was a grown man, able to protect both women if needed.
"Oh, thank you, sir, for reassuring me."
He looked Darcy in the eye.
"You are correct, sir. There be 2 coaches here when Miss Lizzie came in, one for Dover and the other to London. I could see in Miss Lizzie's eyes that she longed for Dover, as she spoke about travelling the ocean to America. But our sweet girl could not be leaving without a goodbye to the family what took her in. She procured a ticket on the London stage. Most likely they've already stopped at the half point to change horses and refresh themselves and are back on the road. They'll be in London just at dark, but the lights of the city will show them the way. Aren't no danger in that."
The relief that Darcy felt was staggering. After giving the innkeeper his sincere thanks, he turned to his companions and charged,
"Let's head out."
Usually practical, Darcy was so driven in his pursuit of Elizabeth, he failed to note the darkening conditions of the sky. It appeared that they were in for a torrential rainstorm, and night was settling in. Frustrated at Richard pointing out the potential travel conditions, he silently turned his horse to Netherfield Park. He knew that Georgiana had the directions to Elizabeth's aunt and uncle in the Cheapside area of town, as she had written to Elizabeth, requesting her to come care for her sister, Miss Jane Bennet. Darcy gave one last glance up at the sky, secretly in hopes that conditions might change, but it was to no avail. It was a sombre group that returned to the stables. Georgiana had been unable to contain herself to the drawing-room where her uncle and Aunt Matlock and the Bingley sisters were quietly awaiting news. Mr. Hurst had yet to join them. She stood alongside Mr. Burton as the footman let the men through the door. Her brother came in last. She could tell by the dejected look on his face and the droop of his shoulders that he had been unsuccessful. Georgiana said nothing, just approached him with her arms outstretched, and hugged him tightly around his waist. He returned the embrace, and dropped his cheek at the top of her head, resting there for an exchange of comfort.
"Georgie, we will find her."
He left her abruptly and went upstairs to change. "You men look like you have had a hard ride and are sorely in need of refreshment." Looking at her nephew's retreating back, Lady Matlock continued, "Please, did you find out where she has gone?"
"Yes, mother," Viscount Stanley answered. "She is to London. We will leave at the first hint of sunrise tomorrow. Darcy wants to arrive at her uncle's before Mr. Bennet does. It is possible that Mr. Bennet and his brother Mr. Phillips left as soon as they found her gone from here. Our hope is that he waited until the morrow."
He recognised his mother's concern.
"We will find her, mother. Georgie, we will."
Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst stayed in the drawing-room while the family and their brother discussed what was next in pursuing Elizabeth Bennet. Miss Caroline Bingley was planning a pursuit of her own, so she was beyond delighted to have that country nobody away from Netherfield Park. Overhearing that they would be leaving at first light, Miss Bingley went to Mrs. Nicholls to request the master key to the guest rooms, under the guise of seeing if there were any needs in the rooms, before they left the next morning for London. Mrs. Nicholls was not a fool. She had seen the likes of Miss Caroline Bingley several times in her long life, and knew without a doubt that the brazen lady was up to no good. The housekeeper suspected that the deed would involve Mr. Darcy, so she debated how to let him know that the woman had just honed in on the very large target on his back. That night, Lady Catherine and her daughter Anne joined the others for dinner. No mention was made about the absence of Miss Elizabeth, and Lady Catherine was pleased, whatever the reason, to not be in her company. Earlier, the Colonel had slipped a note to Anne through her maid, who was a willing courier to her young mistress, stating in brief the events of the afternoon and early evening. This way, it kept Anne from inquiring about Elizabeth. The conversation, however, did not remain pleasant for long.
"Darcy, Anne and I are removing ourselves tomorrow to London. I shall be meeting with my solicitor and yours to determine the best arrangements for your wedding. With this recent scare for your health, we will schedule the marriage to take place before I leave for Rosings. Anne can purchase wedding clothes while in London, and return with you to Pemberley. Georgiana will come with me to Kent. There will be no need of a honeymoon, as the conception of the heir can take place at your estate."
This conversation was found to be extremely repugnant to all at the table, of course, with the exception of Lady Catherine, but especially to Anne and Darcy. Georgiana's mouth dropped at the mention of her Aunt Catherine's plans. Anne's normally pale complexion was a deep shade of red. Clearly her mother had gone too far. Even the Colonel, who had seen and heard just about everything, was nonplussed. Lord Matlock was the first to address his sister. Firmly he stated,
"Cathy, there will be no more discussion of this. None. We have had a trying afternoon, and your wants and wishes are merely that, wants and wishes. As head of the Fitzwilliam family, which includes Darcy and Georgiana, I direct that no more be said about weddings or marriage, and especially about the begetting of children. This is not appropriate supper conversation."
The dinner guests were astonished to hear Anne de Bourgh speak up. In a crystal-clear voice, she thanked her uncle. "I believe, Uncle Martin, that Georgiana needs to be with her brother rather than in Kent. The stress from the injuries Darcy sustained while trying to protect her life and reputation from such a vile man had to be tremendous, and even though she has acted as one much older than her years, she is not yet 16 years of age. My pride in her course of conduct, and the dignified manner in which she displays her fine qualities, knows no parallel for someone so young. I could not be more delighted to be called her cousin, and am satisfied with that role. It is not my destiny nor desire to be her sister." Lady Catherine sputtered, trying to find the words to express her shock and outrage at her daughter's comments. Giving such praise to such a timid girl was excessive. Denying her fate to become Darcy's wife was intolerable. Her face grew red, and her hands started to quiver. Before Lady Catherine could open her mouth and utter one word, her brother stepped in.
"Why, Anne, that was beautifully said, and I believe that we are all in agreement with you."
Her uncle praised her. Georgiana beamed, and even Darcy was thrust out of his morose mood at her comments.
"You are perfectly correct, Cousin Anne," Darcy said, "and I thank you for putting into words what is already in my heart."
He was surprised that his cousin had picked this venue to express her true feelings. Darcy, too, was proud of Georgiana, but he was also proud of Anne for speaking up. She had a difficult life with her mother, and was forced to find joy in life's little victories and rebellions. Lady Catherine attempted several times to speak, but was immediately cut off by her brother. The Bingley siblings remained quiet through the meal. The separation of the sexes provided an opportunity for the men to strategize for the following day. Darcy was mentally pondering all he planned, and the order he intended them to occur. While at the stables earlier, he had set in order with John Coachman the need to be ready to depart at first light. Weather permitting, he would have Georgiana and her maid ride in the carriage, while he would ride on horseback. His arm had served him well today, though he had been unable to use it to pull himself into the saddle. The more he thought about getting to Elizabeth in London, the clearer the process became in his mind.
"Gentlemen,"
Darcy immediately had their attention.
"I will be leaving for London at the first hint of daybreak. I would ask for any of you who would be willing to ride with me to be ready at that time. The carriages containing the ladies can follow. Any who choose not to go with me can provide an escort and look after their welfare. Who is with me?"
He looked around the table for support. Colonel Fitzwilliam, the Colonel's brother, and Bingley immediately stated their intentions to ride with Darcy. Lord Matlock and Mr. Hurst would follow with the ladies.
"I suggest that we retire," Darcy said. "It will, for me, be a long night."
Chapter 19. Coaching Inn, County Middlesex, 10 miles from London. The trip from Meryton to the first coaching stop had been fraught with troubles. Not too far from Meryton, one of the horses pulled up lame. The coachman's assistant walked back to Meryton to get a replacement, while the 3 passengers waited inside the carriage. After getting stuck in a muddy rut about a mile further, Elizabeth wondered if she would reach London at all that night. A broken axle on the coach just within sight of the inn was the last straw for the coachman. The passengers elected to walk the final distance, and were relieved to have reached a place of warmth and safety. The elderly woman, Mrs. Bellows, and her adult son Peter were the only other passengers on the coach. It appeared from the noise that welcomed them as they entered the inn, the same could not be said for the final leg of the journey on the morrow. The inn was crowded with people clamouring for a room, food and drink. Barmaids were busy hustling from one table to the next, serving ale and what looked like meat stew, and the innkeeper was busy trying to scavenge any available space left on his premises for sleeping. Elizabeth was going to have to share a bed with Mrs. Bellows. Her son would be sleeping in the public rooms with the other men, on a bench, on a table or on a chair. Elizabeth only hoped that he could get close to the roaring fire, though the heat only increased the smells and the presence of fellow travellers. Elizabeth lay next to Mrs. Bellows, who had immediately gone to sleep. The bed was small and lumpy, but the sheets were clean. Because of the weight and gravity of her thoughts, sleep eluded Elizabeth. She was confident that leaving Netherfield Park had been the best decision. Going to London to consult with her aunt and uncle was also the right choice. Was marrying Mr. Darcy the right thing to do? It was easy for Elizabeth to recall all that Mr. Darcy had been through during the past 2 weeks. The pain from the gunshot wound, deep concern for the emotional health of his sister, and seeing his older brother killed. Was he in full control of his thinking when he stated his intention to marry her? It was all so confusing. Elizabeth desired to discuss all that happened with her uncle and Aunt Gardner. It would give her clarity of thought and help her to make the best choice for her future. And how could she possibly have obtained shares in the Honourable East India Company? It was ridiculous to even suppose that might be so. Certainly Mr. Darcy was correct. It was a clerical mistake, and should have been addressed to someone else. She chuckled to herself at the thought of some businessman getting a letter addressed to him, letting him know that he was no longer under the authority of his father. What if he was already elderly? Would not he be surprised? Of course, it could have been the head of a family who needed those dividends to pay his rents or provide food for his growing family. After some time thinking on those lines, Elizabeth determined that her best recourse was to travel directly to Mr. Haggerston's office to let him know of the error. Then she could travel to the gardener's household and ask her uncle and aunt for suggestions as to her future. If she left England, it would be her first time travelling on her own, and she didn't want to get to Boston, New York or Philadelphia, only to regret what she had failed to pack. Her uncle had business contacts all over the known world. He would be able to help her with introductions, and whatever else was necessary for a smooth transition to a new location. Elizabeth needed to give her mind new direction, focus on the future. A future without her family, her old friends, her recent acquaintances, and Mr. Darcy. Her heart pained her at the thought. When had he become so important to her? Netherfield Park, Hertfordshire. Darcy had been correct. Sleep evaded him. He worried that Elizabeth had arrived at her uncle's home, only to have him hastily arrange for her to travel immediately. He worried that her father also had arrived at Gracechurch Street, and the confrontation had been bitter and devastating to Elizabeth. He worried that her feelings for him did not equal his own. With that thought he brought his right hand up and rubbed his face in worry as he paced back and forth across the room. He looked around his bedchamber. Parker had been thorough in his packing. Darcy's trunks were already downstairs, ready to load onto the Darcy carriage. Georgiana's luggage was ready as well. Laid out over the chair next to the fireplace were his riding clothes, brushed and waiting for him to don them in but a few hours. He knew that only the bare necessities remained in the dressing-room, and they would be put into a small valise as soon as they were no longer needed. All was ready. Only time needed to pass, and he could be on his way. In the past, Darcy had wondered if he would ever marry. He longed for felicity and peace to fill the halls of Pemberley. His search for a bride amidst the temps had been fruitless. Now he knew that he had found what he needed and wanted in Elizabeth. Just thinking of her lifted the weight of the tremendous burdens he carried as master and guardian off his broad shoulders. She would be a partner in the truest sense. He could share his cares and know that she would understand. Parker, his long-time valet, had approached him earlier about a conversation that he had had with the housekeeper, Mrs. Nichols. Mrs. Nichols had inadvertently overheard Miss Caroline Bingley planning a compromise whereby Darcy would be forced into offering marriage. After having observed Mr. Darcy at Netherfield Park for the past several weeks, the housekeeper determined that, if pre-warned, he could easily outwit Miss Bingley. Miss Bingley had more greed than intelligence. Parker knew that none of Mr. Darcy's staff wanted the match, and that life at Darcy House and Pemberley would be unpleasant with Miss Bingley as mistress. It had certainly been outside his authority to bring up such sordid goings-on with his master, but Mr. Darcy had in the past approved of Parker coming to him with anything that concerned any occupants of his homes. Darcy, frustrated with the actions of Bingley's sister, did indeed appreciate both the warning and those who bore the information to him. Later that evening, after thanking the housekeeper personally, Darcy, knowing Mrs. Nichols had known Elizabeth for years, had asked what Elizabeth's life had been like prior to being cast out. The housekeeper delighted in telling about specific events and actions where Elizabeth's kind-heartedness, intelligence and joy were used to help others. She told him about the time that one of the Netherfield tenants had lost all of their possessions in a fire. Even though it was not her responsibility to care for them, Elizabeth had gathered items that would bring comfort to the family, toy soldiers for the boys, and a doll with a pretty pink dress for the little girl, a lace shawl and embroidered pillows for the wife, and a new pipe and hat for the husband. The necessities had been provided for by the other tenants, but those extras were what took a house and made it into a home. It warmed his heart to think of how she would care for the tenants at his estate. Many families had been there for generations, and they were just as vested in the success of Pemberley as Darcy was himself. His sister had already benefited from Elizabeth's attentions. To watch Georgiana go from being so reclusive and timid to displaying determination was like watching a rosebud starting to open and show its beautiful colour. Oh, how he wished to bring Elizabeth home. The hour was late, and Darcy continued to be restless, his mind not allowing the peace of slumber, thinking that a book from Bingley's library might be just what he needed, a tome filled with facts and figures, or a historical or biographical volume of someone of whom he had no interest. He headed downstairs to the library. The clock in Bingley's study was just chiming the hour. It was midnight. He had just selected a book of agricultural practices that he had already read, when the door to the library opened. Wondering who would be approaching him this late at night, he quickly recalled the warning that the housekeeper had given his valet. With expectations of Miss Bingley creeping into the room, he placed himself behind the door, so he could slip out just after she entered the room. He was surprised to see long blonde hair draped over a modest dressing gown. It was Georgiana. He immediately left his hiding place. Not wanting to startle her overmuch, he whispered her name. She immediately turned and inquired as to why he was hiding behind the door.
"I have been warned, Georgie, that Miss Bingley is going to make a move tonight, in an effort to compromise me into offering marriage."
"Oh, good heavens! Will she not learn?"
Georgiana was not shocked at the information, just offended. Darcy had to chuckle when he saw her roll her eyes in exasperation. "As long as I have known her, she's made her desire to be mistress of Pemberley more than obvious. Had she any true intelligence, she would have figured out by now that you have no interest in that direction." Georgiana looked closely at her brother. "You'd best take care, William. She will not be thwarted easily." Just then, the siblings heard the door handle turning. They both quickly went behind the door, and then thought better of it. With Georgiana in the room, there would be no impropriety when Miss Bingley entered. It was Colonel Fitzwilliam.
My, cousins, but this room is busy at this hour of the night."
It did not surprise the Colonel that Darcy could not sleep. Too much was riding on the events that would unfold in the morning. He was, however, surprised to see Georgiana.
"Poppet, what are you doing awake at this hour?"
"Apparently, like you, I was unable to sleep. And it is just as well. We are about to partake in a real-life drama. William is the intended victim, and you and I shall be the witnesses to the crime."
"What is this you are speaking of?"
The Colonel was puzzled. Before Darcy could enter the conversation, Georgiana spoke again.
"Richard, tonight Miss Caroline Bingley is going to try to trap William into marriage. We need to have a plan of action, a strategy, something like you would use in the military."
Darcy could tell that his young sister was getting some sinister delight in these circumstances.
"Into battle we shall go."
The Colonel could not hide his pleasure at watching his usually composed cousin facing down a hungry predator.
"Richard, you shall wake the house,"
Darcy reprimanded him.
"Hush, please, both of you. Your voices are deep and loud, and we do not want to discourage Miss Bingley from coming into the library. This is just too fun."
"Georgie!"
both men exclaimed at the same time.
"Oh, come on, you two. This is better than what the Gothic novels that I'm not supposed to read contain. Now, hush," she whispered.
Like a general on a campaign, she positioned them where she felt best. Her and the Colonel sitting in the high-backed chairs, with their backs to the library door, where they would be invisible to anyone entering, and Darcy standing at the fireplace. The three cousins had just got into position when the door handle moved for the third time since Darcy had entered the room. The door slowly opened, and the flicker of a candle approached. Spying Darcy, she assumed they were alone.
"Mr. Darcy, were you unable to sleep? Is there anything that I could do to see to your comfort? Might I perhaps get you something warm to drink from the kitchen?"
"I thank you, Miss Bingley. However, it is inappropriate for us to be in the room together so late at night. I shall retire immediately to my room."
He started to move past her to the door.
"No!"
Caroline Bingley was not going to allow her last opportunity to pass without accomplishing her goal. Quickly she placed the candle on a table and undid the belt on her robe, pulling the front open and sliding it off onto the floor. Darcy quickly turned his back to her when he realised her intentions.
"Miss Bingley!"
He was horrified and amused at the same time. Realising how affronted she would be if she only was aware of his feelings, he steeled himself not to chuckle. This was not working out well for Miss Caroline Bingley. There were two witnesses that she was unaware of being in the room, and her own housekeeper had kindly and effectively warned him in advance.
"Please dress yourself. As much as I would dislike seeing you in such a state, I'm confident that my cousin and sister would dislike it even more. Now dress yourself,"
he repeated, when he heard no sound of movement, nor any rustling of fabric. "Mr. Darcy, what have your cousin or sister to do with us? You are a reasonable man. Surely you know how deep my love is for you, and how I long to be your wife. Our marriage would unite our families, and you then could call your best friend brother. There are so many advantages for us to wed. Please, Mr. Darcy." She paused before she could say another word, as the noise of the turning of the library door handle sounded once again. This time it was not a hesitant turning, but one of force. Mrs. Hurst charged into the room. "Aha!" she exclaimed. "Mr. Darcy, you have compromised my sister, and will have to wed." The only thing in her vision was Mr. Darcy and Miss Bingley, both standing with their backs to her. She could clearly see her sister's form, silhouetted in the firelight. Had Mr. Darcy but turned around, he could have seen the same. Suddenly, from the chairs to the right of Mr. Darcy, came laughter. At this, Caroline Bingley was moved to action, and she quickly recovered her robe and wrapped it around herself, not even taking time to put her arms in the sleeves. Colonel Fitzwilliam and Georgiana rose from their chairs and faced the Bingley sisters at the same time that Darcy turned to confront them.
"Miss Bingley, Mrs. Hurst, what is the meaning of this?"
Darcy asked, though he knew the answer. He had to admire Miss Bingley for her attempts at an explanation, as her own sister spit and sputtered at seeing Georgiana and the Colonel. "Oh, Mr. Darcy, I was unaware you were here. I had been dreaming of reading a book from this very library, and must have walked in my sleep. However did I end up here?" She blinked her eyes rapidly, as if she were just awakening from a deep sleep. At this, the Colonel and Georgiana only laughed louder. Georgiana was overcome by such a fit of mirth that tears poured from her eyes, and she ended up tipping over onto her cousin Richard. It was obvious that Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst completely missed the comic aspect of this spectacle. Realising that he would get no help from his relatives, Darcy walked around Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst to open the library door and yell for a footman. When the man responded, he asked him to retrieve Mr. Bingley and Mr. Hurst directly and escort them to the library. Bingley would have to deal with his sister, as Mr. Hurst would have to deal with his wife. Miss Bingley, in a huff, turned to leave the room, and her sister followed her. Darcy was not going to let this go without them being held accountable for what they had attempted. He closed the door and stood in front of it, his expression one of firm determination. They would not be leaving the room until the men in their family could deal with them. It was not long before a tousled Bingley entered into the fray. At seeing the occupants of the room, he stopped, stunned. "Are you aware that it is midnight, and we should all be in bed?" He caught sight of his sister trying to right her robe. "Caroline, why are you here, only half-dressed?" "Charles, apparently I was sleepwalking." She immediately tried to justify her actions and appearance. And you grabbed your robe on your way out of your room?" he asked, as if puzzled. In a moment, the sleep cleared from his eyes, and he honed in on his next oldest sister. "Caroline, it is clear that you decided to act on your desperation to become Darcy's wife, and your attempts failed." Turning to his eldest sister, Mrs. Hurst, he next speared her with his gaze. "And Louisa, it appears that you are complicit in this detestable plot." His disgust was evident in the tone of his voice. "I want you both packed up and gone in the morning. Further, you will find alternate lodgings, Caroline, when you're in town. Whether the Hursts invite you to theirs is for you three to decide for yourself. I am inclined to send you to Aunt Agnes. Her strict adherence to all things moral and proper may be just what you need." Caroline Bingley spit and sputtered. "Oh, but Charles, she is mean. Her finishing school is one of the strictest in all of England, and I am already finished. There is nothing more she can do with me." Colonel Fitzwilliam whispered to Georgiana, "Now that is a whole bucketful of truth." Mr. Bingley had long known the ridiculousness of his sisters, and wondered if he was at all like them. That thought was concerning to him. It had been his habit to go through life with few cares. He liked to tease Darcy about his seriousness, always being concerned with business and having little in the way of fun. Taking a stand against Lady Catherine had been the action of a mature gentleman, and Bingley realised that that was exactly what he wanted to become.
I'm leaving with Darcy at first light tomorrow, and will meet with my lawyer as soon as I can get an appointment to transfer the funds our father left in trust for you to Hurst.
By then Bingley's confidence and his voice had risen in volume.
Out! Both of you, get out!
He stretched out his arm and pointed his finger to the library door. Mrs. Louisa Hurst bowed her head and left the room, her husband, who had just entered, following close behind. Caroline Bingley, who until this time had easily controlled the decisions of her little brother, lingered, her nose raised in disdain.
"You cannot do this, Charles. Father left my care in your hands."
Caroline, do not put me to the test. How dare you embarrass me in front of my friends, whom I greatly esteem? You will leave this room right now, and leave Netherfield Park in the morning. Orders shall be given to the staff. If you choose not to go at the appointed time, I will have them throw you out. Am I clear?
Caroline Bingley had never seen her brother like this. With a huff, she quit the room. Darcy and the Colonel had never seen Bingley like this either. Colonel Fitzwilliam walked across the room and clapped Bingley across the shoulders.
I am proud of you, Bingley. I believe you've become a man this past week, and I'm proud to call you my friend.
Bingley's natural buoyancy returned, and he smiled to those remaining in the library.
I'm rather proud of myself as well.
Georgiana, stunned by the events of this evening, gave a brief good night to the men and left to go upstairs to her room. She had much to think on before morning. Georgiana, too, had been proud of Mr. Bingley. It was good to see him taking such a stand. This bode well for his future happiness. She had been embarrassed at Miss Bingley's conduct and attitude, and she was relieved that Miss Caroline Bingley would not be Mrs. Fitzwilliam Darcy, Mistress of Pemberley. Back in the library, the men filled their glasses to the rim with Bingley's best brandy. Colonel Fitzwilliam held his glass up high.
To the close escape of an unwanted betrothal. Hear, hear.
All three men drank. Darcy sat back down in one of the chairs. The happy mood of a few minutes past was pressed down by the longing he felt for the one woman who he would be pleased to be his betrothed. He wondered if Elizabeth had made it to London. He wondered if she had already booked passage on an outbound ship. He wondered if he would ever see her again. Chapter 20. Netherfield Park, Hertfordshire. Light was barely visible in the eastern sky when the men readied for their ride to London. Lord Matlock had risen early to see the men off. Earlier, Colonel Fitzwilliam had gone into his father's room and told him and his mother of the events in the library the night before. Inside the house, Georgiana and Lady Matlock were also awake, overseeing the rest of the packing for the journey. They would follow as soon as all was made ready. The horses were brought from the stables, and Darcy was anxious to be heading south. London was but 20 miles distant, and he hoped and prayed that Elizabeth had made the journey well. Bingley was giving last-minute instructions to his staff about the closing up of the estate, and directions for his sister if she chose to disobey. Georgiana, dressed in her travelling clothes, stepped outside the door and walked down the steps to greet the day and her family. "William?" She caught his attention just as he was prepared to mount. "You will find her, will you not?" Darcy could hear the fear and worry in her voice. He smiled in reassurance.
Yes, sister, I will find her. In London, in America, in the Orient, I will find her.
Darcy meant every word. He would not stop until he could make her his own. He looked down at Georgiana.
Stand tall, Miss Darcy.
Her smile was instantaneous, and it warmed his heart. "Travel safely, William," Georgiana said to her brother. To her cousin she added, "Please, Richard, make sure he does not overtax himself or his arm. We need him to remain well."
"All will be well, Poppet."
He looked down on his cousin and smiled. Suddenly his bearing changed, and the smile left his face. His military rank showed in his visage.
"Mount up."
All 4 men responded. They were an impressive sight. The Fitzwilliam brothers and Darcy had grown up around horses and spent much of their youth riding and competing against one another, forever racing to see who was the fastest. Bingley, who had been raised in a northern city, had little opportunity for equine exposure until he met Darcy at Cambridge. Darcy had taken it upon himself to educate Bingley on the finer points of good horseflesh and equestrian skills, as befitting a gentleman. His efforts had been rewarded by Bingley sitting a horse well.
"Oh, gentlemen!"
Lord Matlock had come outside to see them off. He looked directly at his nephew.
"Darcy, you will find her, son."
Before Darcy could respond, his cousin Henry spoke up.
"Do not worry, father. We well know our mission. Travel safely and take care of our ladies."
With one last farewell to Lord Matlock and Georgiana, they were off. Her uncle wrapped his arm around Georgiana and drew her to him. The air was brisk and damp, but it did not look like the weather would turn to rain. However, that could change rapidly. It was England at the end of November. Lord Matlock just hoped it would hold off until the men could make it to London.
"Come on, Poppet. Let us break our fast and load up."
They went inside. Before they could make it into the hall, they looked back at the riders. Bingley had stopped and was looking back at them. He felt it would be the last time he would see Netherfield Park. Bingley had no regrets that his first foray into estate ownership was so quickly over. He had decided last night, after the fiasco with his sister, to give up the lease as soon as he could find someone willing to purchase it from him. It had not been a failure, for he had learned much about management of a property, and he had learned much about himself. Though but 23 years of age, he had realised he had to be more discerning about his desires and emotions, and determined not to allow himself to become enamoured of a pretty face and a calm disposition so quickly. With a final sigh, he turned his horse and raced to catch the others. Coaching Inn, County Middlesex, 10 miles from London. Elizabeth woke to the sounds of activity below stairs. She quickly washed and dressed, being careful not to wake Mrs. Bellows. Sticking her head outside the door, she inquired of a maid whether she knew if the carriage had been fixed from the night before.
"I'm sorry, miss, I do not know. But if you would not mind a short wait, I shall find out from the innkeeper. Please wait inside your room, and I will return with tea and some toast to break your fast. It is crowdy and rowdy downstairs, no place for a lady."
After thanking the maid, Elizabeth turned back into the room and noticed that Mrs. Bellows had awakened. Her roommate straightened the bed and crossed into the small dressing-room after greeting Elizabeth. Within moments the tapping on the door signalled the arrival of the maid, with information and a small meal.
"Miss, the carriage has yet to be repaired."
This was not the news that Elizabeth had wanted to hear.
The coachman indicated that it would be later in the morn before it's ready to leave. He also wanted you 2 ladies to know that he appreciated that you voiced no complaint yesterday with all the mishaps, and suggested that by the time the coaches came and went this morning you may again have his coach to yourselves.
"Oh, that is good news amidst the bad, is it not?" Elizabeth thanked the maid and closed the door behind her. When Mrs. Bellows returned to the bedchamber, they shared the information and the tea. They then waited in the room until they heard that the coach was ready for them. Downstairs, 4 gentlemen entered the inn for refreshment and to rest their horses. They had been riding less than an hour, and had 1 hour to go before they hit the outskirts of London. It was decided that they would all proceed to the gardener's residence close to Cheapside. Colonel Fitzwilliam commandeered a corner table, while his older brother Henry ordered ale from the barmaid. Business was brisk with passengers waiting for the next carriage to depart. Darcy had searched through all the public rooms for Elizabeth, but she was not to be found. This was not surprising to him, as her coach had time to reach the city by nightfall the previous night. In his heart, though, he had hope for even the sight of her. Shaking off the melancholy, he joined his cousins at the table. Longbourn, Hertfordshire. Mr. Thomas Bennet was ready to depart for London at first light. From past experience, he knew that his brother-in-law Mr. Phillips would be on time, but Mrs. Bennet and Jane would not. Hill had his master's luggage loaded onto the carriage, which stood in front of the house. Mrs. Hill, the butler's wife and housekeeper of Longbourn, was still upstairs in the bedchambers, trying to encourage some movement among the womenfolk. Mrs. Bennet was not to be hurried. A tray containing tea and a repast of bread, fruit and cheese had already been delivered and eaten. However, Mrs. Bennet could not make up her mind which dresses to pack for the journey. It had been many years since she had been to London, and she was overflowing with excitement. For the third time, Mr. Bennet sent Hill to inquire as to the readiness of his wife and daughter. 3 times he was told that he would just have to wait. It had been difficult to return to Longbourn yesterday without Elizabeth. Her father was determined to win the day. They would have those shares in hand before the day was out, if they could ever manage to leave Longbourn. "We are rich!" Mrs. Bennet could not help but repeat loudly in her shrill voice. "We are rich, Mrs. Hill. No more begging Mr. Bennet for pin money for lace and ribbons for Jane. She will be dressed just as elegantly as those snobby women in town. Just wait until Lady Lucas sees my daughter. No more will she brag about Charlotte's silk dresses and new slippers from London. Why, we shall have gowns sent directly from Paris. Nothing will be too good for my dear Jane. She will win the hand of Mr. Bingley. Oh, Jane could not be so beautiful for nothing." Mrs. Hill wondered that her mistress had forgotten about the war with France. There would certainly not be any trade with Paris, even for Miss Jane. She held her tongue as befit her position, and hoped and prayed that Miss Lizzie was well. The angry outburst from the master, when he returned yesterday, gave reason to suspect that all was not well with the second daughter. Mrs. Bennet's outpouring of greedy delight with this sudden wealth, which was also heard repeatedly by the servants, was inappropriate and vulgar. Mr. Bennet finally climbed the stairs to his wife's chamber, and informed her that the carriage would leave in under 15 minutes. If she wanted to go to London, she would have to be inside when orders were given to the coachman to depart. "Oh, Mr. Bennet, you do not know how you vex me. My nerves, my nerves!" At her mother's voice increasing in volume, Jane came out of her room dressed in her travelling clothes, ready to depart. Mr. Bennet was pleased with his eldest. Gentle, pleasing, kind, and attentive to her parents' needs and wants, Jane deserved a large dowry that would attract a fine gentleman such as Mr. Bingley. As a father of a daughter that had already reached her majority several years past, Mr. Thomas Bennet wanted her settled as close to Longbourn as possible, so Netherfield Park will do. He was completely oblivious to the damage he had caused with Mr. Bingley, and unaware of how his own daughter's lackadaisical countenance had affected the young man as well. Just 10 minutes later, his wife descended the stairs, waving her handkerchief in frustration at being so rushed. However, the thought of all that awaited them in London spurred her forward. She entered the carriage like she was the Queen of all England. "We are rich," she stated again, for any who had not yet heard. "We are rich." Gracechurch Street, London. Mr. Gardiner had come home for some papers that he had left in his study, when the 4 men rode up on their tired horses. He had watched them come down the street, but could not imagine that they would be coming to his home. When they pulled up in front, his footman hurried to take the reins so the men could dismount. "May I help you, gentlemen?" Mr. Gardiner asked, as he approached. The men had ridden hard. Their clothes were covered with mud. "Mr. Gardiner." Darcy doffed his hat and bowed respectfully. "My name is Fitzwilliam Darcy of Pemberley in Derbyshire, and Darcy House at Grosvenor Square. These are my cousins, Henry Fitzwilliam, Viscount Stanley, and his brother, Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam. The other gentleman is Mr. Charles Bingley of Netherfield Park in Hertfordshire. Please forgive our coming without prior introduction. We are here requesting information concerning your niece, Miss Elizabeth Bennet. By chance, did she arrive safely to your home last evening?" Mr. Gardiner was stunned, both by the men in front of him and by the question. Worry quickly overtook him. No, we've not seen my niece." He gestured hurriedly to the men. "Please come inside, and let me offer you an opportunity to refresh yourselves, and provide some food and drink before we talk." Holding his worry and anxiety over his niece to himself, he quickly asked his butler, Mr. Harrison, to escort the gentleman to upstairs rooms, and to provide a tray of cold meats, cheese and bread for the men in his study. Mr. Harrison rushed to perform his duties. The gardener's study was relatively small, certainly befitting someone of his stature. All available surfaces were cluttered with stacks and stacks of books. His hobby. Mrs. Gardiner had heard the commotion in the entryway and sought out her husband. "Edward, what is the meaning of this?"
"Maddie, it seems that Lizzie was to have travelled here by coach yesterday. The 4 gentlemen who are upstairs at this moment appear to have some news. It is Mr. Darcy from Pemberley, his family and a friend."
At the approach of footsteps, Mr. Gardiner stopped his recitation. Mr. Harrison directed the men inside the room.
"Gentlemen, since you have news of our Lizzie, would you please allow my wife to attend? She is not so much a niece as a daughter to us."
After the men gave their approval, introductions were made to Mrs. Gardiner. Madeline Gardiner had been raised in a small town, not 5 miles from Pemberley. She had many friends with whom she continued to correspond in Lambton, and overall the reports of the Darcy family were good. Mr. Darcy had, unlike his father before him, a sterling reputation, both as a landowner and as a gentleman. He was diligent in discharging his responsibilities to his families, his tenants, and was reputed to take an interest in the needs of his friends. He was a private man, as his father was before him.
"Sirs, please be seated."
Mr. Gardiner sat close to his wife, taking her hand.
"Tell us what you know about Lizzie."
Darcy had been surprised at meeting the Gardiners. He had known that they were in trade, so his expectations were quite low. Seated before him was a fashionable couple that would easily fit in with any of society's entertainments. Judging by the reading material displayed throughout the room, they were well read and educated as well.
"Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner, it was my sister, Georgiana, who wrote to Miss Elizabeth begging her to come to Netherfield Park to tend her sister, Miss Jane Bennet. Because of that care, it was some days before your nieces were able to return to Longbourn. Apparently the confrontation between Miss Elizabeth and her father did not go well, and Miss Elizabeth decided that there was no basis for staying there." "And how did you become involved, Mr. Darcy?"
Mr. Gardiner had not been surprised at the reception Lizzie had got at her old home. He knew from the rare news they received from Longbourn that his brother-in-law continued with his grudge.
"My sister, Mr. Bingley, and I were riding to Meryton only a short time after your nieces left Mr. Bingley's estate. We found Miss Elizabeth with her valise, walking into town to purchase return travel to London. She had stopped to speak with Miss Charlotte Lucas, and at that time an unidentified man. That man turned out to be my older half-brother, George Wickham."
At hearing their name, Mrs. Gardiner showed immediate signs of increased distress.
"Mrs. Gardiner," Darcy asked, "are you well?"
"Oh, Mr. Darcy, that name is very familiar to me. My greatest friend in Lambton, Mrs. Avery, had a daughter who was beautiful in appearance, and very, very innocent. George Wickham forced himself upon her when she was but 3 and 10 years of age. The young girl became with child, and died along with the babe during delivery. She was not the only young girl that I know he ruined." Pausing, Mrs. Gardiner looked Mr. Darcy in the eye. "I apologise, Mr. Darcy, for speaking out so, and if my directness offends, as he is your brother, he is an evil, evil man."
"Mrs. Gardiner, please do not be concerned. Your words are truth."
Mr. Darcy stopped to gather his thoughts.
"My young sister Georgiana had been threatened by Wickham early this summer. I would do anything to protect her from such wickedness, as we knew our brother was capable of. When I saw him speaking to Miss Elizabeth and Miss Lucas, my heart almost stopped. I determined then and there to remove Miss Elizabeth and my sister Georgiana to London immediately. We escorted Miss Elizabeth to the local inn, returned to Netherfield Park, where Bingley had ridden ahead, and requested our carriage be made ready, and returned to Meryton to collect your niece. We had not gone but a short distance from Meryton, when we were accosted by a highwayman demanding that we stand and deliver. It was Wickham."
Darcy was deeply disturbed at having to share this horrid information with Elizabeth's beloved aunt and uncle. Any threat, even one that was past, would be distressful to them.
"My cousin, Colonel Fitzwilliam, had heard from his commanding officer that Wickham was in the area of Meryton, and knew that he wanted to harm my sister. He came upon us at that moment, and fired on George, as George fired on me. Miss Elizabeth pulled my arm at the sound of the gunfire, so that the bullet went through my left arm, rather than into my heart. Wickham was killed."
Mr. and Mrs. Gardner both gasped, Mrs. Gardner's hand going to her chest.
Yes, your niece saved my life.
In more ways than one,
the Colonel interjected.
You were right, Richard,
Darcy continued.
We returned to Netherfield Park, whereupon Miss Elizabeth cleaned and sutured my wound, and then cared for me when fever set in.
Again he paused, running his fingers through his hair.
Mr. and Mrs. Gardner, your brother-in-law heard that his daughter had returned to Netherfield Park, and that she was tending me through my malady. Mr. Bennet came to the estate, and made serious accusations against Elizabeth, claiming that she had ruined any opportunity for Miss Jane Bennet to marry by being alone in my bedchamber.
Darcy was so upset at having to repeat this false charge that he was unaware that he had referred to Elizabeth by her given name.
This, of course, was unfounded. There was always someone present when she cared for my wound. Also, during that time, my family, the Fitzwilliams, came to Netherfield Park. They bore witness to Mr. Bennet's rage against Miss Elizabeth. Just yesterday, Mr. Bennet returned to Bingley's estate, with a letter addressed to Elizabeth from Mr. Samuel P. Haggerston. Are you familiar with the gentleman?
Yes, I am,
Mr. Gardner replied.
He's my attorney. I requested from him clarification as to the guardianship of Elizabeth but 2 weeks ago, when we received the demand from my brother-in-law that Elizabeth return to Longbourn and marry his cousin Mr. Collins. I've yet to get clarification on that matter.
Mr. Gardner was puzzled.
I cannot imagine why he would have written to Elizabeth directly, when the instructions were to inform me, and I would write the findings to her.
Mr. Gardner, we are aware of the letter that Mr. Bennet gave to your niece when she was first cast out of her home. However, it was not this issue that was contained in the letter your brother-in-law brought to Netherfield Park. Rather, it was a dividend notice from the Honourable East India Company. Mr. Bennet was enraged that your niece might have funds that he claims belong to him, as the right of a father. We believe that Mr. Bennet intends to come to London today. In fact, he may be on his way already, for the purpose of claiming those funds. I tried to explain that it was undoubtedly a clerical error, and that 2 letters to 2 different individuals may have been confused. Mr. Bennet was not able to be reasoned with, due to his extreme agitation.
Was Elizabeth present during this discussion?
Anxiety filled Mr. Gardner.
She was.
And what was her reaction?
Mr. Gardner nervously awaited the reply.
She was confused, but adamant that she had no interest in the East India Company. Also, she was hurt that her father, who was accompanied by your other brother-in-law, Mr. Phillips, claimed that his original letter to you was a friendly request for you to care for his daughter, while she was a part of your household.
Mr. Gardner shook his head in frustration. He stood and walked to the fireplace, putting his arm on the mantel with his head hung.
My foolish, foolish brother-in-law.
The room was silent as he processed the information received. Finally, he turned back to the men, and, walking to his wife, he stood at her side.
Gentlemen,
Mr. Gardner took a deep breath, expelled it, and began to speak.
What I'm about to tell you is completely unknown to my niece. She does indeed own shares in the Honourable East India Company.
After being witness to Elizabeth's fervent denial, this came as a shock to the men.
While we were in India, Lizzie saved the life of a young boy, almost her age. The father of the boy was a lord, who at that time was politically involved in the governing of India. He also was a major shareholder in several import-export businesses. This boy was his heir and only child. The father privately arranged the transfer of shares. They were put in my name, as Lizzie was not only underage, she was female. The shares and the dividends from the shares are currently held at the Bank of England in an account, also in my name. Now, Mr. Darcy,
Mr. Gardner continued,
you have yet to explain to Mrs. Gardner and I where my niece is, and why you are here inquiring after her. Please continue.
Mr. Gardner, Mrs. Gardner, during the second confrontation with Mr. Bennet, when he demanded the shares and dividends, the attorney, Mr. Phillips, explained his understanding of the law regarding guardianship, explaining that the rights of the father would prevail in a court of law, unless...
Darcy paused here.
Unless, of course, Miss Elizabeth was married. Then the rights of ownership of any assets in her possession would fall to the authority of her husband. Mr. and Mrs. Gardner, Please believe me when I tell you that I am in love with your niece. I had already told the father of my cousins, Lord Matlock, that I longed to make her my wife. However, without forethought, I blurted out that I would marry her. The shock on the gardeners' faces was palpable. I easily comprehended Miss Elizabeth's emotions. She was angry and hurt with her father's assault, fearful of what her future might bring, confused about the dividend letter, and undoubtedly horrified at my declaration, especially as it came directly after finding out that she might be in possession of wealth. She left the room. I had thought she merely returned to her bedchambers to remove herself from the confrontation, and would return later when events had calmed, so that I might explain to her how engaged my feelings were, and propose in a manner that she deserved. Darcy fought against the embarrassment that revealing his private feelings in front of others was having on him. She did not return. It was revealed later by her maid, and notes that she left for my sister and Mr. Bingley, that she had slipped out of the house and had travelled to Meryton to arrange transport away from Hertfordshire. My sister Georgiana informed me that Miss Elizabeth had spoken of her desire and intent to travel to the Americas. Until we went to the inn in Meryton, where your niece purchased the ticket, we were unaware which direction she had gone. The innkeeper informed us that she was on the coach to London, with an elderly woman and her son for protection. It was already dark, so we were unable to follow her last night, however willing we were to do so. This is a true account as to why we are now here at your home. As you are no doubt aware, gentlemen, Elizabeth is not in my home.
Mr. Gardiner was not as worried as Darcy expected him to be.
My niece is a seasoned traveller. Yes, it concerns me that she left Meryton in time to arrive in London and is not here. However, it is possible, in fact, highly probable, that she changed her mind while in the coach, and instead travelled to Dover, Portsmouth, Liverpool, or any other port where travel outside the country could be easily arranged. In that event, I expect that Mrs. Gardiner and I will receive notice of her intent at any time via express. My niece is a very resourceful young woman, who is independent-minded and unwilling to submit to a father or—
He looked directly at Mr. Darcy.
A husband who was not loving, kind, affectionate, or respectful to her. Good sir, Darcy rejoined, I shall spare no expense to have investigators sent to every port city in England in search of your niece. May I please have directions to your office, so I can contact you as soon as I receive any information as to her location? Yes, Mr. Darcy, you may.
Mr. Gardiner pondered the situation.
In the meantime, should I hear from my niece, I will send a messenger with the information to your home.
The occupants of the room all stood, as Mr. Gardiner rang for a footman to bring their horses to the front of the house. As the gentleman filed out of the study into the entryway, the front door opened, to the sound of a high-pitched female shriek. The Bennets had arrived. Chapter 21. Gracechurch Street, London. At the addition of Mr. Phillips, Mr. Bennet, Mrs. Bennet, and Miss Jane Bennet to the gardener's house, Madeline Gardiner rolled her eyes as she stood behind her husband, unseen by their newest visitors. Before proper welcomes could be made, Mr. Bennet spotted the men, and his anger was instantaneous.
Gardiner, how could you let these men into your home?
Mrs. Bennet, in her quest for silks and lace for her eldest daughter, was oblivious to the tension and anger that filled the small room.
Oh, Madeline, we are rich. Jane will have the best of fabrics and trims, and a wonderfully large dowry to attract an important man such as Mr. Bingley of Netherfield Park.
Mrs. Bennet was a silly woman, who tended toward the vulgar in her speech, actions and thought processes. She was a slight woman, who was confronted with 4 handsome gentlemen. Suddenly, she recognised that one of the men was Mr. Bingley himself. Refusing to be held accountable for her speech, nor embarrassed at what she'd said, she continued,
Oh, Jane, look, it's Mr. Bingley. What brings you to London, sir? Surely you have much to do in Hertfordshire. Why, the running of such a large estate is such a responsibility. You had best secure a wife soon, Mr. Bingley, to aid you in making a success of Netherfield Park. My Jane, she would make an excellent wife for a gentleman in your position.
Mamma, please do not speak of this, Jane whispered, in an effort to halt her mother's inappropriate words. The men and her in-laws were horrified at her blatant attempts to matchmake. Bingley's face turned bright red as he looked down and away in embarrassment. He had wondered how he would feel should he come in contact with Miss Jane Bennet. Jane Bennet was truly all that was beautiful. The first emotion, after the embarrassment, was regret. Mr. Bennet ignored his wife's comments and stared at Mr. Darcy. Without looking at his brother-in-law, he repeated,
"How could you let these men into your home? Do you not know that they mean you harm? They are thieves, here to steal Elizabeth's wealth. You should have them removed immediately."
Darcy stood back and respectfully waited for Mr. Gardiner to respond, although the disgust on his face spoke volumes. Colonel Fitzwilliam, who was still wearing his uniform, put his hand on his sword, having a difficult time keeping still.
"Bennet, these gentlemen have come here today to assure the safety of your daughter. They mean no harm."
Mrs. Gardiner decided that the most effective means of diffusing the situation was to remove Fanny Bennet and her daughter to the upstairs. Even though Mrs. Bennet insisted that Jane stay downstairs with the gentlemen, once it was pointed out that she should refresh herself to be in her best appearance, Mrs. Bennet gave in, and the two women followed Mrs. Gardiner to the guest rooms, which her staff was hurrying to prepare.
"No harm," Mr. Bennet sputtered. "What have they done with Elizabeth? I ask, where is she now? They would not allow me to speak with her in private while she was at Netherfield Park, but I shall set this matter straight right now."
"Mr. Bennet, I will not stand in the entryway of my host's home and argue with you," Darcy stated clearly. "My purpose now is to find Miss Elizabeth, assure her safety, and ask her to be my wife. Anything else you accuse me of is a fantasy of your own making."
"You?"
Mr. Bennet shook his finger at Darcy.
"You will never marry my daughter. I would sooner have her dead than be tied to you as a wife."
Those words were shocking, and affected the men like a blow. Even Viscount Stanley, who like his cousin Darcy rarely showed emotion, was angered to the point that he wanted to skewer Mr. Bennet with his brother's sword. Mr. Bingley grabbed the Viscount's arm to stop him from acting on his desires.
"Gentlemen, please desist."
Mr. Gardiner stepped into the fray.
"The most important thing is to find Elizabeth."
He turned to Darcy.
"Mr. Darcy, as soon as I receive any news, I will send you notice."
Mr. Darcy, the Fitzwilliams, and Mr. Bingley took their leave from Mr. Gardiner and asked that they thank Mrs. Gardiner for her hospitality. Bowing to Mr. Gardiner and ignoring the other two men, they left. Mr. Bingley to his townhouse, Colonel Fitzwilliam to the barracks, Viscount Stanley to Matlock House, and Darcy to his attorney to hire investigators, acquire a special licence for marriage, and hopefully have a marriage settlement prepared. North of London, County Middlesex. Lady Catherine, her daughter Anne, and Mrs. Jenkinson, Anne's companion, had been on the road to London for several hours. Behind their carriage followed Mr. Bingley's carriage, containing his two sisters and Mr. Hurst. Lord and Lady Matlock, with Georgiana, had departed Netherfield Park about 2 hours prior to the others, so had already reached their Grosvenor Square residence. Lady Catherine had wanted to get an early start, but the staff had been too busy helping the others. Feeling like an afterthought was a new sensation for the great Lady Catherine, and she would never forget the arrogance of Miss Bingley in directing the servants so. It was imperative that she get to her London attorney before Darcy had a chance to find Miss Elizabeth. Lady Catherine's maid had whispered the goings-on of the afternoon before, when Miss Elizabeth was found missing, and the lady was pleased to have that upstart out of the way. What was the world coming to, when these chits like Miss Bingley and Miss Elizabeth Bennet did not know their place? It was shocking. The carriages slowly entered the outlying areas of the city, which was reflected in the noises and sounds. Only a short amount of time, and Anne would be Mrs. Fitzwilliam Darcy, mistress of Pemberley. At the thought, Lady Catherine rubbed her hands together and smiled, pleased with the outworking of events. Mr. Haggerston's office, Broad Street, London.
"Oh, Mr. Darcy, how may we be of service?"
The clerk at the front desk in Mr. Haggerston's office knew that Darcy was a valued long-time client, so showed the gentleman the respect that he deserved. That respect was not just for the position in society that Mr. Darcy held, it was for the conduct and intellect of the man himself.
"I need to speak with Mr. Haggerston on a matter of great importance," Darcy replied. Excuse me, Mr. Darcy, but Mr. Haggerston is meeting with another client at this time."
The clerk took up a quill pen and a clean sheet of writing paper.
"I shall write him a note to see if he can spare time away from the business he's currently transacting."
The clerk did so and slipped down the hallway. It did not seem like he was gone long before he returned and directed Mr. Darcy into a large meeting room. Inside was a round table with seating for a dozen. Darcy was too impatient to take a seat. Instead, he paced around the table, round and round, his agitation evident in his gait. It was not long before Mr. Haggerston entered the room.
"How may I help you, Mr. Darcy?"
Mr. Haggerston was in his mid-50s, with a shock of white hair over a ruddy face. He rarely extended pleasantries, getting straight to business. Darcy had deep respect for this man's abilities with legal matters.
"Mr. Haggerston, I come here seeking your advice on a legal matter. Lady Catherine de Bourgh, my late mother's sister, recently showed me a letter to her from my father, stating his agreement that my cousin Anne de Bourgh, daughter of Lady Catherine, and I marry. It is merely a letter, not a formal legal document, which my father mailed to her just after I reached 21. My aunt is on her way to town today to consult with her solicitor, in an effort to force my hand. My question to you is, how binding is a letter of intent from a father with regards to the marriage prospects of the son?" "Mr. Darcy, it just so happens that I, too, have information from your father concerning this very matter. If you would but excuse me for a moment, I will retrieve the letter your father asked me to give you should you ever come to my office for advice or help with arranging matters of wedlock. Please excuse me."
Mr. Haggerston rose from the chair he'd been seated in and started to leave.
"Mr. Haggerston, before you go, this is not the only matter which brings me to you."
This stopped the attorney before he reached the door.
"I also request an application for special licence, and that a marriage settlement is prepared with as much speed as possible." "Truly, Mr. Darcy, if it is Miss Anne de Bourgh, then your concerns over your father's intentions is not such a matter of urgency. Correct?"
"It is not my cousin whom I wish to marry."
"And may I inquire as to your intended?"
the attorney asked, puzzled at the young man before him. Never had Mr. Darcy approached him with such uncertainty. While he kept his eyes on his client, he pondered the type of woman to have caused these emotions in the usually stoic man.
"Yes, her name is Miss Elizabeth Bennet, originally from Longbourn in Hertfordshire, but for the past 5 years she has resided with her aunt and uncle here in London." "Miss Elizabeth Bennet?"
Mr. Haggerston was shocked and surprised, pleasantly so. Shaking his head quickly, as if he were clearing cobwebs, he told Darcy that he would be right back with the letter from his father and forms for marriage. He left the room and headed to the office. When he entered, his client was reading the documents he had left for her perusal.
"Oh, what a tangled web,"
he muttered to himself. He returned the documents to Mr. Darcy, leaving him alone to consider the letter from his father in private, confident that the information contained in the missive would be difficult for the son to read. Darcy wasted no time opening the letter. He sat down and broke the seal. It was not lengthy.
"November the 11th, 1805. Pemberley. Dear son, if you are reading this letter, then 2 things have happened. I am no longer among the living, and you are finally persuaded to marry Anne, combining the 2 estates and making Darcy's one of the most powerful families in all of England. I'm proud of you for seeing to your duty, son. I hope that as master of Pemberley you've continued to look after your brother George. The disadvantages of George being my natural child are through no fault of his. He should not be penalised for the circumstances of his birth. He is, after all, my firstborn. I expect you to prosper and provide well for George, even if the terms of my marriage agreement with your mother would not allow me to do so. Let this be a lesson, son, to take care in arranging for the marriage settlement. Do not promise something in your agreement that you regret in the future. With Anne as your wife, I am sure that you will provide a proper example of a contented marriage for Georgiana. Do not be hasty in making an engagement for her. She is a Darcy, the granddaughter of an earl, and the descendant of one of the oldest families in England. If she could but bring a title to the family name, it would provide the only thing lacking in our provenance. My greatest wish, son, is that you turn out to be as good a man as your older brother, your father, George Darcy."
Darcy longed to throw the letter across the room. Instead, he calmly placed it on the table, smoothing out the wrinkles where it had been folded for the past 6 years.
Be as good a man as my older brother.
That was like a slap to his face, and from his own father. Darcy was angry and wanted to throw something or hit someone.
Calm yourself, Darcy.
Darcy held his breath and slowly let it out through his nose, turning his mind to think of something pleasant. Elizabeth. His mother would have loved her. He regretted that they could never know one another. Like his mother, Elizabeth loved the outdoors, adventure, travel, reading and discussing a multitude of topics. Both women were kind and generous. Elizabeth had been just as gentle as his own mother when she had nursed him. Georgiana truly cared for Elizabeth. Yes, his mother would have loved her. As Darcy pondered over a future with Elizabeth, he set aside the letter and started reading the sample marriage settlement agreement. Down the hallway, in Mr. Haggerston's office, the lawyer asked his client if she had any questions. "Oh, yes, sir, just one." Mr. Haggerston had explained to Miss Elizabeth Bennet how the stocks for the Honourable East India Company came to be in her possession. He explained that the clerk had mailed it to Longbourn in error. It was to go to her Uncle Gardner. They had also thoroughly discussed the issue of guardianship. To say that she was surprised at the findings was an understatement. "What are my options, Mr. Haggerston?"
Miss Bennet.
He wondered how much information he should share. He'd been impressed with her quick grasp of the legal ramifications of her situation.
I currently have a young man down the hall who's deeply concerned with these very same issues. Oh, not the issue of the stocks, as he has an abundance of wealth and is not looking to add to his own coffers. He has the same question about guardianship. Yours, in fact.
Mine? Elizabeth was puzzled. However could that be?
He is a gentleman whose father made plans for him to marry a woman who is unacceptable to him. Does his father still have authority over him, even though he is now almost 28?
I am sorry that this young man is having such difficulty, but I fail to understand how his quest for information should include my guardianship issue.
Miss Bennet, I will be straightforward. The man in question is Fitzwilliam Darcy, of whom I believe you are well acquainted. His interest in the answer is the same as yours. Do you have the right to marry each other?
Each other? Elizabeth wondered at the coincidence, both being in the same office at the same time for the same reason.
If I might beg of you, Miss Bennet, to come down the hallway with me, please. I believe that your time, Mr. Darcy's time, and certainly my time, would be better spent with some open discussion between the two of you.
He stood from his chair and assisted her to rise.
Please follow me.
She did. Darcy looked up from his reading when he heard the door open. Expecting Mr. Haggerston, he was unprepared to see the woman he had just been thinking of. He jumped up and bowed as she curtsied before him.
"Elizabeth,"
he said in a whisper. His heart was filled with joy, and a broad smile stretched across his face.
"I have been so worried about you. How did you come to find yourself here?"
By then he had reached her and took both of her hands in his. Neither of them noticed when Mr. Haggerston backed out of the office, leaving them alone. "Mr. Darcy," Elizabeth began. She looked up into his face. He was a handsome man, but his smile made him more so. She had no idea that her own face mirrored his own.
"Please."
He released one hand and led her to the table with the other.
"Please be seated. I believe that we have much to discuss."
"Yes, I believe we do." She could not help but notice the papers scattered across the table as she sat down. "I would like to begin by asking you a question, sir."
"Please do."
"Mr. Darcy, if you would remember back to the last time we were in each other's company at Netherfield Park, please, you stated in front of your family and mine that you would marry me. Did I hear you correctly, sir?"
Without hesitation he replied, "You did."
The smile was still on his face. "Why? Why would you want to marry me? Was it because of the stock certificates?" She had already decided in her heart that this was not his motive, yet she needed to hear him speak the words.
"The stock certificates are of no concern to me."
That was it. No embellishments, no explanations. Then why, Mr. Darcy? Elizabeth had hoped in her heart that he loved her. It was the reason she came to London, rather than going to Dover. She had to know the truth, and whether there was any basis for a future with this man. Why do you want to marry me? Darcy knew that she would not have pressed the issue unless she cared. He loved her more than he thought possible.
Because I love you, Elizabeth. I want you to be my wife. I want us to grow old together, to have children together, to care for and cherish each other for the rest of our lives. There is no other woman I would rather have as mistress of Pemberley. I only want you in my home, my life, and my bed. Is that reason enough for you, Elizabeth?
Darcy looked longingly at the blush creeping across her cheeks. Her eyes were radiant and sparkled with the joy of life that appealed to his deepest emotions. Then I will marry you. He stood, and taking her hand brought her to her feet. For I love you as well, Mr. Darcy.
William.
Yes, William, she then repeated. I love you as well. He lowered his head and gently touched his mouth to hers. It was the sweetest of kisses. As they pulled apart, they heard Mr. Haggerston's soft tap on the door. Chapter 22. Mr. Haggerston's office, Broad Street, London.
Enter,
Mr. Darcy called, stepping back as he did so, face flushed, as was Elizabeth's. Mr. Haggerston cleared his throat as he came into the room and closed the door behind him.
Pardon my interruption.
The attorney had been happily married for over 30 years, and well knew what he had interrupted.
If we could all please be seated.
Darcy helped Elizabeth to her seat, treating her like the finest, most delicate piece of glass. As he seated himself next to her, he gazed at those sparkling eyes that were filled with mirth and joy, and knew that he would move heaven and earth for Elizabeth to be his wife.
Mr. Darcy, Miss Bennet, are you settled on marrying, then?
He knew the answer before it was spoken aloud. When both the young people answered to the affirmative, he pushed the application for special licence in front of Darcy and handed him a pen. The document was signed and witnessed. Mr. Haggerston got up from the table, opened the door, and handed the application to a clerk who had been waiting by for that purpose. Re-entering the room, the attorney again sat across from the couple.
The clerk has been instructed to wait for the Archbishop to sign the application, and a marriage licence to be prepared. It will be ready for use early tomorrow morning, if that will meet with your satisfaction. I foresee no obstacles, as you are a resident of London, Mr. Darcy. However, I will need permission from Mr. Gardiner, as your guardian, Miss Bennet, before the deed can take place. In my absence, while you were settling this matter, I sent a messenger to Mr. Gardiner's home requesting his presence, and expect him shortly.
Both Darcy and Elizabeth were pleased to have Mr. Gardiner involved with the arrangements. Mr. Haggerston continued,
Because you are both people of wealth and property, the marriage settlement will not be completed by the time you marry. It should be available for signatures shortly after. I'm assuming that the wedding will take place quickly.
Darcy looked to Elizabeth, who took his hand in hers, squeezing gently.
As soon as we may, Mr. Haggerston.
That was as the attorney had expected. While they waited for Elizabeth's uncle to arrive, the three discussed inconsequential matters, knowing that when Mr. Gardiner was in their presence, important decisions would be made. Gracechurch Street, London. "Oh, Edward!" Mrs. Bennet gushed to her brother, Edward Gardiner, pulling on his arm to get his immediate attention. "We shall need to quickly leave for the shops and warehouses. Surely you know where the most exalted ladies of the temps purchase the finest fabrics, buttons and lace. Jane and I need to go to the furrier's for a new lined cape, to the shoemaker's for satin dance slippers and new boots, and to the best French seamstress in London. She will need new gloves, morning dresses, evening gowns, day dresses, travelling clothes. Oh, my brother, there is so much to purchase, and it must be done right away. Mr. Bingley or some other fashionable gentleman will fall in love with my beautiful Jane when they first see her in her new silks." Before she could continue her tirade, her younger brother pulled his arm away from hers and stepped back, stepping closer to the fireplace in his study. He briefly looked to his brother-in-law, Thomas Bennet, who was seated with a stack of books at his elbow, to see that he was ignoring his wife as usual. Mr. Bennet was so absorbed in thinking of all he needed to do at the attorney's office that he failed to respond at all to his wife's demands.
"Sister, you are spending money that you do not yet have. You need to control yourself, Fanny."
His voice was stern. Edward Gardner had long wished that his brother-in-law would take his wife under control and curtail her silliness. She was an embarrassment to the family, and likely would repel more suitors than she would attract. His niece, Jane, was beautiful, with a passive, serene manner. All four of the Gardners preferred the liveliness of their niece and cousin Elizabeth. How could his children not love a cousin who thought up and told wonderful stories of make-believe adventures that would grasp a child's imagination and set it alight? With their cousin Jane, the children were not stimulated to step outside themselves and learn the wonders that the world had to offer them, as Jane herself would never do such.
"Fanny," her brother continued, "I need to return to my offices. While I am gone, you need to calm yourself. My household is a place of peace and refuge, not a place for upset and nerves."
He looked at his sister closely and realised that she was not listening to a word he spoke. Too polite to interrupt, she waited until he took a breath. Mr. Bennet, you need to call the carriage. Jane and I have much shopping to do, and you need to find Lizzie to get those shares." When she realised that her husband had not been listening to her in the same manner that she had ignored her brother, it caused no guilt or shame. She would have her way. Mr. Harrison, the butler, stood at the entry to the room with a folded, sealed missive in his hands.
"Excuse me, Mr. Gardner. A messenger's just arrived and is waiting for a reply."
The servants of the household had heard Mrs. Bennet's shrill demands, both in person and as they moved throughout the home. It was grating to the ears, and the maid assigned to care for the woman had already retired to the kitchen for a restorative cup of tea. The staff at the Gardners was always respectful and not prone to gossip, but when the staff at Longbourn was mentioned, it was with deep appreciation for what they must put up with daily.
"Excuse me, please, Bennet, Fanny."
Mr. Gardner hurried to accept the letter. As he suspected, it was from Haggerston.
"I will take this upstairs to Madeline. She's currently tending the children, and this business relates to her as well as me."
He bowed and rapidly left the room. Fanny Bennet was not an intellectual woman. However, from almost 25 years of marriage to Mr. Bennet, she knew about much scheming and manipulation, ever diligent about striving to get her way. "Mr. Bennet." She had never in all of those married years called him by his Christian name. It was unthinkable for her to presume such in a relationship such as theirs. "I believe that message is from Lizzie. It would not surprise me if my brother decides to keep those shares for himself and his family." When her husband failed to give any response, in desperation, she reached over and pulled the tome right out of his hands. "Mr. Bennet!" He looked up at her then, as if seeing her for the first time.
"Mrs. Bennet," he demanded, "why ever would you so rudely remove my book from me? What has you in such a flutter?"
"Oh, if only you lived in the real world, and did not always have your nose buried in some silly book." She paced in front of him. "My brother just received a message from Lizzie. I know he's going after those shares. You need to follow him now." Mr. Bennet's ire was instantly raised. Without acknowledging his wife's presence or comments, he left to have his carriage readied and gathered his coat and hat. Not a moment later, when his brother-in-law, Mr. Gardner, came downstairs requesting the same, Mr. Bennet followed him out of the door as if he had an errand of his own. He waited until Mr. Gardner's carriage left Gracechurch Street, and then followed with his own. Mr. Gardner was aware of his brother-in-law's presence behind him, so first had his driver take him to his warehouse. After climbing out of the carriage, he dismissed the driver and sauntered inside, even pausing so that Bennet could catch up to him. Walking through the front door, he hurried through the building and exited through a different door, hailing a hackney cab and heading to Mr. Haggerston's office. He looked back as they turned the corner and saw his brother-in-law still waiting at the sidewalk in front of his office. He would have a long wait indeed. Only Edward and his wife Madeline, knew that the message was not from Lizzie, but about Lizzie. Mr. Haggerston's office, Broad Street, London.
"Oh, come in, come in."
Mr. Haggerston welcomed Mr. Edward Gardner into the meeting room. When he entered, he saw his niece sitting alongside Mr. Darcy. They both rose, and Elizabeth hurried around the table to her uncle, hugging him tightly. "Uncle Gardner, how pleased we are to see you. Are Aunt and the children well?" After greetings were dispensed with, they all sat and got down to the business at hand. Mr. Haggerston spoke first.
"Mr. Gardner, were you able to bring the letter with you from Mr. Bennet's hand, dated the 11th day of November in the year 1806?
Elizabeth's uncle placed the letter on the table. Finding it extremely offensive and hurtful, Elizabeth kept her gaze on her uncle, not even looking at the letter. Mr. Darcy pulled it to him, opened it and read. It was just as Elizabeth had stated while at Netherfield Park. Mr. Bennet had clearly disowned and cast off his second daughter. Mr. Gardner addressed Mr. Haggerston.
"This letter, though not signed by a witness, can clearly be identified as the handwriting of Mr. Thomas Bennet. I have other correspondence of his that can easily verify this as his hand. He's had no contact with my niece for 5 years, and only contacted her just under 3 weeks ago with a demand that she return to Longbourn, his estate, to marry his heir, Mr. William Collins. It was because of this demand that I approached you about the issue of legal guardianship, as Elizabeth is not yet 21. Thank you, Mr. Gardner."
Mr. Haggerston now focused his attention on Elizabeth.
"Miss Bennet, I was able to speak with the Honourable Judge Pierce about this matter. He's had many years of handing down decisions concerning guardianship. It was his expert opinion that Mr. Bennet conceded any rights to you, not only by his letter, but by his actions over the prior 5 years. For all intents and purposes, Mr. Edward Gardner is your legal guardian. Therefore, in the matter of your intentions to marry Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy, you will need the consent and blessing of that man prior to any official engagement being entered into or marriage taking place."
To say that Mr. Gardner was pleased would have been a gross understatement. He was delighted as he watched Mr. Darcy take his niece's hand in his. The look that they gave each other showed tender affection. It was Mr. Gardner's greatest desire to see his Lizzie settled in a marriage of love and respect, and it appeared that his desire would be met.
"Elizabeth."
Mr. Gardner felt that the matter of his niece's betrothal was of serious concern, so endeavoured to make his voice sound as serious as possible.
"Are you to marry Mr. Darcy?"
Before she could answer, Darcy responded,
"Mr. Gardner, I have asked her to be my wife, and she has accepted. Now I ask your permission to allow me to have your niece's hand in matrimony."
He held his breath until Elizabeth's uncle answered in the affirmative. Exhaling, he squeezed Elizabeth's hand again. Now that the betrothal was official, he could call her Elizabeth when in company. He was even more delighted than her uncle appeared to be. Mr. Haggerston cleared his throat again to gain everyone's attention.
"And now that is taken care of, there are a few more matters that we need to see to. The first is when and where this marriage should take place."
He looked to the others.
"It is my opinion, and it coincides with Mr. Darcy's, that the marriage take place early on the morrow. My reason for hurrying this blessed occasion is that Mr. Bennet will apparently not approve. In fact, he will try to stop this wedding from taking place. This holds true for Mr. Darcy's aunt, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, as well. The sooner that they are united and can have Miss Bennet's assets transferred to Mr. Darcy, the better. Until then, she and her property are endangered. For that reason, I also do not believe that it would be wise for Miss Bennet to return to her home at your residence, Mr. Gardner. What do you say to this?"
"I concur, Mr. Haggerston." Mr. Gardner was deeply concerned for his niece.
"At what time will the licence be available in the morning for them to wed?" "I will have the licence in hand no later than 9 o'clock in the morning. My clerk has already gone to the Archbishop's office to procure the required paperwork."
To Mr. Darcy he inquired,
"Is it possible to have a small wedding at your home in Grosvenor Square at 9:30 in the morning?"
"Certainly," Mr. Darcy replied. He gazed lovingly at Elizabeth.
"If it would meet with Mr. Gardner's approval, Elizabeth could stay this night at Darcy House with my sister Georgiana and me. She would be adequately chaperoned. and it would save her from having to relocate to the same house after the wedding.
Both the lawyer and Elizabeth's uncle smiled at the gentleman before them. Young love. It had been many years for both of them, but they remembered it as if it were yesterday. The interminable length of their own engagements, and how anxious they were to bring their brides home.
That's settled, then.
Mr. Gardiner tapped the table with his agreement.
That also takes care of the issue of Elizabeth's parents. My sister Fanny Bennet is not an early riser, and neither is my other niece Jane. Thomas Bennet and my brother-in-law Phillips have the habit of rising early, but tend to withdraw from company immediately after breaking their fast with the morning news, a good book and a cup of tea. My wife and I should have no difficulty sneaking out of our home to attend the wedding. It would be my pleasure to escort my niece down the aisle, even if there is no actual aisle.
All of them found the humour in his comment. Mr. Haggerston brought up one more point.
Mr. Darcy, Miss Elizabeth, I'm aware that it is the practice to have a wedding presided over by a clergyman. However, with the potential for relatives on both sides of this union trying to either stop the wedding from taking place, or having it annulled once they hear of it, I would ask two things. The first is to have my friend, the Honourable Judge Pierce, conduct the wedding ceremony. He was ordained by the Church just out of university, and continues to hold that position, even though he later studied law. That way, if the event is called into question, it would be much harder for anyone to challenge. The other is that the wedding takes place in secret. Invite only those who could keep the knowledge of it taking place secure for at least one full day, until all assets can be transferred to Mr. Darcy, and please forgive my blunt speech, Miss Elizabeth, until the marriage can be consummated. In that way there would be absolutely no basis for an annulment.
Both Darcy and Elizabeth blushed at Mr. Haggerston's comment, but both could see the wisdom in doing as he directed. The meeting concluded soon after, with Mr. Haggerston indicating that he would arrive with the judge and the wedding documents before the appointed time in the morning. Mr. Gardiner left for Gracechurch Street to secretly inform his wife of what would take place, and Mr. Darcy was able to take his Elizabeth home. Chapter 23. Darcy House, Grosvenor Square, London. Elizabeth could not help but be impressed with her first glimpse of Darcy House. It was the finest residence she had been invited into. The staff had been prepared for the possibility of her arrival, the arrival of a friend of his sister, when Mr. Darcy had stopped by to clean up from the horseback ride from Hertfordshire. Darcy had not known that it would be this soon, but he was happy that Elizabeth was here. His long-time staff was pleased to see their master so relaxed around the young lady. Georgiana had arrived earlier with the Matlocks, and was resting after the journey. Elizabeth had gone straight to the attorney's office once she had arrived in London, so had had no opportunity as yet to change out of her travelling clothes. It was good that neither she nor Mr. Darcy cared whether her gown for her wedding was the height of fashion, as her valise contained the same simple gowns she had worn at Netherfield Park. The maid that Mr. Darcy's housekeeper assigned to care for Elizabeth would have a difficult time cleaning and pressing them for such an early wedding, but it was of little concern to Elizabeth. Her priority was to become Mrs. Darcy. She lay back on the bed in her chamber and listened as the maid directed the footman to deliver the water to the dressing-room for a bath. By tomorrow she would be Mrs. Elizabeth Darcy. How wonderful that sounded! She had been a Bennet for the majority of her life, and until the events that resulted from the smallpox epidemic, she had loved each and every one of her family members. From the time she was young, she enjoyed wandering the land surrounding Longbourn, observing the changing seasons and its effect on nature. She loved reading and learning. Elizabeth knew that she only had one life to live on this earth, so she had determined during her youth to be content and find joy in whatever her circumstances would become. Even though she had longed to visit exotic locales and experience life outside their small community, Elizabeth never could have imagined the path her life had taken to lead her to this point. Mrs. Darcy. How beautiful that sounded. Darcy was ecstatic to have Elizabeth in his home, but even more so, knowing that he would not ever have to be without her again. The past several weeks had been trying, and in all honesty, the bullet wound was a mere pittance compared to the letter from his father that he had read in Mr. Haggerston's office earlier that afternoon. Darcy's heart ached with their memory. That his father went to his death, believing that George Wickham was the better man, hurt Darcy to his core. He thought of the impact that Wickham had had on his life, especially since his father died, and wondered if George Darcy would have still felt the same about his eldest, if he had had to be faced with the dissolute behaviours and their fruitage. Darcy would never forget the memory, which was clearly imprinted in his mind, of his own brother pointing a loaded pistol at the head of his sister, with the intent to do harm. He understood that Wickham had resentment toward himself. He had displayed his bitter jealousy and hatred repeatedly, to the point that it frustrated Darcy more than angered him. To have Wickham desire to harm his own sister, the daughter of his father, was outrageous. Wickham's wanton disregard for the sweet innocence of a young girl who longed to be loved and cherished by both her brothers pained Darcy in the extreme. Selfish, selfish Wickham. Blind, blind George Darcy. After Elizabeth bathed and rested for a bit, it was time to go downstairs for dinner. As she dressed carefully in what she had available, she looked forward to seeing Georgiana, and pondered how the young girl would feel, knowing she would be getting a sister, and so soon. When Elizabeth entered the drawing-room, they hurried to each other and warmly embraced. "Elizabeth!" Georgiana's excitement was palpable. She almost bounced as she hugged her friend. "William just told me the good news. I could not be happier." They released each other and clasped hands. Darcy watched the two females, who he loved more than all others, and a sense of completeness and contentment filled his pained heart. Earlier thoughts of his older brother and his father vanished. When his butler Ramsay announced that dinner was ready to be served, Darcy extended each arm and had the immense pleasure of escorting the women into the dining-room. The room was all that was elegant and lovely. Elizabeth had been impressed with the few rooms she had seen of Darcy's house. Absent was the ostentatious display, so favoured by the elite in society. Mr. Darcy had no need to announce his wealth. His bearing and demeanour indicated to observers that he had reason for pride. There was no need for pretentiousness, and Elizabeth was grateful. She had come to the conclusion during her travels that grandeur and wealth did not guarantee happiness. A simple life, filled with simple pleasures, was her desire. She knew, with what she already knew of the Darcys' lifestyle, that the brother and sister's definition of simple may not be the same as her own, yet she understood that both Darcy and Georgiana eschewed the preening and finicky posturing of most of the members of the first circles. Elizabeth was seated on Mr. Darcy's right, while Georgiana was across the table on his left. The meal was deliciously prepared and formally served, and the conversation was light and refreshing. At Georgiana's inquiry as to who would be attending the wedding service, her brother responded,
"Uncle and Aunt Fitzwilliam and our cousins, Bingley, Elizabeth's uncle and aunt Gardiner, Mr. Haggerston, our attorney, and Judge Pierce, who will be performing the ceremony. It will be a small gathering."
"This does not bother you, Elizabeth, to have such a small wedding?" "No, Georgiana, it does not bother me at all. The people who mean the most to your brother and I will be in attendance." She reached over and grasped her beloved's hand. "It will be everything I've ever wanted or desired in a wedding." She was pleased to see Darcy's smile.
"It suits me as well, Georgie."
Darcy kept Elizabeth's hand in his as he looked at his sister. After dinner, Mr. Darcy joined the ladies in the music room. While Elizabeth sang some lovely Irish ballads, Georgiana accompanied Elizabeth on the pianoforte. It was the first time he had heard her sing. At Netherfield Park, Miss Bingley, in her determination to impress the gentleman, was quick to display her talents. Since Elizabeth had been in residence to nurse first her sister and then Darcy, she had not had the opportunity to play or sing. Her beautiful soprano voice filled the room, and he was not surprised to look to the doorway and see servants standing and listening, clapping in pleasure at the end of the song. Darcy joined in the applause, realising that this was what his future would be, music and laughter filling the halls of Pemberley. Georgiana excused herself soon after to prepare for the busy day on the morrow. A wedding at Darcy House. She was not surprised that Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley had not been issued an invitation. Their conduct at Netherfield Park had been beyond the acceptable rules of society, and they could not be trusted to act well on the morrow. Darcy led Elizabeth to the library. It was her first glimpse of a room that would quickly become her favourite. Shelves and shelves of books lined the walls. The fire in the fireplace was roaring, and drew Elizabeth like a moth to a flame. How he longed to close the door, to be alone with his beloved, to give expression to what was in his heart. As he stood with his hand on the door, debating, Elizabeth turned to look at him. Love, affection and trust shining in her beautiful eyes. Darcy knew then to leave the door open. He was a gentleman, and she was a lady. He would never behave in an inappropriate manner in his own home, nor with the woman whom he loved. Joining Elizabeth on the sofa placed in front of the fire, he spoke first.
Elizabeth, when you left Netherfield Park, when you were found to be missing, I thought back to the times you spoke about your desire to see America, and I was afraid that you had gone. I wanted badly for you to believe that your future was not in some far distant land, but with me. Though I had not said the words, Elizabeth, I knew that I loved you.
Darcy was wearing his heart on his sleeve, exposed and vulnerable. Elizabeth recognised that this was not the time for levity. Mr. Darcy, William. She was not yet used to uttering the name that many times she had heard from his sister's mouth, and she could see that he was appreciative being addressed by her in such an intimate manner. She continued, "It felt to me like so many weights came crashing down upon me. My father accusing me of being a liar and keeping wealth from him, the bitterness of your aunt, Lady Catherine, and the conniving jealousy of Miss Bingley, and to be honest, even your statement that we would marry, coming hot on the heels of learning of the shares from the Honourable East India Company, was just too much to comprehend at one time." He started to protest, but she held up her hand to stop him. "Yes, I needed time to think things through, and decided to leave. I felt my best choice was to go someplace where my circumstances would be unknown. The Americas would have done well for that. William, I had not been gone long, when I thought of your actions and conduct towards me and to your family and friends. Truly I found nothing to indicate that you would offer marriage if your only inducement was wealth. With your position in society, you would have had ample opportunity to do so in the past. I can imagine that rich women, young and old, have pursued the most handsome, eligible bachelor in all of England." She smiled at that, and noted that a smile graced his face as well.
"That sounds suspiciously like something Miss Caroline Bingley would have said."
He chuckled. "You are in fact correct, William." It pleased her to realise that he was humble enough to laugh at himself and his circumstances. William. How much she enjoyed saying his name. There were 3 reasons that I journeyed to London. One reason was to see my family, the Gardiners, again before I left England. I needed to gather items from their home and say my goodbyes to a family who had welcomed me with loving affection and treated me as they treat their own 2 children. I owed them the respect they deserved for the care and attention they have given me. The second reason was to find out about my guardianship and the shares. If my father had been deemed as having authority over me, I knew that I would not be able to return to English shores until I became 21 in June of this next year. At that time I could freely determine where my future lay. The last and most important reason, William, was that I could not leave matters unsettled between you and me. Even though I never conceived of you offering me a proposal, I feel that our friendship deserved the same respect that the Gardiners deserved, a proper goodbye.
Why, Elizabeth? Why would you think that I would not offer for you? You are my beloved, my life.
William was confused and a bit hurt. William, my position as the daughter of a country gentleman who lived with family and trade is so far below you in status. When you add to that the problems with my father and his estate, and that I had been cast off, I truly felt it impossible. She reached up to him and put her hand on his cheek, just as she had done to comfort him after caring for his wound. Just because I love you and want to be your wife did not signify that it would happen. He reached up and held her small hand to him, closing his eyes to allow her touch to soothe him. Darcy thought of his own struggles. Overcoming their differences in position and her relationship with her family had been a mental challenge. When he thought of not being married to her, it made his heart ache. He opened his eyes and responded,
"I understand your reasoning, my love, and undoubtedly would have done the same. So much has happened in the past 2 weeks that it is commendable that you were able to think these events through. It is a testimony to your intelligence and strength of character, which bodes well for our future and the future of our children if we are so blessed."
He brought their hands down to the sofa and entwined her fingers with his. So many things were going through his mind. Darcy knew that others thought him proud, arrogant even. From the very beginning with Elizabeth, he had wanted to be a good man, someone with whom the delightful girl that he spoke with in the bookstore so long ago would want to converse with, to laugh with. He had not realised until he saw her again at Netherfield Park how much he longed for laughter, for companionship, for passion. Passion. Darcy needed to change the subject of his thoughts, as he could feel his self-control starting to slip.
"Elizabeth, I do not want to cause you pain, but I feel that we should discuss what both our fathers have done in an effort to control our futures, and how we shall respond."
Darcy then told her about the letter that he had read from his father on that day. The memory of it caused severe distress in Darcy, so that she laid her head on his chest, listening to the steady pounding of his heart. Putting his arm across her shoulders, he pulled her into him and rested his chin on her curls.
"I still cannot believe that he would ask me to both marry my cousin Anne and care for Wickham. Anne is a lovely young woman, but she could never be a proper wife or mistress of any home. Her health is not as bad as she would have Aunt Catherine believe, but she is still frail, and there is much that she feels her health would not allow her to do."
And neither would her mother. Elizabeth's bitter chuckle at the incongruity of Lady Catherine willingly remaining out of her daughter's life was echoed by Darcy's agreement.
"Since the day that Wickham approached us with the purpose of kidnapping Georgiana and causing harm to her and to us, I have not allowed myself to feel remorse at his death. With the words of my father, thinking of the high esteem that he held his firstborn son in, and his expectation that I, too, should hold him in the same elevated regard, has made me wonder if events could have been dealt with in a manner that would have had a different outcome. It is eating at me, and I do not think that I can let it go."
"William, please listen to me carefully," she spoke in a soft tone, though her mind and heart screamed to blurt out her reproach on a man she had never met, that had been in the grave all these years, and who would be unaffected by her outburst. Taking several deep breaths before she spoke, she then asked, "As long as George Wickham was alive, would there ever have been a time when Georgiana's safety would be secure?"
"No, she would never be safe."
"So then it really comes down to a choice. If your father had been with us in that carriage instead of you, William, would he have sacrificed his only daughter, his youngest child, to further his firstborn's rakish behaviour?"
"No, my father adored Georgie."
William could see where her questions were leading.
"You were right, Elizabeth. If I had it to do over, I would have wanted the outcome to be the same, that my sister would be unharmed. Georgiana's future is bright and full of promise, while Wickham's future would have only ever been one trouble after another."
He thought for a moment.
"Elizabeth, we cannot undo what our fathers have done in either of our lives. We can, though, see where self-interest and blindness to the faults and motives of others can lead. This unhappiness that we have both experienced from the decisions that your father and mine made earlier in our lives can be a valuable lesson to us and to our children. I do not want my sons or daughters, should we be fit to have such, to resent us for burdening them unnecessarily by inflated expectations, or by interfering in their lives to the extent that we have had to live with."
"Can you, my beloved, leave behind the resentment you feel at what your father has done?" Elizabeth asked.
"That I do not know."
He pulled her to him tighter.
"My nature has always been intolerant of the follies of others. Once my good opinion is lost, it is lost forever."
Elizabeth deeply appreciated his candour. "In the past, I have always been able to look back, overlooking the bad, and reflecting on the good in my life. I now realise that this manner of coping is helpful in not carrying a grudge, which is a burden that is most unwelcome." Darcy meditated on her words. They were wise, and based on principles he had learned from his youth.
"I can see the wisdom of that, and would like to think that I could overcome this by just shrugging it off."
He squeezed her shoulders.
"You may need to assist me in this, Elizabeth. I fear that I will fail in this many times."
She chuckled softly. "Then, dear man, together we will start lifting that burden. Please tell me the good of your father, and I will reflect on the good in mine. Your father produced 2 wonderful children, 1 boy and 1 girl, whom I love dearly. He was reputed to be a kind master and a diligent steward of the land." Darcy moved his head to rest on the back of the sofa, and thought of the many times that he and his father spent discussing Pemberley, education, books that they had both read, fishing in the streams, and riding the lanes and fields of the property. He recalled the trips to town that he made with his parents, the museums, the theatre, the opera, and the symphony that they had attended, and the long discussions afterwards of what they had seen and heard. Their lives had been much different before his mother died. His father had been a much different man. Until that moment it had never occurred to Darcy how grief at the loss of the 2 women that his father cared for, Wickham's birth mother and his own, could impact a man so much. It was the same in Mr. Bennet's case. Until the time of the smallpox epidemic, Elizabeth had a warm, caring relationship with her father.
"Elizabeth,"
Darcy spoke his thoughts aloud.
"it just occurred to me that the turning point for your father and mine was the same, the loss of beloved family members. Until then I never wanted to be separated from the man who reared me. I imagine that for you it was the same."
She nodded in agreement, still pressed up against his chest. Darcy remembered that when he was much younger, he wanted to grow up to be just like the man his father was. He was confident in his conclusion as he spoke.
"Beloved, we do need to let go of any anger we have. Although neither of our fathers were responsible for, nor had control over what led to their grief, they both paid very high prices for the way they responded to their losses. We too paid a price as well. The men whom we valued so highly had fallen off their exalted pedestals, and they both shattered with that fall. For you and I, our greatest loss was that we no longer respected the men who had been, until that point, our lives, our cornerstone."
He again asserted,
"We need to let go of our resentment, Elizabeth, so that it can no longer harm us, and we can move forward."
She smiled, so pleased with this man who would be her husband. Boldly she stated, "I agree, William. Let us be the parents that our children desire to be around, to love and respect deeply, so that our little boys will want to be just like their papa, and our little girls will want to marry someone just like their papa." She sat up away from him and gazed at him with eyes full of love. "I am so happy to be marrying you tomorrow, William."
"As am I, Elizabeth."
He could no longer resist the temptation of her sweet lips. Chapter 24. Gracechurch Street, London. Dinner that night in the gardener's home was filled with tension between the relatives. Jane Bennet, always the peacemaker, endeavoured to put everyone at ease. Her first mission was to try to quiet her mother, as she repeatedly enumerated all that she would purchase in the days to come. Her father, Thomas Bennet, sat at the table, his food untouched, and his mood morose. Mr. Phillips, as was his wont, ate in silence. The gardeners acted like nothing untoward was occurring, until Thomas Bennet started making sharp, antagonistic comments about Elizabeth. They were uttered under his breath, but were heard by Mr. Gardiner. Setting his utensils carefully next to his plate, Edward Gardiner wiped his mouth with his dinner napkin. He folded the napkin and placed it on the table, a signal that he had had enough.
"Bennet."
He looked at his brother-in-law with all seriousness.
"In our home, polite conversation is expected at our dinner table. If you continue to carry on in such an inappropriate and ill-mannered way, you will have to be excused. A tray can be sent to your room."
To say that his older brother-in-law was shocked at this firm reprimand would be an understatement. Silence fell in the room, as Mr. Bennet looked as if he might have apoplexy. Without a word, Mr. Bennet threw down his napkin, pushed back from the table, and stomped out of the room. Before anyone else could respond, Mr. Gardiner continued.
The same goes for everyone at my table. Anything to do with my niece Lizzie is not a subject open for discussion. This includes the money from the shares, Fanny.
He looked to his sister at that statement.
The possible location of my niece, nor speculation as to what her future might bring.
Mr. Gardiner looked around the table.
Is my meaning clear?
At that, nobody commented, just nodded their heads. The meal ended shortly after, and all left for their rooms. The day had been excessively eventful and long. At the top of the stairs, Mrs. Bennet noted a maid coming out of the room that was Elizabeth's. She desperately wanted to peek inside, curious as to how Lizzie lived in this household, but did not want to face the wrath of her younger brother and host. Fanny Bennet had never seen him like that. He'd always been easily manipulated and coerced. The 5 years since she had last seen him and visited his home had wrought changes in the Gardiner household, and Mrs. Bennet did not like it. Mrs. Bennet had not changed. She had always been determined and constant. She would try again on the morrow. That night she would dream of all they could afford with Lizzie's wealth. Darcy House, Grosvenor Square, London. The next morning found the mood at the Darcy household one of anxious satisfaction. The master was to marry in a few short hours. The home, always kept immaculate and orderly, was being gone over by every servant available. The cooks were frantically making dish after dish for the wedding breakfast, and the footmen were setting up chairs in the drawing-room, under the direction of Mr. Ramsay's precise specifications. Upstairs, Georgiana's maid had selected a beautiful gown of pale blue, which would match her eyes and complement her blonde hair. The style of her hair was elegant for one who was not yet out in society, but fitting for the occasion of her brother's wedding. Elizabeth's maid had started a bath early that morning, with lavender blossoms scenting the water, so that her new mistress would be clean and fresh for the ceremony. An early arrival by messenger of one of Elizabeth's most elegant dresses from the Gardiners was deeply appreciated, and the maid wasted no time pressing it and getting it ready. It was cream satin, with dark green leaves embroidered around the bodice, the sleeves and the hem, and would look lovely with Elizabeth's hazel eyes and golden highlighted chocolate-brown curls. Even Parker, Darcy's valet, had joined in the excitement, and had his master's clothing freshly pressed and laid out hours before it was necessary. After his bath, Darcy had a difficult time being shaved, as he seemed unable to keep from smiling. Parker wanted nothing to mar his master's face, so had to stop and start many times. It was not a hardship, seeing the man he held in deep respect being happy. In spite of the joy at what the day would bring, both Darcy and Elizabeth were apprehensive when they thought of those in the family who would be unhappy with the wedding. Direction had been given to Mr. Ramsay and the footman not to allow anyone other than those on the guest list to enter the home. Specifically forbidden were Lady Catherine and Mr. Bennet. By 9 o'clock the guests started to arrive. Darcy and Georgiana were on hand to greet them, waiting in the entry for their arrival. Under normal circumstances they would have stayed in the drawing-room and waited for their guests to be brought to them. But the flowers that had started coming to Darcy House early that morning were being tastefully arranged, and the two Darcys elected to stay out of the way. At 15 after the hour, all the expected guests were assembled and ready to begin. Darcy had greeted Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner, and immediately had them escorted to Elizabeth's bedchamber, where Georgiana was now helping her with the final touches to her hair. Her brother had sent up jewellery from the Darcy collection, after having Parker determine the colour of Elizabeth's dress from a discussion with her maid. It was a complete set, necklace, bracelet, and earrings of emeralds and diamonds, that would match beautifully with her dress. Lord and Lady Matlock, along with their 2 sons, stood close to Darcy, where the 2 brothers could not help but tease their normally reticent cousin for his heightened colour, the sharpness of his dress, and what they assumed was nervousness. It was not. Darcy was in no way apprehensive about what was to take place. He was in anticipation over what the next half of an hour would bring. A bride of his own choosing.
His cousin Richard had taken him aside this morning and informed him there was a message waiting for him when he returned to the barracks the night before, saying that he and his troops would be soon receiving orders to return to the continent, as Napoleon was moving against the British and more manpower was needed. It was heartbreaking news, with the potential for much sadness. Richard knew that he would not be seeing Darcy before he would depart England. At seeing his cousin's dismay, Richard reminded him,
"Darcy, it is what I chose as my future. I have no regrets, nor should you. When you and your new wife go to bed each night, feel free to think of me."
At his cousin's raised eyebrow, he finished,
"In your prayers."
Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam envied his cousin Darcy for his new bride. Elizabeth was a marvellous young woman, who would assist Darcy to lose some of that stiffness and formality that he was known for. It would be a good, long and happy marriage, something that Richard wondered if he would ever have. When Bingley arrived, without his two sisters and Mr. Hurst, he quickly joined Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam and Viscount Stanley in teasing Darcy. It was a jovial group. Mr. Haggerston and the Honourable Judge Pearce soon followed Bingley, and they were brought into the room, and introductions were made. At that, Judge Pearce determined that if the bride was ready, they could begin. Lord and Lady Matlock, Viscount Stanley and Georgiana would be standing as witnesses, which left the seated party very small. Judge Pearce had determined that having Lord Matlock and Viscount Stanley sign the wedding licence and registry as witnesses would give unquestionable proof that there was no familial objection to the marriage on the groom's side. Mr. Gardiner, Elizabeth's uncle and legal guardian, giving the bride away, would also show family support on that side. Together they were building a legal foundation that would be virtually impossible to overcome by Lady Catherine de Bourgh or by the Bennets. Mrs. Madeline Gardiner, who had been introduced to Darcy's family earlier that morning, came into the drawing-room, followed by her husband and niece. Mr. Gardiner and Elizabeth stopped at the doorway before entering. Darcy despised being in front of people, even close friends and family, as if he were on display. His cousin Richard would not leave off tormenting him, and that distracted him until he looked up and saw his Elizabeth waiting in the doorway. She was so beautiful that he almost forgot how to breathe. Her smile lit the room, and it grew wider as her uncle escorted her closer to him. When she finally stood at his side, he reached for her hand, tenderly holding it in his. Gazing down at her eyes, he noted that the stones on her necklace and earrings paled in comparison to the light of joy that reflected within her hazel orbs. Judge Pearce cleared his throat to capture the attention of Darcy and Elizabeth. He opened the Church of England Common Prayers to the point where the vows could be read, and had opened his mouth to begin, when a noise of a carriage arriving at the front of the house intruded into the silence. Mr. Haggerston spoke.
"Your Honour, if you would proceed. If this is either Lady de Bourgh or Mr. Bennet, we need to act with all haste."
What had been a joyful atmosphere was now filled with tension and apprehension. This was not a religious ceremony, so there would be no lengthy discourse on the purpose and sanctity of marriage. It would be a stating and exchanging of vows before witnesses. Darcy squeezed Elizabeth's hand. His brow was furrowed, and his heart sank at the thought that the marriage to this wonderful woman might somehow be delayed. Everyone, including the bride and groom, turned to the doorway, where Mr. Ramsay entered to announce the interlopers. The wedding party held their breaths as they waited to see who entered. Darcy, the Matlocks and Georgiana could only hope it was not Lady Catherine, while Elizabeth and the Gardiners hoped it was not her parents or Uncle Phillips. With the exception of Mr. Gardiner, they were all surprised when a well-dressed couple about the age of the Gardiners followed the butler. Fortunately, it was neither Lady Catherine nor Mr. Bennet. When they were announced, the gentlemen, including Lord Matlock, bowed, and the ladies curtsied.
"His Grace, the Most Noble Christopher Robert Winters, Duke of Devondale, and Her Grace, the Most Noble Marie Victoria Winters, Duchess of Devondale," Mr. Ramsay announced, bowing deeply to the newest guests and to the occupants of the room. "Please, Mr. Darcy, pardon our interruption," the Duke began. "My old friend Mr. Edward Gardiner informed us just this past evening that this wedding would be taking place, and assured us that we would not be intruding by our presence. Your bride, Miss Elizabeth Bennet, is very dear to us, and we could not help but want to share in her joy."
At this, he patted the hand of his wife, who had her arm through his. Elizabeth looked closer at the couple, and knew without a doubt that she had never met the man. The woman's appearance stirred a long-buried memory. Then it came to her. "You are Christopher's parents."
"We are,"
replied the Duke. They came into the room and walked up to Darcy and Elizabeth.
"Do not let our presence stop the proceedings. We shall have introductions after the ceremony is complete."
Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner stood and offered their seats until more chairs were delivered by the footman. In but moments the judge began.
"Dearly beloved, we are gathered together here in the sight of God and in the face of those gathered in this room, to join together this man and this woman in holy matrimony. If any man can show any just cause why they may not lawfully be joined together, let him now speak, or else hereafter forever hold his peace."
Silence greeted the statement. After a small pause, he continued, while everyone in attendance exhaled a sigh of relief that no outside interruptions came.
"Mr. Fitzwilliam John Alexander Darcy, wilt thou have this woman to be thy wedded wife, to live together after God's ordinance in the holy estate of matrimony? Wilt thou love her, comfort her, honour and keep her in sickness and in health, and forsaking all other keep thee only unto her, as long as ye both shall live?"
Darcy's answer was immediate and firm.
"I will."
Judge Pierce now focused on Elizabeth.
"Miss Elizabeth Ann Bennet, wilt thou have this man to be thy wedded husband, to live together after God's ordinance in the holy estate of matrimony? Wilt thou obey him and serve him, love, honour, and keep him in sickness and in health, and forsaking all other keep thee only unto him, so long as ye both shall live?"
She smiled up at Darcy. "I will."
"Who giveth this woman to be married to this man?"
Mr. Gardiner stood to place Elizabeth's right hand in Darcy's left, only to find it already there.
"Her aunt, Mrs. Madeline Gardiner, and I give our niece, Elizabeth Ann Bennet, to Mr. Darcy."
It was more than the usual wedding statement, but it was imperative, in case of future difficulties, that there be no question as to the blessing and consent for Elizabeth to marry. After Mr. Gardiner was seated, Judge Pierce nodded to Darcy.
"Please repeat after me. I, Fitzwilliam John Alexander Darcy, take thee, Elizabeth Ann Bennet, to my wedded wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish till death do us part, according to God's holy ordinance, and thereto I plight thee my troth."
Darcy was quick to repeat the words. He sincerely meant them from his heart. Turning to Elizabeth, he asked her to repeat the following. "I, Elizabeth Ann Bennet, take thee, Fitzwilliam John Alexander Darcy, to my wedded husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love, cherish, and to obey, till death us do part, according to God's holy ordinance, and thereto I give thee my troth." Lord Matlock handed Darcy the ring he had chosen the day before. It had been Darcy's mother's, and was a large diamond, surrounded by brilliant blue sapphires. He placed it on Elizabeth's left hand, took both her hands in his, and faced her, as they heard Judge Pierce clearly declare,
"Those whom God hath joined together let no man put asunder."
To the room he stated,
"Forasmuch as Fitzwilliam John Alexander Darcy and Elizabeth Ann Bennet have consented together in holy wedlock, and have witnessed the same before God and this company, and thereto have given and pledged their troth, either to other, and have declared the same, by giving and receiving of a ring, and by joining of hands, I pronounce that they be man and wife together. Amen."
Darcy looked down at Elizabeth.
"Wife,"
he whispered to her. She chuckled softly. "Yes, William, I am your wife." She stretched up as he leaned down and kissed her tenderly, to the smiles and best wishes of their family and friends. As they turned to receive congratulations, the Honourable Judge Pierce again spoke.
Please join me in welcoming Mr. and Mrs. Fitzwilliam Darcy."
The applause was spontaneous and loud. The couple looked up to see many of the servants gathered at the doorway to witness the ceremony.
"Because of circumstances," the judge continued, once it quieted, "we need to get the rest of the legal procedures completed. If the gentleman would join the newlyweds in signing the registry, this next necessity can be settled."
The men stepped aside when they realised that the Duke wanted to act as official witness to the wedding. Mr. Haggerston and Judge Pierce were thorough in all matters legal and official, so had Lord Matlock, Viscount Stanley, and Mr. Gardiner signed their names below his. Lady Matlock signed as the lady's witness. After the legal aspects of the wedding were cared for, Darcy announced,
"My staff has prepared a small meal for us to enjoy, if we could step into the dining room. We have several other matters that need to be cared for on this day before all will be done and we can relax."
The bridal couple led the gathering into the appropriate room, followed by the Duke and Duchess. Once seated, the Duke began his explanation as to how he and his wife came to know the new Mrs. Darcy.
"Several years ago, my wife and I were living in India. Our son, Christopher, just 4 and 10 years of age, who was at that time our only child and heir, was injured, and Miss Elizabeth— excuse me, please, Mrs. Darcy."
Everyone chuckled at this mistake.
"Mrs. Darcy tended to my son's care and saved his life."
All were familiar with the story. They knew too that the reputation of His Grace was that of a fair man, who wielded his power and wealth for the benefit of the people of England, more so than for his own personal gain.
"The Duchess and I will forever be grateful for the intervention of this young lady. If our son were not at Oxford, he too would be in attendance. It was our pleasure to witness this happy occasion, and we thank you for letting us invade your home uninvited."
"Your Grace," Mr. Darcy answered, "Mrs. Darcy and I are pleased you came. You were always welcome in our homes." The pleasure it gave him to include Elizabeth as his wife in this invitation was tremendous, filling his already brimming heart with love and appreciation for this good woman. While the meal was taking place, Mr. Haggerston was preparing an announcement that would appear in the next day's newspapers. "Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy of Pemberley in Derbyshire and Grosvenor Square in London has married Miss Elizabeth Bennet, originally of Hertfordshire and late of London. Witnesses to the wedding were His Grace Christopher Robert Winters, Duke of Devondale, and his wife, Her Grace Marie Victoria Winters, Duchess of Devondale, Martin Fitzwilliam, Lord Matlock, Earl of Smithton, Elaine Fitzwilliam, Lady Matlock, Countess of Smithton, Henry Fitzwilliam, Viscount Stanley, Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam, Mr. Charles Bingley, Mr. and Mrs. Edward Gardiner, Mr. Samuel P. Haggerston, and Miss Georgiana Darcy. The ceremony was officiated by the Honourable Judge Archibald M. Pierce. A celebration followed." One of Darcy's messengers was dispatched to deliver the announcement to the Observer and the Times. After the meal, which Mr. Haggerston was finally able to share, the guests departed. The Duke and Duchess were the first to leave, after extending an invitation for all to dine at their residence in 4 days' time. Lord and Lady Matlock offered to keep Georgiana for at least a week at their home. Her bags were soon packed, and they, along with their sons, were on their way across the square to Matlock House. Bingley, after repeated handshaking and slaps to Darcy's back, left as well, his smile almost splitting his face in two. Mrs. Gardiner had yet to speak to Elizabeth about the expectations of the wedding night. She and her husband, Mr. Gardiner, hoped to be able to return to their home without any of the Bennets noticing that they had been absent. If not, they had devised a plan where they informed their brothers-in-law that they had been at a business appointment. However, before they could return to Gracechurch Street, there was yet an important matter to care for. Mr. Gardiner, Mr. Haggerston, and Mr. Darcy needed to go to the Bank of England to transfer the assets owned by Elizabeth, that were in Mr. Gardiner's name, to Darcy. As they prepared to leave for the bank, Elizabeth handed her new husband a folded note, which she requested that he read before they finished their transactions at the bank. Judge Pierce offered to accompany them with the registry, proving the marriage had taken place, in case of any question during the transfer. The 4 men entered the carriage, and the 2 women, Elizabeth and Mrs. Gardiner, went upstairs to the sitting-room in the mistress's chambers. It was the first time that Elizabeth had been inside her new rooms. She was pleased with their understated elegance.
Darcy had told her that the mistress's suite had not been updated since his mother had used them almost 6 and 10 years past. Elizabeth wanted to change nothing. The blues and creams of the fabrics and the wall coverings were peaceful and serene. It was a pleasant room, and Elizabeth could foresee spending many hours there, reading and tending to her needlework. Mrs. Gardiner was nervous and hesitated to bring up the subject she wanted to discuss with her niece. Elizabeth, too, was filled with apprehension. Finally, Elizabeth said to her aunt, "Please, aunt, just consider this practice for when your own daughter is in my position. What was it that you wished your own mother had told you before your wedding?" Madeline Gardiner smiled at the memory. "My dear Lizzie, my mother told me to lie still, let my husband do as he pleased, and think of England the whole time I had to bear his attentions." She laughed again, and Elizabeth chuckled along with her. What followed were reassurances of the wonders of the wedding night, and a comment or two about how pleasurable the act could be when the husband and wife loved one another deeply. "I suspect, Lizzie, that by tomorrow morning you will wonder what you ever had to worry about. Enjoy this time of getting to know your husband. It is but one manner of expressing your love and affection for each other. Come to know him, and remember the vows you made only a short time ago. You will be blessed with a union that is as strong as iron, as loving and affectionate as your uncle's and mine, and one that continues to grow for as long as you are alive." Her niece gratefully hugged her aunt. This woman, Madeline Gardiner, had been the perfect mentor. Elizabeth wanted to be the same type of wife for her new husband. In the carriage, on the way to the bank, Darcy discreetly opened the note from his wife. He was pleasantly surprised at what it contained. "December the 4th, 1811, our wedding day." Darcy smiled at reading this. "Darcy House, my new home." Darcy's smile grew wider. "My dearest beloved husband, I will not embarrass you by writing words of love in this note, as I am aware that you are in company with gentlemen who would not want to hear of such. But know, please, that each beat of my heart is for you. I ask that you read this before you finish your business at the bank, because I have 3 requests. If you are in agreement, I would appreciate that you redirect funds from the account to be distributed as followed. 1. £30,000 to Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam, as a reward for saving my life, and the lives of my loved ones, on the condition that he resign his commission today. 2. £4,000 to Mr. and Mrs. Hill, the house servants at Longbourn, who offered me affection and protection when I direly needed it. They are on this day only without master or mistress at Longbourn, and if you should so desire, could pack and be gone, before they had to make difficult explanations to their former employers. 3. £6,000 to Jane Bennet, to use as she sees fit. My husband, this is the first time in our marriage that we have been apart, and I do not know that I like it. Please, dearest man, hurry home. Your adoring wife, Mrs. Elizabeth A. Darcy." At Darcy's chuckle, the 3 men wondered what the missive contained. They had all observed him as his smile broadened as he read. Darcy carefully folded the note and put it in the breast pocket of his vest, close to his heart.
"Gentlemen, we have business to take care of. To the bank."
When the gentlemen returned from their errands, Mrs. Darcy, as hostess of her new home, welcomed them with a warm fire, hot tea, and a variety of cakes. None of the men were hungry, and Mr. Haggerston and Judge Pierce quickly left, after taking leave of the Darcys. As they walked out the door, Mr. Haggerston took Darcy aside, to remind him of his responsibility for this night. Even though Darcy's ears turned red, he responded in all seriousness that he was fully prepared to follow through. The 2 gentlemen entered the carriage that awaited them, and left. Now that it was just the 4 of them, Darcy asked Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner to accompany him and Elizabeth into his library. He invited them to call him Darcy, as his family did, and Mr. Gardiner asked him to refer to him as Gardiner, Edward, or Uncle, as Lizzie did.
"Gardiner."
Mr. Darcy's manner became serious.
"I am aware of what faces you when you return to Gracechurch Street, and I was wondering if there was anything that is within my power to aid you in whatever actions you are to be confronted with. I cannot imagine that Mr. or Mrs. Bennet will be satisfied that the wedding has taken place, and that any access to the shares that they may have felt they deserved is now gone. You have been a source of wisdom, strength, and loyalty to my wife, and I feel such support should not go unrewarded. No, no, Darcy.
Elizabeth's uncle was quick to reassure his new nephew.
For 5 years my wife and I have remained silent with regards to Bennet casting off our Lizzie. We maintained that silence because we did not want Lizzie harmed further, in any way. Now it is my opportunity to have my say. As instructed by Mr. Haggerston, I will wait until there is no question that the marriage cannot be annulled, and until the funds have been delivered to the Hills, and they can leave Longbourn. After that, I am certain that there will be a breach between the families that will likely never mend. It is justice, Darcy. Sparks will be flying on Gracechurch Street on the morrow.
By his comments, Elizabeth learned that Darcy had followed through with her requests. I suppose that by the morrow sparks of delight will explode in the Matlock household, when they realise that their son will not be travelling with his troops to France. Their joy at having their son at home will be complete.
Yes, dear, you are undoubtedly correct.
Then he added,
When the announcement of our wedding appears in tomorrow's newspapers, I do imagine that sparks will fly at Rosings Park as well. My Aunt Catherine will be furious, both for hearing the news of our marriage and for having not been invited.
I believe that you are correct, husband. Elizabeth chuckled quietly. It is a devious part of my mind that has conjured up the thought that sparks will fly as well in the Bingley household, when Miss Caroline Bingley reads that you, her greatest desire, are no longer able to make her mistress of Pemberley. The four agreed. It was later that evening, after the Darcys retired to their private rooms, that sparks flew at Darcy House as well. Chapter 25. Gardner House, Gracechurch Street, London.
A moment of your time, please, Bennet.
Mr. Edward Gardner had waited until the evening meal had concluded, and the ladies had withdrawn to the music-room to speak with his brother-in-law. Mr. Harrison, the butler, had seen to the pouring of the port wine after dinner, withdrew, and closed the door behind him, leaving the gentlemen in privacy. Thomas Bennet and Albert Phillips both waited for Mr. Gardner to speak. Before a word was uttered, Mr. Gardner took a well-read letter out of his pocket and moved it across the table in front of Mr. Phillips. At the expression of curiosity, Mr. Gardner asked him to read the letter, silently. Mr. Phillips read the letter, refolded it, dropped his eyes to the table with his head shaking back and forth, and slid it over to his other brother-in-law, Bennet. Still not a word was spoken. Thomas Bennet had been disappointed with his afternoon travels across London. Mr. Haggerston had been missing from his office. He had waited more than an hour, but the attorney did not return. He was anxious to get matters settled with the shares from the Honourable East India Company, and longed to return home to Hertfordshire. London, with its many businesses and entertainments, had never appealed to him. Thomas Bennet preferred the life of a country gentleman. His displeasure now extended to his brother Gardner.
"What is the meaning of this?" Mr. Bennet demanded. "If you would, please, read the letter, Bennet," Mr. Gardner asked, with a kindly voice.
He suspected that the actual contents had been a shock to Phillips. Gardner had no idea how Bennet would respond, but he had hopes that the information that it contained would pull his brother-in-law back to reality. Thomas Bennet immediately recognised his own handwriting. The contents were brief and to the point. Each word tore into his heart. His mind refused to accept that he had done something so terrible. Rarely was he inclined to look at the man he truly was, what others saw when they contemplated the character that was Thomas Bennet. This short note, however, was like looking in a large mirror in full light. It was painful to see his flaws. Like his brother-in-law Phillips before him, he folded the letter and put it back on the table, sliding it to Mr. Gardner.
"Bennet."
Mr. Gardner was unsurprised that the man refused to make eye contact.
"I have just one question for you, and I do expect an answer."
He waited until he saw Bennet nod his head, still with his head bowed.
"Where were you, and what were you doing when you were the age of 5 and 10 years?
It was not the question that he had been expecting.
"I was at Eton, studying."
Bennet wondered where Gardner was headed with this question.
Had your father and older brother died at that time, how qualified would you have been to run Longbourn? How capable would you have been to make life or death decisions for your loved ones? At 15 years I was ill-qualified for anything other than what I was doing at that time, Gardner.
He still didn't raise his eyes from the table. Mr. Gardner continued.
Then, for the love of all that is holy, why did you expect your own precious child, our Lizzie, to be responsible for the lives of Mary, Kitty, Lydia, and young Thomas? Why did you expect her to act in a manner that you were unwilling to do?
His voice became firm. Knowing that the banks and law offices were closed for the day, he stated clearly,
Lizzie married Mr. Darcy this morning, and all assets were transferred to him this afternoon. Unless you adjust your thinking, that sweet girl will be lost to you forever. Mr. Darcy is not the type of man to allow anyone, and I do mean anyone, to interfere with her happiness.
He paused, sliding the letter back in front of his brother-in-law.
The next move is yours, Bennet. Think it through clearly before you decide. If you choose to continue in the course you've followed the past 5 years, and Jane marries, you will be alone with my sister. You will never hold Lizzie's children on your lap or teach them from your favourite books. You will never know the joy that family ties can bring. Think hard on this.
The reading of his letter disowning his daughter, in his own handwriting, with his own pen, and the poignancy of these questions, finally broke the man. Putting his hands to each side of his face, he wept. Thomas Bennet, feeling the pain of his actions for the first time in years, was unaware that Gardner and Phillips had left the dining room. He sat alone at the table, with the letter in front of him, until Jane came searching for him an hour later.
"Father, are you well?"
she whispered. Jane had never seen her father like this. He was a broken man. Looking up at his eldest daughter, the last 5 years of bitterness finally left him. Bennet took the letter and slid it into his coat pocket. His voice cracking from emotion, his cheeks wet with tears, he directed,
Please, see to the packing for the 3 of us. We are leaving for Longbourn at daylight. Jane, we are going home.
Epilogue, 1 year later. November the 11th, 1812, Pemberley, Derbyshire. All of the expectations that Fitzwilliam and Elizabeth Darcy had of their marriage came true. It was not a perfect marriage, but it was perfect for them. Like all couples, they had their share of disagreements and disappointments. However, they had many joys as well. For their wedding trip, they travelled to the east coast of America, visiting such cities as Boston, New York, and Philadelphia. It was the first of many journeys that they took over their life together. Darcy delighted to show her parts of England, such as the Peak District and the lakes. Just 1 year after their meeting in Hertfordshire at Netherfield Park, their first child arrived, a son. He was a handsome boy, with his father's dark eyes, dark curly hair, and quiet disposition. They named him John Richard Charles Darcy. He was born on the 11th of November in the year 1812. Georgiana, aunt to this young boy, was delighted to play with and sing to him. Her court presentation and first season would not be until the following year. Observing the felicitous union of her brother and sister-in-law, she determined in her heart to be patient, waiting for the perfect match. Still inclined to timidity, under the influence of Elizabeth, she was far more apt to express her strongly held opinions than hold them close to her as before. Mr. Charles Bingley eventually purchased an estate not 10 miles from Pemberley. It was a large property that would have pleased his unmarried sister Caroline. After the rooms and grounds were updated, he held a ball as a housewarming, attended by friends and neighbours. Miss Caroline Bingley was not in attendance, but her absence was not commented on. Just after she found out about Darcy's marriage, she learned of the windfall that Colonel Fitzwilliam received, and zeroed in on him as the next husband apparent. What followed involved a scandal that still is being spoken of among the ton. Miss Bingley quietly was banished by her brother and brother-in-law, Mr. Hurst, to an obscure family holding somewhere in the Highlands of Scotland, where she lived, unwed, on the interest from her sizable dowry. She would not be welcomed into English society again. Jane Bennet too had not married. In the year following the Darcy wedding, she had several opportunities from gentlemen who heard of her gentle beauty and arrived in Hertfordshire to court her, yet she never felt comfortable with the thought of leaving her parents alone. What she did with her gift from her sister was uncertain. It was commented on by Lady Lucas, Longbourn's closest neighbour, to her daughter Charlotte Collins, Elizabeth's long-time friend, that repairs and improvements had been made to the estate. By then Charlotte Collins, who had indeed married Mr. Bennet's cousin, the vicar, William Collins, had a daughter, which would do nothing to satisfy the entail once Longbourn passed to them. She was contented with her lot in life, and doted on her child. Lady Catherine de Bourgh regularly condescended to offer parenting advice, along with advice on every aspect of a woman's life, to Charlotte, which was accepted with a patient tolerance, and then ignored. Neither of Lord and Lady Matlock's sons had yet married, which was a source of great frustration to their parents. Henry, their eldest, was taking more and more interest in his father's position in the House of Lords, and Richard had purchased an estate located between the Matlock country estate and Pemberley, and was consumed with running it properly and productively. Being a property owner was much different than a colonel in the military, so he required much help from Darcy. Both brothers spent as much time with the Darcys as possible, with their increased responsibilities. They both longed to have a wife with as much intelligence, wit, joy, and beauty as Mrs. Darcy, but had yet to find her. Richard especially looked forward to spoiling Darcy's son, bringing him a pony before he had passed his first week. The Gardiners were regular visitors to Derbyshire, spending as much of the summer there as possible. Madeline Gardiner was there for Lizzie's confinement. It was with pleasure that she wrote to her husband the details of the Darcy heir. Mr. Gardiner was pleased that Lizzie was so happily settled with such a good man. Darcy's son had not been named for either George Darcy or Thomas Bennet. The oversight was intentional. The sins of the fathers had affected Darcy and Elizabeth, but would not touch the generations that came after them. Months after the marriage, Thomas Bennet had written to his daughter with an apology. It was cautiously accepted, and forgiveness was extended. Mrs. Bennet, at the news of Elizabeth's wedding Darcy, and the number of those with titles who had been in attendance, immediately declared Elizabeth as her favourite daughter, repeating imagined details to all her neighbours in Meryton, and proclaiming how she always knew that Lizzie would marry before Jane. Fitzwilliam and Elizabeth Darcy adored their son to distraction. He would grow, knowing that he was wanted, loved, and cherished, which is as it should be, is it not? The end. This has been A Father's Sins, a Pride and Prejudice variation, The Misadventures of Darcy and Elizabeth, written by J. Dawn King, narrated by Stevie Zimmerman. Copyright 2014 by Joy D. King. Production copyright by Joy D. King.